Have you ever pondered the remarkable decision-making abilities of successful businesses, enabling them to elevate their profits and achieve greatness? Well, allow me to disclose a very valuable insight. The key lies in the realm of business analytics. Imagine you're running your own small coffee shop and you're struggling to figure out which of your coffee blends is the crowd's favorite. Sure, you could rely on your gut feeling, but why not use some data to drive that decision instead? That's where business analytics swoops in to save the day. Let's get practical with another example. Say you're working for an online store and you notice a sudden surge in sales for a particular product. Now, instead of scratching your head and hoping for the best, business analytics would step in and analyze the patterns behind the spike. But hold on, it's not just about spotting past successes. Business analytics also plays a crucial role in predicting the future. It can help you forecast demand, identify potential risk, and chart the best course for your business to thrive in a competitive market. Now, why should you consider a career in business analytics? Envision yourself as a data detective, meticulously piecing together clues to unlock the secrets of business success. You emerge as the orchestrator of progress, aiding companies in making sound data-driven decisions, enhancing efficiency, and optimizing profitability. Hello everyone and welcome to this video by Intellipaat. This video incorporates everything you need to know about business analytics. Now let's quickly take a look at the agenda for this session. We're going to start with what is business analytics, and we are going to move on to the introduction to CBAP. We also have to understand what is the difference between business analytics and business analysis, and we are also going to look at business analysis body of knowledge. After that, we'll be taking a look at timing of business analysis work, and we are also going to be covering what are the different techniques of business analysis. Moving further, we'll also cover what is brainstorming, planning of business analysis information management, identifying business analysis performance improvement, and other things such as communicating business analysis information, introduction to requirement lifecycle management. And after that, we're also be going to cover strategy and strategy analysis. We're also going to be covering requirement analysis and design. Moving further, we'll also cover requirement modeling, and we're going to end this session with business analyst interview questions. So before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell icon for regular updates from us. Let's now begin with our first topic.
Business analytics is the process of using data, statistical analysis, and other quantitative methods to gain insights and make data-driven decisions that drive business performance. It involves the collection, analysis, and interpretation of data to identify trends, patterns, and opportunities, and to provide recommendations for action. Business analytics can be used in various areas of business, including marketing, operations, finance, and human resources. It can help organizations understand customer behavior, optimize production processes, improve financial performance, and manage employee performance, among other things. The process of business analytics typically involves several steps. The very first step is to define the business problem or opportunity that needs to be addressed. This could be anything from improving sales performance to reducing production costs to enhancing customer satisfaction. The next step is to gather and prepare data. This involves identifying the relevant data sources, collecting and cleaning the data, as well ensuring that the data is accurate and complete. The third step is to analyze the data using statistical and other quantitative methods. This involves identifying patterns, trends, and relationships in the data and using this information to draw conclusions and make recommendations. The fourth step is to communicate the findings and recommendations to decision makers. This involves presenting the results in a clear and understandable way and providing recommendations for action. Finally, the last step is to implement the recommended actions and monitor the results to ensure that the desired outcomes are achieved. Now, there are several types of business analytics, including descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Descriptive analysis involves the analysis of historical data to understand what happened in the past. This type of analytics is useful for identifying trends and patterns and providing insights into past performance. Diagnostic analytics involves the analysis of data to understand why something happened in the past. This type of analytics is useful for identifying the root causes of problems and identifying areas for improvement. Predictive analytics involves the use of statistical models and machine learning algorithms to predict future outcomes based on historical data. This type of analytics is useful for forecasting demand identifying potential risks, and developing predictive models for business decisions. Prescriptive analytics involves the use of optimization techniques and decision making models to determine the best course of action to achieve a specific goal. This type of analytics is useful for determining optimal pricing strategies, inventory levels, and production schedules. Business analytics is becoming increasingly important in today's data driven business environment. It is an essential tool for modern businesses that want to remain competitive and make data driven decisions. In conclusion, business analytics is a powerful tool that can help companies improve decision making, increase efficiency, better target customers, improve forecasting, gain a competitive advantage, and improve risk management. By investing in business analytics tools and expertise, businesses can stay ahead of their competition and achieve long-term success.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ENICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
So CBAP certification is basically a certification that is offered by an institute called IIBA, or the International Institute of Business Analysis. Now, this is an organization, as I mentioned, which came up after in 2003, when the business analysts of that time realized that there are a lot of institutes and there are a lot of certifications available, but none of them is being driven by business analysts. So what do I mean by that? So before 2003, if you wanted to be a business analyst, you had only two choices: either learn it the hard way, join the join in an organization as a business analyst and learn it by developing your own skills, interacting with a lot of people, so on and so forth. Or you could go and register to a university, do a university course on business analysis. Both were a lot of time-taking endeavors. So the IIBA, or International Institute of Business Analysis, was formed by a group, or I would say a lot of business analysts at that time, whose whole purpose was to provide these guidelines, assemble all the knowledge, and also provide certifications, which basically gives you an edge in the job market. So not only it compiled this BABOK, which is the book for business analysis, it also basically provided a platform or a forum for all the business analysts across the world. So if you become a member of IIBA, which does not require any examination or certification, although it's slightly expensive, you directly get access to this forum and knowledge sharing platform, wherein you can communicate, interact with business analysts across the world, irrespective of the domain or industry. And of course, the end goal was to come up with a certification which sticks, which is recognized world over and has a standing. So keeping these four goals in mind, IIBA was founded in 2003 in Canada. It's a not-for-profit organization and has more than 100. 100 chapters is an old number. It's grown beyond 100. It's 100 plus chapters across various countries in the world. So I'll not read through everything. So the mission statement and vision statement of IIBA, it's basically to lead the global business analysis community, professional standards, so every person achieves more. You can actually learn a lot more about IIBA if you can go to the IIBA website. It's So it's more detailed. It gives you a lot of history, and how who were the individuals who came up with these ideas. All of those details are available on the IIBA website. And vision is to shape the practice of business analysis to achieve better enterprise outcomes. So let's spend some time understanding what is business analysis. So as all of you are fresh into the domain, you must have some theories about what business analysis is. So instead of me asking you what your theories are, let me put it this way. A business analyst is not a person who has a designation of a business analyst. So the way IIBA defines business analysis is that it is not a designation or a job. It's not a designation per se. It is basically a set of roles. And if you are playing those roles, then you are a business analyst. So let's take one example. Now, if you visualize an HR person's day-to-day work, who are they working with on a day-to-day basis? It can be the internal organization's team members, or it can be new people. When the HR is into hiring, they hire people. If it's internal HR, they'll manage internal issues of the teams. And if it is learning and development, they conduct various training sessions for the internal team members. We can broadly categorize HR into these three areas, right? Now, what is common among all these three areas? An HR person primarily focuses on dealing with people. So it's all about interacting with people, understanding the concerns. So if someone comes, if an employee is not happy, suddenly the manager realizes that an employee is not doing really well, although the person was doing really well 6 months back, and that issue comes up to the HR. What is the first thing the HR would do? They'll try to understand why this employee's performance has dropped. So basically, if I use a business analysis terminology, what the HR is doing is they are trying to elicit or understand the problems that the person is going through. They have a use case, employee is not performing well. And to understand what is the root cause, what is the problem, they are trying to basically elicit more information about the employee, maybe from the employee, maybe from the colleagues of the employee. But end of the day, they are trying to gather more information. They are talking to people. That is also business analysis. How so? So let's take a look at this chart directly. So there might be a business analyst so again, the one new thing that you are going to learn, and that is going to be completely new for those of you who are coming from other domains, is the terminology and the jargon. The activities remain the same. It is just that the terminologies that are used for the same set of activities of other domains, they are slightly different. So if you are able to connect your current or your past work roles with these new terminologies, you'll figure out that you would probably doing business analysis all along. Okay, so let's come to this structure. Now, what does this show? So see, a business analyst, as I mentioned, is not defined by a designation, nor is it defined by a single set of roles or responsibilities. So if you see this chart, on the right hand side, you have something called as business focused. And on the left hand side, it says technology focused. Let's start with the business focus side. So a business focused business analyst is basically someone who deals with people more, or who deals with ideas more. Not more into the technical aspects of the things, but more about how to manage a particular team, or how to manage a particular project, or how to enhance customer experience, how to increase client satisfaction, how to come up with new strategies for enhancing a business or a process or a project. Doesn't matter the scale, but these are the areas which a business focused business analyst works towards. So let's start with, let's say, design thinking. So at any stage, if in your past experience, if you have been asked to, let's say, work towards improving a particular process in your organization, what would you have done? The first thing you would have done was try to understand what is the current process. If you were already aware of it, awesome. If not, you would have tried to understand what the current process is, and then you would have come up with a future state for that current process. You would think, okay, this is how the current system works, or the current process works. This is how we want it to work in the future. And then you would focus on what are the gaps in between. What are the things that are needed to be done in order to achieve that future state? And of course, while doing all of this, you would also make a list of all possible risks that might come into the picture, right? And if you are doing all these four things, you are actually doing design thinking. The designations might vary. A business architect might focus on a specific aspect of a business in a particular organization. A strategist is slightly on a much larger scale. They probably would work on an organizational level, trying to steer an organization or a company to a next level. So that design thinking pathway is basically these four things. If you are doing these four things, if you are doing it on a individual team level, it's still business analysis. If you are doing it on a let's say vertical or a business level of within your own organization, so if you are into sales in a particular organization, you're trying to improve the sales process, you are basically a business architect. And if you're doing it for the whole company and you are trying to come up with strategies to take the company from one level to another, you are basically being a strategist for the organization. So that's the design thinking pathway. Customer experience, I think almost everyone here has some level of interaction when it comes to customer experience. Kandil mentioned she's in banking and IT. So banking is more customer driven. It is all about customer satisfaction. Again, I might be wrong, Kandil. It might be investment banking or consumer banking, but I'm just giving examples here. But the idea is, if you have dealt with customers, and if you have clients who you have to interact with on a daily basis, ensure that the quality that is being delivered, whatever the product, process, project be, the deliveries that are being made are maintaining certain level of qualities, then you are focusing the customer's experience aspect of the business analysis. It's still business analysis. It falls under the customer experience stream.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary objective of prescriptive analytics in business? And your options are to uncover patterns and trends in historical data, to predict future outcomes based on historical data, or to optimize decisions by providing recommended actions, or to summarize and visualize data for decision makers. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Those of you who are in IT would know that agile is one big terminology that is used in IT sector very often. It is used in other sectors as well. It's not limited to IT. So agile is basically a framework which sets certain guidelines based on which you can perform your day-to-day activities for any particular role. So for every role, there are certain guidelines. We'll go through agile and agile ceremonies and agile terminologies. We have a complete session planned for it. We will cover the details of agile later. But there are these people who are agile experts, who specifically go for certifications, trainings. They understand agile and how it should be implemented, how it should be imparted, how a particular team can be turned into agile if it's not an agile team already. So those kind of agile experts. So for example, you have a role like Scrum Master. The role of a Scrum Master, I can put it in plain English, it would be delivery managers. So your delivery managers in any operations are responsible for ensuring timely deliveries, right? So a Scrum Master is the technical jargon for, is the business analysis jargon for both agile and so it's not just a business analysis jargon, it's an agile jargon as well as a business analysis jargon. End of the day, a Scrum Master's job is to ensure that a particular sprint, of which we'll talk about in detail later, sprint is like a 2 weeks where deliveries are supposed to be done and in a time bound way. So a scrum master ensures that everything that needs to happen within the sprint happens. Then you have release trained engineers. So if you are in a working with a big product or a big system and you are doing frequent releases, then you need to have some person responsible who is to ensure that the flow of releases happens on a timely fashion. A product owner is on a different level. So a product owner is basically, it's just a different scale basically. So a scrum master focuses only on a particular scrum or how the scrums function or how a sprint functions. A release engineer only focuses on the release aspect, whereas a product owner focuses on all the end-to-end aspects. So starting from what the requirement was, what the business wanted, to what was delivered and what was the quality of the product that was delivered. Product owner is basically responsible for all of it. And if you are an agilist, if you are well versed with agile framework, then you can consider that stream as one of the streams of business analysis as well. Then comes product management. So product management, the way project management is different from the roles I described in agile is it is more people intensive. So a product manager or a project manager not only takes care of what's happening within the project, they are also responsible for the team members. So they are the administrative managers, if you can call them that. A portfolio manager is just a scale. So project manager, smaller scale, depending on the project, you would have a smaller scale of team members. Product manager, slightly larger responsibilities with a larger team, and portfolio managers have multiple products under them. So a product manager might have multiple projects under them, and a portfolio manager has multiple products under them. So that's the only differentiation. But that stream itself, if you are doing any of those activities, if you're managing teams, ensuring a certain process to be successfully fulfilled, you're already a business analyst. Business process management. So if you are into operations, if you are analyzing processes, if you are enhancing processes or defining or setting up new processes to achieve certain business goals, you are into business process management. Now that aspect is mostly business focused. A person who's slightly versatile, who can not only do the business side of things but can also understand the technical side of things, is the straight line that you see. So usually the business analyst designation that you see for people, they are mostly versatile on both sides. They have some skills on the technical side and they have some skills on the business side. So again, end of the day, it's all a series of progression. So enterprise architect, one project, your responsibility is limited to that. Business analysis leader, so you are the knowledge leader for that particular project, product, process, anything and everything when it comes to any knowledge level thing or enhancements. So you have the complete picture basically. And a business analyst professional is someone who is very much experienced on these aspects. Let's move to the technology focused. So if you are someone who is into data scientists, data analysts, you are still doing business analysis. So a lot of times there's a confusion between business analysis and business analytics. So the way I explain it, business analytics is all about data, and it is a subset of business analysis. So not every business analyst can be a data analytics or business analytics expert. However, every business analytics person is definitely a business analyst. So if you are into data modeling, data analysis, data governance, which is basically management of data, how you are storing, how the data security is, not data security, but guidelines, regulations, etc., etc. And if you're a data scientist who comes up with predictive models, who uses existing or past data to come up with new models and make sure that those new models are implemented for any number of business cases, then you are also a business analyst and you are basically proficient in the data analytics stream. Business intelligence is nothing but information governance, information management. So if you are into the information management, security, governance aspects, then you are into business intelligence. So how you are storing your data, are you following certain international guidelines? So if you are most of the organizations today who operate in Europe and United States try to follow GDPR, because that's one of the most compliant and or rather that's the most stringent data privacy management set of regulation. So if you are compliant as per GDPR, then you're good to go anywhere else in the world. So, but US has its own data privacy guidelines and regulations. But the bottom line is, if you are an expert of that, you know what regulations are to be followed if you are, managing certain type of data. So, for example, if I am managing healthcare data, I'm managing data of millions of patients who come into hospitals every day. The doctors and the doctors' assistants upload this data into their systems. And if you're managing that data, then and if you are proficient in knowing what regulations have to be met, what are relevant, what are not relevant, you are into business intelligence. Coming into machine learning and artificial intelligence, I don't think I have to talk a lot about that. I'm sure everybody knows ChatGPT. So if you are an AI machine learning person into that algorithms and stuff, you are still a business analyst going with the machine learning and artificial intelligence analysis stream. Even if you are not one of these latest technology aspects, but if you are working on cloud platforms, you are an expert on Azure DevOps or Amazon AWS, which is what is the full form for it? I'm not getting the full form, but AWS is Amazon's cloud service, which allows you to set up your code there and basically manage your everything. Yeah, Amazon Web Services. Thanks, Rupanwar. So if you are a cloud expert, you are still a business analyst. If you are a SaaS expert, so software that is delivered not just today, since the beginning of software delivery, software was always divided into two broad categories: products and software as service. A product is basically a complete. So if I have to talk about a product, Microsoft Word is a product. So when I buy a license for Microsoft Office, I'm buying a product. Microsoft Office is a product. It has a bundle of applications within it, but it's a product. Windows operating system is a product. Whereas I can actually, so Amazon Web Services is Amazon's version of SaaS. So Amazon Web Services allows you to do a lot of things, but you are not owning a license. So you only buy a license to use a particular service. You don't have a license for the whole product. So, I mean, that's the simplistic explanation. But there are detailed definitions for those of you interested. Just, Google SaaS versus product development, and you'll get a complete tabular chart describing the differences. Cybersecurity, we all know there are good guys, there are bad guys. So you need to have your information, your data, your applications, everything secure. So if you are into that, if you are the cybersecurity person, if you have done certifications, you are still a business analyst, but your pathway is slightly different on this stream. So you start, network analysts, information security analysts, cybersecurity analysts, and cybersecurity consultants. The cybersecurity consultants is like, top level, where you consult with large organizations on how they can make their cybersecurity space secure. So now think about what you have been doing in the past and see if you can relate to anything and everything that you have been doing in the past with what we have discussed here. If you have been doing any of these streams in the past, you're already a business analyst. Okay, now let's come to the money part, or how do you become an IIBA member? So before we do that, let's talk about the benefits, then we'll talk about the prices. So becoming an IIBA member basically gives you a good platform for networking and community building. So if you are that person who is very good at connecting with people, has very good networking abilities, networking skills, right place to be. Take that membership. You will have a forum open to you, and you can connect with a lot of people. It will also give you a lot of insights into what's happening in the business analysis domain. You get to know the latest trends that are so there is a business analysis magazine, that you automatically get subscribed to if you take membership. So it's like a cutting edge journal. I wouldn't call it a journal, it's a magazine, but it basically keeps you updated with what's happening in the business analysis domain. And there are a lot of white papers written, case studies shared, so it gives you, and also salaries. So if you want to know how much a business analyst work is worth in a particular country, well, there are a lot of other places to find it out, but even IIBA also gives you that insights. Now let's come to the credentials. Now, what is the benefit of doing the certification? Excuse me. So this certification is internationally recognized. If you have this certification on your resume, it pushes up your resume a notch. I mean, there's no denying that. IIBA certification, so again, it improves your marketability, employability, earning potential, etc., etc. And it also basically, so if you are coming into this domain for the first time and you don't have a designation, or if you have not been a designated BA any time in the past, it's sometimes difficult to transition into a particular industry. This certification opens all those doors. So if you have this on your resume, doesn't matter what you have been doing in the past, your resume automatically gets shortlisted, because the number of people with IIBA credentials in the world is very small. It's a very small number. Now, how do you get these credentials? So previously, there were like only 2 certifications before 2016. So if you wanted to do a certification before 2016, you only had 2 options. You could either enroll for CCBA or you could enroll for CBAP. Now, what is the difference? Well, the difference is the level of business analysis experience that you have. So in order to take a certification like CBAP, there are certain prerequisite conditions that have to be met. If you don't meet those conditions, your application would not be accepted for the examination. What are those conditions? We'll come to that in the next slide. But before we go there, let's go through the options that are available to you. So if you can justify based on your past experience, need not be a designated BA. So someone who is working in HR or e-commerce or marketing, doesn't matter. If you can highlight those aspects that you have done as part of your past experience and explain them in terms of these jargons that we have discussed in that chart, that's good enough. All IIBA is looking out for is, have you done this type of work before? It doesn't matter which designation you held while doing the work. Are you good at handling clients? Are you good at talking to people? Are you good at, let's say, data analytics? If you have some experience in any of these fields, and if you can justify and translate that into your application, you would be eligible for the examination. But said that, there might be people who have probably just 2 to 3 years of total work experience. Where do they go? Because CBAP is very demanding. So for them, there is entry certificate in business analysis, ECBA. If you are a mid-range experienced person, 3 to 4 years, 5 years of experience, you can apply for CCBA. And if you are above 5 years experience, then you can go for CBAP. Now, these years that I'm mentioning are again, I would not say, let's not go by the years. Let's wait for the next slide. So it can be even further divided into exact number of hours. So you gain that much in the last 10 years and you are eligible. So let's talk about the criteria later. The distinction is just that if you have lesser number of hours, you can go for ECBA. If you have a mid-range level of hours, you go for CCBA. And if you have, the minimum required for CBAP, you are eligible for CBAP. The examination is based on the same set of content. Same BA BOK is the textbook for preparing for this certification. only the level of uh, the trickiness of the questions varies a little bit, and you have to be a little bit faster when you are taking CBAP compared to ECBA. You have more time to think for everything is multiple choice, but the questions in CBAP are slightly tricky, or you have to read everything word by word. A single word can mean a different answer for CBAP, whereas ECBA it's a little bit straightforward. CCBA is like, a little bit higher than that, and CBAP is the certification which is the toughest of all three. Coming to the next 4 certifications, they don't require any of these prerequisites. But if you are interested in Agile, if you want to get some certifications in Agile, you can go for IIBA, AAC certification. If you want to do some data analytics certifications, you can go for CBDA, cybersecurity CCA, and product ownership is CPOA. Now let's take a look at the prerequisites. So remember I mentioned certain number of hours. So you have to justify in your application that you have a minimum of 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. Even that 7,500 is divided into some categories. Out of that 7,000, so 7,500 is the total number of hours that is required for to be eligible. Even there, you have to make sure that at least 900 hours are in 4 areas of the 6. So BABOK. So there are 6 knowledge areas defined by BABOK, and if you can justify that you have some relevant experience in at least 4 out of 6 knowledge areas, and that amounts to 900 hours, that's good to go. A total of 3,600 of the required 7,500. So that amounts to, so 400, 900 for each of the knowledge area. So 4 into 9. So you have 3,600 hours for each of the knowledge areas. I will talk a lot about the knowledge areas in our next topic. So I would request you to just hold on to it. It will be much clearer when we cover the next set of items. The next prerequisite is you have to complete a minimum of 35 hours of professional development units. What is that professional development unit? This is the certification. So this certification, the moment you are done with this certification, you can put a tick mark on this particular prerequisite. You will have 35 hours of PDUs for the next 4 years after the end of this training program. So this training program basically provides you that 35 hours and also makes you familiar with what all topics you have to cover in order to crack the examination. You'll have to provide 2 references, agree to code of conduct, terms and conditions, and of course, pass the examination. Now let's talk a little bit about money. These examinations are not cheap. So ECBA, CCBA, and CBAP, irrespective of whether you are a member of IIBA or not a member of IIBA, you have to pay $60 if you are taking ECBA, and if it's CCBA and CBAP, you have to pay $125. Doesn't mean you are eligible for the exam yet. This is just the application fee. So once you apply, once your application is received by IIBA, and if you are one of those lucky few, your application might be selected for a review. So not all applications go through the review process. They randomly select some applications and they do an intensive review background check of that particular application. So if you are giving those numbers, if you are justifying 3,600 or 7,500 hours for your examination in the application, be very ethical and be very sure that it is justifiable. Because if anything goes wrong, if you are the lucky one whose application has been selected for verification and the verification happens and something goes wrong in the application, that application fee is non-refundable. So, and also If you change the mind and don't want to take the exam, the application fee is non-refundable. So only apply if you are fully prepared to take the exam. That's the bottom line. Now let's come to the exam. Let's say you are fully prepared, you want to crack the exam. If you spend $55 in advance and become an IIBA member, all you have to do is log into their website, sign up, pay the money, and you are an IIBA member. If you are a member, your examination fee reduces drastically. So if you are a non-member, you have to pay $235. If you are a member, that means $55 plus 110, so $165 is your examination fee for ECBA. For CCBA and CBAP and all the others, you can see that's the structure. Now there is another category, that's corporate membership. So if you are working in an organization which has a corporate membership tie-up with IIBA, so check that out first. If your organization already has some tie-up, then you get a corporate membership plan, which is much more reduced. And you can see the prices, like it's way less compared to what you have to pay if you're a non-member, and also compared to a member. In case something goes wrong, you don't crack the exam for the first time, there is no second free attempt. There is a second attempt, but it's not free. So if you are a member, this is the price chart. If you are a non-member, this is the price chart. Remember, I mentioned there are 6 knowledge areas. Each of these 6 knowledge areas have a lot of concepts that we will be covering. But if you see, this is the breakage of the number of questions that come up from each of these sections. So you can decide which knowledge areas to focus more, spend more time on, depending on the percentage that particular knowledge. So for example, requirement analysis and design definition. This should always be a focus area. Most of the questions come from this knowledge area. Doesn't mean you ignore the others, but you basically ensure that this 30% of questions is a done deal, because that's where a lot of questions would be coming up. All the questions are multiple choice, no only one correct answer, so and no penalties for incorrect answers, so no reason for leaving any questions empty. Even if you don't know an answer, just pray and take a good guess and hope that it hits the bullseye in case you don't know the answer. Then maximum time allowed is 3.5 hours. Questions are based on Bloom's taxonomy. Now, this is not something we will delve deep. It is just a training mechanism. We'll just cover it on a high level. It is not related to business analysis per se. It basically defines how IIBA comes up with its questions. It's just a good to know information. These are the 5 steps. You take the CBAP prep course. So you're already in step 1. You are taking the CBAP prep course. If you are confident, pay and submit for your application, pay for the examination, schedule your exam, take the exam, crack it. Simple, 5 steps. This is Bloom's taxonomy. If you want to know more about Bloom's taxonomy, please go to the Wikipedia page. It has a very detailed description. I'll not spend too much time here. It's basically a training methodology which describes how a particular training module or an examination has been structured. So the primary area they are trying to evaluate is knowledge, then comes comprehension, then application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. And what are they doing? How are they doing that? So they are trying to understand whether you can recall information. So that's the most key important thing. If you see, it's all about memorizing and correlating with the jargon. The other things are there important, but if you want to crack the CBAP certification, you have to spend at least a month or 2 after this training session of 30-35 hours. Take 2 months, do dedicated preparation, study, remember as much as you can. The terminologies, the definitions, they play a very important role when it comes to cracking the CBAP certification. Then interpreting facts and understanding meaning. So there you have a little bit of a case study kind of a thing where you will have some kind of a scenario given and you have to basically pull out the meaning from that description. And then you'll have some problem solving and problem solving and critical thinking related questions where you have to think beyond what is given in the description and come up with an answer. Patterns, hidden meanings, drawing conclusions, assessing ideas and making reasoned judgments, they are also all parts. So some questions would be in those levels as well. But if you see, two levels that are the most important is recalling information and understanding the meanings. So the first one you can only do by mugging up, going through the BABOK, spend at least 2 good months before you invest the hefty application fee and all the examination fees and etc, because you would need that time. And if you are all working already and if you have jobs, then 2 months is the good time. If you are not working, if you are a student who has some time, maybe you can do it in a month or so. But if you are a working professional, then I would recommend take 2 months, prepare hard, and only then register. So this is also an introductory session about the book BABOK. So I already mentioned this book is an assembly, or it's a consolidation of knowledge, shared experiences, case studies over the years among the business analysis community. So it basically is to guide the profession of business analysis and set the commonly accepted practices as part of business analysis. All your CCBA, ECBA, CBAP examination questions, or rather the concepts and the content, comes from this BABOK. You don't need to refer to any other textbook, any other portal, etc. Whatever there are. I mean, online, if you go and search, you'll find thousands of links for various business analysis concepts. But for this certification, this book is the whole and soul. You don't need to look into other stuff. Little bit of a history lesson. 2004, the development began. First major release in 2006. It was version v.1.6. 2009 updated to v2. 2015 rollout of v3. So rollout doesn't mean it. So they just rolled out the book, but people who took the examinations up to 2016 had to take the examinations on v2. Only after 2016, or rather 2016 onwards, sometime in 2016 onwards, the examination also started adhering to v3. So I did not take my examination on v3. So let me make that clear. So although I'm training you on v3, I was a v2 guy. But again, there are only a few concepts that are added, and we will cover those concepts at the end of it. Mostly it's agile and business perspectives. So this is just a little bit about the origin and journey of BABOK. 3 years in making, 5 perspectives, which we will cover by the end of our sessions. 130,000 words, 70 plus authors, 85 plus internal reviews, 3 to 5 internal review comments, which means feedback from these internal reviews and changes. 20 countries across the world and 15 industries. So it's not domain specific. Business analysts from various industries have come together to come up with this knowledge BABOK. So the book itself is structured into 6 areas. The first area covers business analysis core concept model. I'll not talk about any of these right now. Then business analysis core concept model. So we will take a quick look at this in the next few slides also. So there are, so we'll come to that. Then there is business analysis key concepts. Again, we'll cover them in the next few slides on a high level. 6 business analysis knowledge areas. So that's the third component of the book. Underlying competencies. So 6 business areas, we'll get to learn what those are. Underlying competencies are certain basic characteristics, traits that you need to have in order to be a good business analyst. So we'll go through that as well. Business analysis techniques. So in order to achieve a particular goal, what are the various techniques you can employ to get that job done? So we will go through, it's a long list of techniques. We will cover each of these techniques in a broken down format when we cover each of these 6 knowledge areas. For every knowledge area, we will have a breakdown of specific techniques we can use or employ for that particular knowledge area, and we'll cover those. And then perspectives. So perspectives are, so as I mentioned, agile framework came up later. So when BABOK was started, agile wasn't a big deal at that time, but agile also evolved parallelly while BABOK was evolving. Then business intelligence was not a big deal. Data privacy, data management, all of these, data governance, was not a, information governance was not such a big deal in 2003, right? So those things also evolved over a period of time. So all of those perspectives have also been included in BABOK to make it more comprehensive. So we'll take a quick look at them as well. So let's take a quick look right now on high level. So what are these things? So analyze, BACCM is nothing but key terms. It's the jargon. You need to understand these key terms to understand the content, concepts, and ideas within the BABOK. It's familiarizing with the terminology. It's familiarizing with the jargon. Underlying competencies, I mentioned before, it's basically the characteristics, traits, behaviors, personal qualities, knowledge that basically make you a good business analyst. Techniques, those things that you can employ, specific activities. Basically, there are a lot of activities that BABOK prescribes, and you use those activities in your day-to-day life, and not day-to-day life in the sense day-to-day work life, and you can actually achieve a lot of your business goals by employing these techniques. Perspectives, I mentioned, so I'll not repeat that again. Let's come to BACCM a little bit in detail. So everything about business analysis. So if I have to define business analysis in one sentence, in one short and simple sentence, or let me put it this way. Why do we need a business analyst? Well, the answer in one short, simple sentence is to either leverage an opportunity or to fix a problem, fix an existing issue. If you are able to do one of those two things, and you are successfully able to do one of those two things, you are actually doing nothing but business analysis. Now, but what is this one thing that I mentioned, leveraging an opportunity or uh, fixing a problem? What is it? If I have to give one word to it, that one word as per BABOK is changes. If you have to leverage an opportunity, you have to make some changes. If you have to fix an existing problem, you have to make some changes. So the one sentence definition of changes is leverage an opportunity or fix an existing problem. If you are successful in doing that, you are a business analyst. But how do you fix changes? It cannot be on its own, right? So there has to be some process. There has to be some other aspects to it. So you need a solution. So if you are leveraging a problem, leveraging an opportunity or fixing a problem, either case, you need some new solution that would do one of these two things. You need a context. You need to set up this problem and this solution in a specific set context. I cannot simply say, let's go to Mars and stop at that. I have to give a context to it. Let's go and talk to the space agencies that are startup space agencies to build up new. So I have to basically elaborate on the specifics so that the change and the solution actually makes sense. A very vague, a very generic context doesn't help. So context has to be established. Value. If I am suggesting a change, whether it's to leverage a opportunity or fix a problem, I have to assign some business value to it. I have to show it in numbers that, look, this is the value this particular change will bring. Without doing that, I cannot even think of implementing a change. Stakeholders. Now, if I want to do something, I cannot do everything on my own. I have to go and interact with each and every person who will be impacted by that change. So anybody and everybody who has any impact because of the change you are proposing is a stakeholder, and you have to go and talk to stakeholders. And finally, needs. When you talk to stakeholders, that leads to more needs coming from stakeholders. And when more needs come in, it can lead to more changes. So again, it's not a linear pathway. You can see this it's what, 6, right? Hexagonal diagram. So it's all interconnected. There is no set sequence. There is no set pathway. You might start with a need and come up with a solution. You can start with a conversation with a stakeholder and end up with bringing some changes. So anything and everything is possible. There is no linear pathway to it. But these are the 6 key elements or core components for any business analysis activity. Without these 6 core components, no business analysis activity can proceed further. So we will take a deeper look, or rather, for every topic we cover, that particular topic would be broken down in these 6 core concepts so that it is ingrained in your brains. So after these 35 hours, at least the one thing you will be surely knowing is what are the 6 core concepts, and you'll be able to count it out. So key concepts. Okay, let's see what are the other things. Okay, so this is basically a description of what BABOK is. I don't want to spend time on this slide because anyways we are going to cover some of these topics in detail, and some you'll have to go through BABOK. The next topic, knowledge areas. So I mentioned there are 6 knowledge areas and you have to be proficient in at least 4. At least proficient in 4, meaning you have to show some experience to be eligible for the examination. So what are these knowledge areas? So business analysis, planning and monitoring, BAPM. So what it means is, even before you do an analysis, even if before you get down and try to break a problem and try to bring a change, you have to plan what you are going to do with that particular scenario. So you have to, so it can be as basic as setting up post-its, collecting sketch pens, booking a meeting room, the basic logistics, to it can be as complex as setting up metrics to measure your own performance. So during the course of this business analysis, let's say I am hired as a consultant for let's say Facebook comes to me and says, I want to introduce a new feature. Pawan, I need you to be the BA for it. Before I have my first call to discuss what Facebook wants, I need to have a plan ready with myself on how I will interact with Facebook and how the whole journey would continue until the product is delivered. So it's a planning for the business analysis activity itself. So we will cover that aspect. It has its own full session. Elicitation and collaboration. So most of the time business analysis spent is in elicitation and collaboration. You collaborate with the team members, you collaborate with your stakeholders, you collaborate with your all stakeholders, you elicit requirements from your stakeholders. When you start talking, you realize that maybe the problem that you identified initially is not that simple anymore. It has its own different sets of problems that might be affecting individual stakeholder groups. So elicitation is the art of getting information out of people. How you talk, how you employ certain techniques, how you gather that information or collect the information, even if the person is not sharing. Simply, let me give you one example. I want tea. If someone comes and says, I want you to make tea, is that if you just go to the kitchen, open a tea ready-made tea packet and prepare the tea and serve it to him, there is a possibility the person comes back and says, no, I wanted green tea. So a user or a stakeholder never expect a stakeholder to give you all the specifics on day one. That's where you have to use that elicitation, the art of elicitation, to come up with the specifics. So a statement like, get me some tea, once you go and get some tea, can be interpreted as, I wanted green tea or I wanted black tea. So you never ask for those specifications, and that would mean elicitation was not done. So as a business analyst, whenever you get a use case, you employ all the available techniques, you gather as many specifics as possible so that the end result is always the best or is as the user expected. So you have to get into the stakeholder's mind. We'll cover it in detail later. Requirements lifecycle management. So you gathered all these requirements, all the specifics, all the details. How do you manage them? So there are these series of steps that you can take and then achieve deliveries. So we will cover all of that requirements lifecycle management in a detailed session as well. Strategy analysis. What is the current status, current stage, or current state? what is the future state that I want? If you know these two things, all you have to do is figure out the gaps and come up with any possible foreseeable risks. If you are doing these four things, you are doing strategy analysis. That's a simple definition. Requirement analysis and design definition. So you have your requirements. Now your requirements, you noted it down in a notepad, or you just recorded a call. But excuse me, you have to dig deep, identify certain aspects, because there might be requirements which are non-functional, which the user doesn't even know. But in order to make something available to a user or a customer or a stakeholder, you probably have to do 5 other things on the background. So for example, let's say I want to build a software application. I need to have server setup or a cloud space license to set up my infrastructure, right? So a business owner or a business stakeholder will never ask you, go and get me Amazon AWS. They'll just simply say, I need to store so many video files in in a easy to accessible location. That's it. So analyzing the requirements leads to more requirements, and then once you have everything, you have to design it in a way which is easy to understand, most likely in a visual way, a flow chart, a swim lane, a workflow. So we will go through all of those possible ways of designing and modeling the requirements. And finally, solution evaluation. You have to come up with metrics, KPIs, which are key performance indicators. So which indicate whether what you have developed or what your solution is, it is meeting that requirement. So you have to have certain metrics set up for your solution. You have to have a process set up for uh, not just KPI. So there are other elements to it as well. We'll cover that when we come to that section. So again, all of these knowledge areas are not linear pathways. They are interconnected. So look at the diagram. That's the only way you can remember it. You'll have to keep looking at it, take a printout, or just draw it out and post it in front of your tables, and then you'll understand the sequence. So there is no linear pathway. Everything is interconnected. So you do elicitation and collaboration, that might lead to solution evaluation, or that might even lead you to go back to your planning. So what you had initially planned goes for a toss. You have to replan completely. Or this might lead to strategy analysis. So it's all interconnected. Tasks. So these are definitions. These are some of the key terms, though, as per BAB. Okay, so it's a discrete piece of work that may be performed formally or informally as part of business analysis. So under knowledge area, business analysis, planning and monitoring, what are the various tasks? So you have a list of tasks under this very topic. So how do you plan your business analysis approach? How do you plan your stakeholder engagement? So depending on the people you are going to interact, you have to plan that, right? So some people are overseas, let's say. Some people are not very well versed with computers. So you have to do personal interviews, or your stakeholder group is so large that one-on-one interviews will not help you. So you probably have to do a survey or a questionnaire. So how do you engage with your stakeholders? You have to plan for that. Business analysis governance. How do you govern your own business analysis activity? So meaning, what are your metrics? How do you ensure? So you must have, you might come up with milestones which will give you an idea of where you are at any given stage. So there are a lot of aspects to that as well. Analysis information management system. So a lot of it involves a lot of talking, right? So you'd be talking, meeting, sending out emails, engaging with a lot of groups of people. So a lot of information is getting exchanged. So if you don't have a plan on how you are going to store all of this information in one place, it becomes a really big problem, because information management is suddenly tomorrow some stakeholder comes back and says, look, I never said this, you build it on your own, you'll be in trouble. So you'll have to plan for a proper information management system, and also identify any performance improvement. So if you, during your business analysis, if you identify that there are any problems that are there, so you need to have a plan for improving those aspects of it. So it's like risk mitigation. So you come up with some risks and you come up with some mitigation plans for those risks. Elicitation and collaboration, you prepare for your elicitation, what kind of questions you should ask, open-ended, closed-ended, so on and so forth. How do you conduct the elicitations? Do you conduct it on video calls? Do you have a workshop? Do you conduct a brainstorming session? Depending on the audience and the stakeholder group, this would vary. How do you confirm your elicitation results? Do you send out an email, or do you have a meeting or an interview? Again, different ways you can do it, and we will cover all of those aspects. How do you communicate your business analysis information? So someone might send out an email, someone might have a SharePoint page, someone might have a Confluence page. So again, depends on how you are doing it for that particular scenario. We will cover, or we'll go through a lot of various ways you can do it. And how do you manage stakeholder collaboration? So it's not just you collaborating with the stakeholders. It's also important that the stakeholders collaborate amongst each other. So let's say I'm building a system, and it is going to affect the sales team and the accounting team of a particular organization. The accounting team and the sales team hate each other. If you have seen The Office, you know how sales and accounting relationships go. So let's say the sales team and accounting team hate each other. They don't talk to each other when it comes to requirements. And when you bring them into a meeting, you never end up with a conclusion. That's a big problem. So you not only manage your own collaboration with the stakeholders, you also have to manage inter-stakeholder collaborations as well. So we will cover some of the areas in that aspect as part of that topic. Requirements lifecycle management. So you gathered all the requirements, you brought everyone together, you got all the specifics. You need to have a mechanism to trace your requirements. When was the requirement needed? Why is it needed? All the details. So again, I'll show you some tools and available systems and screenshots, and that will give you a picture of it. How do you maintain these requirements? So for example, sometimes requirements get outdated, they're not relevant anymore, or sometimes certain requirements change completely. So in those cases, how do you need to have a proper maintenance method for that. You need to prioritize your requirements. So if you go and ask any business stakeholder, they'll say everything is a high priority, everything is must have, I need everything today. But you as a BA would know that that's practically not possible. Even they would know, but they will never admit it out on the face. So you'll have to make them prioritize their requirements in such a way, and give them a schedule, basically saying that, okay, you have 10 things to do. Let's go with the numbering. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you give them a timeline or a milestone or whatever. So those techniques we will discuss as part of prioritization. How do you prioritize with stakeholders? Any requirement changes, suddenly requirement changes happen a lot of times. How do you deal with that? And how do you get an approval for your requirements from stakeholders? So we'll cover all of that as part of requirements lifecycle management. Strategy analysis, I think I've explained twice, so I'll not repeat it again. Analyze, define, assess risks, define change strategy, come up with the change strategy. That's the plan. There's one, okay, the one item that is not here is gap analysis, but it's definitely not part of strategy analysis. You usually do gap analysis if you are in a situation where you are trying to fix an existing problem. But if you are trying to leverage an opportunity, gap analysis is irrelevant. So let's keep these as the 4 aspects of strategy analysis. Requirements analysis and design definition. So once you have your requirements, you have to specify them, model them. Modeling means you have to present them in a way which is easily understood by everybody. A visual model can also help. You have to get them verified and validated from your stakeholders. Usually can be done together, or if it's a very complex project, large teams, then you have to do it separately. Define requirements architecture. So how are your requirements? So your requirements need to have a design. So when you come up with the design, that itself becomes an architecture. So let's say you have to develop one module first, only then you can develop another module. So there are certain dependencies that might come up. So if you have that defined well in advance, the actual implementation becomes much easier. Define design options. So how do you define it? Do you use a workflow diagram? Do you use a swim lane? Do you use case diagram? So there are a lot of ways to design your requirements. What are these design options? You need to have a plan for it. Okay, I'm going to use only workflows for this project, but for the other project, I'm going to use a swim lane. So that needs to be planned and available. And you should come up with the potential value and the final recommended solution. So we'll not spend too much time. Solution evaluation, again, I mentioned, how do you measure your solution performance? Any performance measure analysis, any limitations of the solution, any enterprise limitations, all of that fall under solution evaluation. We will cover that in depth as well. So I will not spend too much time on these slides. So it's just a structure of a task. So you need to have a purpose for a task, a description for a task. You need to have some inputs for having a task. What are the elements of the task? Are there any guidelines or tools you have to use to achieve that task or do that task? What techniques would you employ to perform that task? Who are the stakeholders for the task, and what are the outputs of the task? So this is the basic structure of a task. Any task given to you, you need to have any task that is given to you will always have these 8 aspects within it. You just have to figure out each of these for that specific task or for that specific use case. So see, 3 major areas: analytical thinking, problem solving, behavioral characteristics, business knowledge. Some of it is personal, some of it is acquired, some of it is long-term acquired. We will talk about all of these items in detail when we cover the underlying competencies module. Communication skills, interaction skills, tools and technology. Again, acquired, tools and technology acquired, communication is acquired, interaction skills is polished over the years. So you have to have certain intuition, understanding, how do you negotiate a conflict, how do you influence without having authority. So all of these things we will discuss as part of underlying competencies. Structure of an underlying competency: purpose, definition, and effectiveness measures. These are the 3 elements of an underlying competency. Techniques are the actual activities that you can perform that will basically get your task done. So in order to get a task done, what are the things you will do? What are the specific things you would do? So it's a huge list. I'll not go through all the items right now, or none of the items right now, and talk about each of these items. So it's a huge list of items. So you can use each of these techniques for specific use case requirements. 4 elements or 4 parts of a technique: purpose, description, elements, and usage considerations. This one is the most important one. We will discuss that when we cover techniques. Perspectives, I think I already mentioned 2 of them: agile business intelligence. So there is also information technology, business architecture, and business process management. So these are the new perspectives that have evolved over the years, and CBAP or IIBA has incorporated them as part of CBAP, because in today's world, business analysis cannot go without any of these perspectives. So one of these perspectives would play an important role in your business analysis activities. So this is the structure of a perspective: introduction to business analysis. So a lot of this is definitions basically. So we already discussed a lot of these items. So who is a business analyst? A person who is basically enabling a change. So either leveraging an opportunity or fixing a problem. Also, a business analyst is a person who basically is articulate enough to present the needs and the rationale behind a solution. So if you are in a position where you are designing stuff or you are trying to implement a change, you will become the first point of contact who has to articulate these needs and the need for the change itself to the audience. Because if you want to achieve point number 1, you have to be articulate. If you're not articulate enough, you will not be able to achieve point number 1. It can be performed on a variety of initiatives within an enterprise. So there is no boundary, there is no domain boundary, there is no industry boundary. Any and every industry will always have a business analyst requirement. And in fact, with ChatGPT, there is a lot of clamor and worry, right? Like a lot of tech and IT jobs would be gone. Well, the one job that will never be replaced, at least not until we have a AI which is just like another human being, is that of a BA, because dealing with human beings, interacting, articulating, understanding, eliciting, these are the things which cannot be replaced, at least not by ChatGPT yet. Then all of your initiatives can be strategic, tactical, or operational. So it can be on a process level, project level, team level, or it can be long-term strategy, mid-term strategies. Again, like it can be over any type of use case. Boundaries of a project, it can be within a boundary of a project, it can be throughout an enterprise evolution or a continuous evolution. What does that mean? So boundaries of a project means you are working within a project, that project has a deadline and you're working towards achieving that. Throughout an enterprise evolution, so an organization started working, let's say an organization started with 3 departments: sales, accounting, and uh, distribution, let's say. And these 3 areas have a evolution. So they start small, then they grow, then they add in more customers, more warehouses are added. So you are a business analyst throughout this process. Or continuous improvement, so your processes are all set, you are an awesome company. Let's say Google or Facebook. So the basic search engine part of Google, it still has people working on it, right? So it is for continuous improvement. There might be bugs, there might be a better way to do the same thing that was being done before. So all of these things, all 3 aspects require business analysis. And it is also used to understand current state, future state, and activities required to move from current to future state. That's the gap analysis. I mean, gap analysis is a technique that you use, but that's basically what it leads to. What's the BABOK definition of who is a business analyst? So someone who performs business analysis tasks is described as a business analyst, no matter the job title or organizational role. So irrespective of what your designation is in your current organization, if you are performing the tasks that are described in BABOK in any capacity, in any role, you are a business analyst by definition of IIBA. So a few more examples. So some of the activities that BAs perform: understanding enterprise problems and goals, analyzing needs and solutions, devising strategies, driving change, and facilitating stakeholder collaboration. And you would be using a lot of tools, process, documentation, stakeholder engagement in order to achieve all of these. Some of the common job titles for a BA: you have business architect, system analyst, data analyst, so on and so forth. So all of these are still considered business analyst roles. So why do you use BACCM? So it basically provides you context. So context, remember we talked about context. So it describes the profession, domain of business analysis. So it also communicates about business analysis with a common terminology. It evaluates relationships of key concepts within business analysis. It allows you to perform better business analysis holistically, evaluating the relationships between these 6 concepts. And it evaluates the impact of these concepts and relationships at any point during work effort. So I don't want to spend too much time here, and let's jump to the next slide. So okay, so remember I talked about this change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, context, core concept model, and that we would be breaking every topic into that model. So now we are talking about business analysis of core concept. We are talking about the core concept model itself. So here the definitions are the same. So no big change here. So just take a look at it. It's exactly the same that we discussed earlier. But these are the basic definitions as per BABOK. Now, when we are doing this business analysis, you would have to ask a lot of questions. Now, what are some of these key questions that you would be asking? So some of the examples are given here, but the basic idea is, first you have to understand why you are doing these kind of changes. So you need to ask the questions on why are these changes needed? What are these changes what are the needs that we are trying to satisfy? Again, core concept model. If we are doing some changes, what are the changes we are doing? If there are some needs, what are those needs that we are trying to satisfy? If there is a solution, what is the solution that we are trying to create or change? If there are stakeholders involved, who are they? What is the business value from a stakeholder point of view? Again, remember, business value allocation is not a BA task. It's a collaborative task. BAs lead the stakeholders and then come up with a value based on stakeholder opinions. So we'll discuss that in detail on how that is done. But the idea is the value comes from stakeholders. And what are the context that we and the solution are in? So where does the solution operate? Where does the problem statement lie? What is the context surrounding it? So you have to establish that. So these are the primary key questions that you have to ask right at the onset. Some of the key terms, if you can read through it, I don't want to read it out for you. So these are things you have to memorize, or at least know that these are the key terms and their corresponding definitions. So a requirement is a usable representation of, so I'm going to focus on the most critical ones, the ones, I mean, business analysis we have discussed quite often now, business analysis information we have discussed. So requirement. So what is a requirement? So you might have a question, how is, I mean, we are talking about needs, now we are talking about requirements. What's the difference? Well, a requirement is a usable representation of a need. What does that mean? I need black coffee, right? So this is the need. So I need black coffee. I've made a statement. Now, in order for me to get that black coffee, you need to come up with some usable steps, which when achieved will satisfy my need. That is, I'll get my black coffee. So your first step is go get some coffee, get some water, boil it, add sugar if it's needed, and then put it in a cup and saucer and give it to me. So each of these steps that have been described are going to basically fulfill the final need, and it's the usable representation of the main need. So requirements basically are more specific and detailed. A need is slightly highly generic. I won't say highly generic, it's slightly generic. And a design is a visual usable representation of a solution. So remember, the key difference between requirement and design: requirement is a usable representation of a need, whereas design is a usable representation of a solution. So that's the key thing you have to remember. This is one of the most common questions, always there in almost all CBAP certifications. Well, I know only of 3 or 4 instances, but I've heard that it's most commonly repeated. See, coffee is, I need a coffee. Yes, that's the okay, let me put it this way. So I need coffee. That's a statement, right? That's a need. I need coffee. That's a need. Now, how can you present this so that I get the coffee? So you'll say, okay, let's get some coffee, get it in a cup, and I add some sugar, so and so and so, and that comes up to me as a final cup of coffee. So that process on how you are making it achievable is so if you design, so that's the design. So that's basically giving you how things are working. But a requirement so I made a misstatement, so that's why I'm mumbling here. So see, a requirement here is how you present that I need a coffee statement. So I need a coffee itself is a requirement. The reason is it is a very explanatory, and it gives you what you want in a very detailed way. But if I had said, let me think of a way where it becomes just a need. Well, this has become a very simple example, and I'm not able to. So you are right. Getting the steps to get the coffee is the design, because it's how you get the coffee. It's the solution. And I need coffee, that statement itself is requirement. But I'm trying to figure out an example for need in this particular case. So the statement for need would be, I think it can be as basic as need coffee. That's it. But then again, I'm not sure this is the best example I should have given, but let me come up with a better example where I can define requirement, need, and design all together. So we'll discuss that example in the very next few slides. But you are right. You thanks for correcting me in the flow of speaking. I actually made a wrong statement. So requirement is I need a coffee. I need a coffee in a cup or something. So that is a requirement. See, I need coffee is a need. I need a coffee. I need black coffee in a cup and saucer. That becomes a requirement. And how you basically achieve that black coffee in a cup is a design. So you go, you prepare it, you boil water, then you pour it into a cup, place it in a saucer, and hand it over to me. So that becomes the design. So that's the key difference, but we'll get better examples, don't worry. So as we go as per the slides, I'll remember a better example. I'll come back to it. So enterprise, we all know, you all know, it's like a system or one or more organizations. So we all work in organizations. So that's the technical term as per BAB. Okay. Organization is autonomous group of people working under a particular management, can be single individual or a board. So that's organization. Plan is a proposal for doing or achieving something. Again, I don't want to read out all of these things, but I think that gives the picture. So we all know what plans are, what risks are. Risks is an uncertainty. There are different types of risks though, which we will discuss in detail when we do risk assessment or risk management as part of strategy analysis. So there are risks, known risks, unknown risks, known unknowns. So there are some categories we will discuss as part of risk analysis or risk management under strategy analysis knowledge area. Schemas. So let's take a quick look at some schemas. So business requirements. Now let's talk solely about requirements. Now, when we talked about requirements, now requirements themselves can be classified into further subcategories. Requirements can be divided into business requirements. So what's a business requirement? It's a statement of goal, objectives, or outcomes that describe why a change has been initiated. They can apply to an enterprise, business area, or a specific initiative. So let's take a good example here. Let's take the example of sales and accounting teams. So as a X organization, our goal is to enhance profits by 20% by increasing sales. This is a business requirement. It has a goal, it has an objective, it has an outcome, and it is also describing, and okay, it needs to be added is it also has a reason why we are doing the change, so to get more profitable. A stakeholder requirement is slightly different. What a stakeholder requirement is something that is coming from individual groups or stakeholders. So let's take the same example. I need to increase my sales I need to enhance my sales to increase profits by 20%. That's my business requirement. For me to achieve that, I'll have to go and talk to the various teams involved. So I talk to the sales team, I talk to the accounting team, I talk to the distribution team. Now the distribution team says, if you increase sales, we will need more delivery guys in the warehouse. So cost of delivery guys goes up. Similarly, you talk to sales guys, they say we can increase the sales, but we need a better calling application or a computerized application which does fast calling to customers. And accounting says we can do both, but we need a better accounting solution, accounting software to keep track of the increased FTEs. And so now all of these three individual groups have their own requirements. So one guy says I need FTE hike, someone says I need a better software, accounting software, someone says I need better calling software. Now these requirements, my business requirement still is the same. But in order to achieve my business requirement, I'll also have to achieve the stakeholder requirements. Otherwise, I'll not achieve the overall business objective. So that becomes a stakeholder requirement. And solution requirement is, let's say I come up with a solution, and that solution then throws up certain changes that need to be done in order to implement that solution. For example, let's say we implement a accounting software, or let's say we implement that new calling software. That new calling software requires the telephone sets to be updated to some updated versions of a Cisco headset or something like that. So if we do that, then the solution itself is bringing up more requirements in order for implementation of the solution itself. So that becomes a solution requirements. Quickly, solution requirements are now divided into two categories again. One is a functional requirement and the other is non-functional requirement. So what does that mean? Let's take the same example. I'm implementing the accounting software. Now, accounting software, let's say I enter the data, everything gets automatically calculated and displayed to the accountants. That's a functional requirement. But in order for me to implement that accounting software, I need to buy licenses on cloud. I need to basically buy licenses of some server space or something like that. That becomes a non-functional requirement. So a non-functional requirement does not give you an output. It is not, there is no behavior of the functionality, but it is mandatory. It is absolutely necessary to be in place for you to deliver functional requirements. So a functional requirement basically gives you the output, the actual output, physical output, whereas a non-functional requirement is its quality of service requirements. They have to be there in order for your functionality to be made available.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
Timing of business analysis work. Now, so most of the times during the planning sessions, when you are planning for your business analysis activities, you have to do a lot of time management, because it is not just your time that you would be utilizing, it would also be time of various other stakeholders. Also, you would be basically, although you are not you would not be directly managing people or other employees. In most scenarios, you might be, if you are a project manager or a product owner or a product manager. But in case you are not one of these roles and you are not managing people directly administratively, you are only focusing on the business analysis aspects, even then you have to plan, you have to do a capacity analysis. So for example, let me give an example of my experience. Even in my current organization, I don't directly administer any colleagues or co-workers. However, there are people, like for example, there is a scrum master, there's a project manager who have direct reportees. So whenever I have to plan a roadmap for a certain set of activities, I take inputs from them, I sit with them, I ensure that resources are available across the whole board, and to ensure right deliveries and um, uh, to ensure that the plan that is being made takes into account the availability of resources. So this is something that most of you would probably do. If you don't have direct access, you would be interacting with mostly the implementation leads or implementation tech leads. So if you are in the IT domain, it would be tech leads or project managers, practice managers. And if you are in other domains as well, if there is a person who is administratively managing resources, you'll have to interact closely to do a capacity plan for the the set of work that you are proposing as part of your business analysis. Apart from resources, you also have to do a lot of prioritization. So prioritization is an activity wherein so remember, the requirements or needs are not your needs. You are just a facilitator, right? So I'll come to your question, Utkarsh. I'll answer that question. So you are not the one who is coming up with these prioritizations. You cannot say that this need is more important than say another need. So who has that ability, or who decides which need is more important than the other? It would be the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the ones who decide what the priority or urgency of any particular initiative is. Said that, they will not directly walk up to you and say that out of these 100 items, I need this the most. This is my most urgent item, followed by this, followed by this. So they'll not, no stakeholder directly walks up to a business analyst, at least not in my experience as well, and not even what I've gathered from other business analysts. So this is something where the BAs have to manage, or yes, you have managed meetings, or you have to facilitate it. Basically, you have to bring in all the stakeholders, make them sit together and do a prioritization, how to estimate the priorities for these particular pieces of work. So the one simple way is to, so of course the idea is very simple. You bring up all groups, all the stakeholder groups together, and you have to ensure that, let's say if you have 100 items in the list, you have to somehow bucket them into highest priority to lowest priority in that sequence or in that order. Now it's very easy to say that we have to do that, but when you have, especially if you are working in a project which is, so let's say, a complex project, has multiple teams, might have multiple business analysts, might have multiple product owners. Well, product owners usually, it's possible that you might have multiple product owners as well. In that case, you would have to do a lot of facilitation and coordination. So let me give you an example. So as part of one of my product teams that I used to work for in one of my previous organizations, we had around 8 to 10 teams. So 8 to 10 implementation teams. Now, as per Agile, an ideal team is usually 10 to 14 people. I mean, even 14 is too high at times. So 10 to 12 is considered ideal. Anything more than that is not so ideal. And imagine we had around 7 or 8 teams, each having its own 10 to 12 people. And when I say each team usually consists of one BA. And if it's a complex project, you might have 2 BAs working towards the same goal. You might have, so you will have your development team. You would have a lead who is leading the development team. You would have a QA team, the testers, and you would have probably a common QA lead or a common QA manager managing all the QEs within all these teams. Now imagine, and you would have different groups of stakeholders. So same product, different subsystems, different requirements, and each subsystem or each individual team that is working towards a particular goal, the end goal is always the same, to achieve certain things for the whole product, and everyone has to work in a coordinated fashion. But when you have these multiple teams and multiple stakeholders, how do you prioritize? Because in those situations, it's not as easy as putting it up on a chart and saying that you just put numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it's too complex. So you have too many requirements, too many stakeholders, too many people coming up and saying that, oh, I want this. Someone else comes up, says, no, my requirement is more important than yours. I need this happening first. So there is a lot of conflict if it is not managed well. So let me start with some of the basic techniques that are used, and I'll show you a chart on Google itself. So one of the simplest ways is to basically come up with this chart. So this is a common template that is used world over. So you just let's just 1 second. Let me open this in a new tab. So if you see, it's like a 4-quadrant chart. So you would basically create 4 quadrants. The first quadrant says must have. Second one says should have. Third one says could have. Last one is won't have. Won't have meaning it might have come up as a requirement, but in terms of prioritization, you won't actually do it. Sometimes this because sometimes what happens, people don't want to say we don't want this particular feature. They'll simply say this is okay, this is a nice to have feature, we can do it later if we want, but right now we don't want. So that's why this Moscow chart sometimes changes slightly. It says must have, should have, could have, or nice to have as well. We are ranking the set of requirements, but you're not ranking them in absolute numbers. You're not just creating a ascending order list saying this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. You are bunching up certain requirements and saying all of these requirements need to be delivered, let's say within a particular time frame. You agree with the stakeholders. So let me go back to that example. So we had those so many stakeholder groups. So we said, of course, not everything can be done in one day. So see, a lot of times when you have if you have many stakeholder groups and you have many requirements, a simple ordering of which requirement is most important and which is the least important is not possible. You cannot ask. So let's say we have 5 groups in this particular audience itself. You might feel that doing X is very important for you as a stakeholder. Remember, stakeholder needs. So when you start talking to stakeholders, different stakeholders, they will come up with their own needs. They'll come up with their own requirements. So you as a stakeholder might think that a particular requirement is very important. As a different stakeholder might have a different need, which is a priority. So that's a conflict, right? Which one do you choose? Which one do you say will go first? So the way to balance it out, or to make it or rather to negotiate within these stakeholders, you need an approach where you do not do an absolute ranking. So as absolute numbering is not possible, what this chart shows you is you are basically putting items in 4 large boxes. You are not saying that, all you are saying is the items in this box are more important than items in this box. You are saying items in this box are more important than this, and this is the least important box. Within them, right now, you are not taking any call. You are just bucketing them on a high level. So basically, the approach is you draw down the priorities step by step. If you directly jump and say, give me 1, 2, 3 numbering, there will be conflict of interests. So in this approach, what will happen? I'll say, okay, Utkarsh, you gave me 10 requirements. Sanjukta, you gave me 10 requirements. But out of your 10 requirements, Sanjukta, which ones do you think are the most important ones? So you will say number 1 and number 2. I'll say, okay, let's put that in must have. And I'll ask Utkarsh, what are the requirements in your list? He'll say A and B. So I'll put A and B in must have as well. That way, the most important requirements for Sanjukta have come into the list. The most important requirements for Utkarsh are also now part of the same list. Now that's the first step. Now you have basically added one level of filter. You have segregated the most important issues for all stakeholders. Those important issues that are important but can be waited for, you have put them in this green box, and items that can be developed but at a very later stage, not right now, not very relevant, you'll put in this box, and won't haves are the ones which you will not even focus at this point. Once this is done, so once you have basically added a filter on all the requirements of all the stakeholders, then there are different, now from here the situation diverges. Now it depends on your target audience. If your target audience is more cut. So you'll have to think, or you have to identify what is driving your target audience or your stakeholders. So there might be a stakeholder. So see, they have color coded it as well. So this, for some reason, the image has not opened the way it should have opened. So these colored boxes should have been placed next to each of these items. So it is also showing you a status. It is also showing you a status of these items that have been added into the list. It is quite possible that out of the 10 identified must-have issues, some are already done, or some can be in progress, or some are not yet started. So that color coding is basically to give the stakeholders a view on what is the current status of their particular requirements. So it got merged for some reason a little bit, so it's so that's why it's a little bit confusing, but it just gives you a status of it. No. So yeah, so does it mean it's a baseline requirement? So all of these are baseline requirements, Gotham. In progress, yet to start, uh, and completed is the status of the delivery of that requirement. So is this a requirement that is completely fresh, nobody has done any work on it, and everything is pending on top on that particular requirement? If it is so, it is not yet started. If it is a requirement which the team has already figured out it needs to be done and is already working on it, you keep it in progress. And if it is already delivered, it's a completed box. So it's just a status of the requirement. Again, you need not use these charts always. It all depends on the target audience. Let me go back to the point where yeah, so now at this stage you have highlighted or filtered, you have applied your first level of filter, and you have segregated the high level items. But how about, so what's the next logical step? Now I need to even filter further, even among the must-haves. Which ones do I start first? Which ones I can do a bit later? So we have to take certain calls, right? So what you can do is be innovative with the same Moscow chart. Now this Moscow, or let me show you a better chart. So I'm showing you one example. There are many others, but let me show you one example here. So a lot of times what happens, you have to figure out what your audience is really concerned about. Why do they want these requirements on such high priority? That is something you have to figure out, and that will vary from scenario to scenario, use case to use case, product to product. Now I'll give you an example of, so in my situation, it was efforts versus gains or effort versus money. Either one, I don't remember exactly what my situation was, but the idea is, so now you have to even further filter certain items out. There you can use certain, so this is also a quadrant view. So now you have these must-haves, let's say, all your 10, 15, 20, 30 items you have in this box. So now you will not look at should have, could have, or won't have for now. You'll just park them for future. You will just say that, okay, we have already agreed these 20 items are the most highly needed or most important items. So now what you can do, you can draw an effort versus impact chart. It's also pretty straightforward, straight 4 quadrants. First one is easy wins, meaning it is of very high impact. So out of these 10, 20 items that you identified as must-haves, you can say that 4 or 5 of them, they are high impact, meaning users will get big difference if it's delivered, and it's low effort. So that becomes the first choice to pick up from that list. So this is your second level of filter. So out of 20, you can pick the next 5 items which are easy wins, or any number that comes out of discussions. Then you have big bets. Big bets are high impact. Everybody knows it's high impact, but everybody also understands it's not easy to deliver. It's high impact, but high effort. So you put all of them in this bucket too. Incremental are things which are low effect, low impact, but they are low effort as well. You can deliver them easily. And money pits are low impact but very high effort. Small change doesn't deliver much value but takes a lot of effort. Once you put them in these quadrants, you have applied your second level of filter. Here, what you can do, so that if that solves your problem, awesome. You pick up your items, you start implementation, or rather you start putting priorities. If it still doesn't solve your if your project is too big, too complex, and you still have around 20-30 items on each of these buckets, then you only focus on high impact easy wins basically. But the best suggested way is, so this is called impact versus effort chart, Gautam. So it has no specific name. It is called impact versus effort chart. But again, as I said, sometimes certain organizations or stakeholders don't care about the efforts. They care more about costs. There are fixed budgets. So then you just have to change this graph and rename this x-axis to costs. So it can be an impact versus costs or an impact versus effort. Either way, you will get a second level of filter, which will basically draw down the items that have been listed as must have, and it can be even further segregated and easily prioritized. So once you have these events, they become the most logical picks, but you do not ignore the big bets, by the way. If because big bets are also high impact. Yes, they are high effort, but they are high impact. So you need to have a plan for big bets also. You simply ignore so incremental you can do in future. Money pit, you don't even look at it at this point. So this basically gives you, and again, this whole activity is very interactive. It's not like you are just asking a question and the stakeholder is answering. You have to be a good facilitator. You have to bring people together in, make it so maybe a large board with these charts or these quadrants drawn. You ask the stakeholders, you give them post-its, and you ask them to write their requirements on the post-it, so they go and pin it on the wall. So things like this, making these activities interactive, reduces that tension, reduces that conflict of interest, and end of the day you get all the information you need, or you get your estimations and prioritizations without much hassle. The first one is Moscow. So this is the Moscow chart. The second one is impact versus effort chart, or you can also search for impact versus cost chart. So it's just a 4 quadrant, only the x-axis changes. Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ritika. I should have started with that. So Moscow is an acronym here. So if you see all the capital letters, so M stands for must have, S stands for should have, C stands for could have, and W stands for won't have. So it's an acronym for must, should, could, won't. But those little O's have been added, so it makes more sense. So Power BI is not used, or is not a suitable tool to use for prioritizations or estimations. Power BI, you can use Power BI to show some data which might influence your prioritization. You can so if you are in the data driven industry where your data is what is deciding which requirement should be more important and which ones shouldn't be, in that case you have to use a tool like Power BI to visualize that data and bring all the stakeholders to the same table. But if your project or product or the initiative that you're working on doesn't deal with big data or any kind of huge data sets, numbers basically, in that case Power BI wouldn't be that much relevant. So there might be multiple business cases. There will be multiple stakeholders in one business case. See, a business case is a high level need, right? Like it's like a high level business need that needs to be fulfilled. Now, it is possible that you have one big business case and all the stakeholders are working towards it, but they have their own specific requirements. Or it can be the other way around as well. You don't have a business case, you have a business goal, So mostly in product development, what happens is you have high level goals. So you have a business goal and you have multiple business cases for that one business goal. So that is also possible. For example, the current product that I am working with has so many business cases, at times it becomes really difficult to negotiate with different stakeholder groups, because everybody wants their own business cases to be fulfilled. So both are possible. um, it can be one business case with multiple groups and stakeholders with their own requirements, or one business goal and multiple business cases followed by multiple stakeholders and their own requirements. So this chart is where we are bringing in timelines, right? So timeline is always a factor. Any stakeholder that you discuss with will always say that he or she wants everything yesterday. That's always usually the way a business expects deliveries. That is why, in order to basically smoothen it out, so you would have your end level deadline. So let's say we have milestones. End of quarter 1 we will deliver 10 items, end of quarter 2 we'll deliver 10 items. Remember capacity planning we just discussed? So availability of resources, so that is done based on timelines only. So if you have 50 resources today, maybe tomorrow there 10 people will go on leave, so all of that is taken into account. And the second graph that we saw, time versus effort, this basically adds the filter and brings time as an important factor. So if it is high impact, uh, high effort, that means high effort means it will take more time. So it basically indirectly is bringing in the timeline or time duration into the equation. It's a filter. So it's not just impact versus effort, Gautam. So I need to specify that again, because depending on your if your audience, or if you're working in an organization which really doesn't care about the timeline, so there is no hard deadline and efforts, even if it takes more time, they're okay with it, then this is not the right chart for them. Then you probably have to go with impact versus costs or impact versus risks. So depending on your local environment and what is driving them is what you will come up this. So the format remains the same, only the x-axis keeps changing. Y-axis remains the same, only x-axis, instead of effort you can have cost, you can have risk, you can have employees, you can have resources. I mean, depending on the use case, you just modify the x-axis, whichever is driving the stakeholder group or the audience that you have. This is one of the most commonly used charts. So that's what I said, right? Like people just change the x and y axis, and it can be fit for, you can fit this chart in any use case for any activity you want to do. Okay, so yes, I think it comes from statistics only. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of insight on priority and how do you handle prioritization. So guys, we would have a lot of repeat of these topics in our subsequent slides, but on topics where I have already spent some considerable time explaining, in those cases I'll be skipping them in the future. Or if I have not covered an item that in that detail, I'll try to cover that in the subsequent slides. So prioritization we will revisit as part of elicitation, collaboration, and also as part of requirement like cycle management or RCLM. So we will be coming back to these topics, but I'll not spend that much time because we have already discussed on how one has to do prioritization and how do you figure out the urgency of an initiative. Cool. So now let's move on. Okay, now while you are doing all of this, so you are doing this capacity planning, you are doing all this prioritization, you will also have to ensure that you have one eye open on any other concurrent initiatives that might be taking place. What does that mean? So I am changing an application. Let's say I'm updating a software. I'm replacing so let's say there is an accounting firm, and the accounting firm has come and said that we need an upgrade of our accounting software so that when sales teams come and they drop in their sales data, we will have a clear picture in the accounting department. So I have been hired for the accounting team and I am doing an upgrade for accounting. I certainly know here that there is now a software upgrade in the sales team also. if I don't take into account that initiative, I might not be the one driving that initiative. I might not be even part of that initiative in a direct capacity. But if I don't factor the implications of that software upgrade, imagine I come up with a software upgrade with accounting, and the sales also upgrades their application, but I have not figured, none of the BAs spoke with each other, though there is no interaction. Then now these new systems can't even talk to each other. The old systems can, but the new systems can't interact. Or there is some dependency. Without sales data, you cannot have your accounting software, right? So you are ready with your application, you are sitting, but no, nobody can use the system. Why? Because the sales system is not ready. So any parallel concurrent initiatives that might be working around you in that particular ecosystem have to be factored in, which might have some kind of dependency, of course. I mean, if it's an absolutely independent development, something someone is doing, you need to know about it, but you don't need to invest any time in it. And finally, constraints such as contract terms or regulatory deadlines. So yeah, and then you have to look at contract terms and regulatory deadlines. So one example of this, let's say, so every country has these regulatory bodies, right? So which regulates how stock market should be trading, how banking and finance sector should be working. Now imagine that a particular country's government has made a decision that by the end of next month, the way certain trading is done, or let's say the way certain banking transactions are done, have to be changed or updated. Now, if you do not take that deadline into account while planning, and if there are certain changes that you have to make to your banking software, which will enable or which will basically comply with that regulatory guideline, after 2 months, your system might be still awesome, working great, but if it doesn't meet the government's rules, then you cannot use it. So for certain sectors, regulatory deadlines or contract terms are absolutely deadly. So people have to stick to those governments won't compromise. Or a regulatory body will never compromise. They'll not say that, oh, maybe you need a little bit more time. No, their deadlines are their deadlines. So there is no compromise when it comes to regulatory deadlines, and certain contract terms as well. Like if there is a very hard contract which involves certain specific details. So in that case, you cannot plan beyond those deadlines. Okay, so the next one is complexity and risk. So guys, this can be also another way to filter. So this chart, because I have used complexity and risk myself, x-axis you keep risk, on y-axis you keep complexity. So this is very helpful, or this is a very useful way of analyzing complexity and risk, especially in projects or products where you don't have hard deadlines. And
let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following machine learning algorithms is best suited for natural language processing tasks in business analytics? And your options are decision trees, k-means clustering, support vector machines, or recurrent neural networks. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by IICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
So complexity versus risk analysis is very helpful if one, you don't have very hard and fast deadlines. Two, you don't have a very high pressure stakeholder group, which means like you don't have your stakeholders sitting on top of you saying, I need this tomorrow, I need this yesterday, why it's not delivered. So you don't have that level of pressure. Mostly it is very useful if you are doing some kind of a research project. So you are in the cutting edge technology business and you are trying to develop a new system. There is an investment, you have a lot of money, but there is no immediate pressure to deliver. But when you deliver, it needs to be really awesome. So there, and you are starting from scratch, so there is a lot of unknown, so there is a lot of risk. So there you can do this chart, the same chart, you can break it down, change the axis to complexity versus risk, and there you can prioritize using this complexity versus risk. And this risk can be anything. It can be risk to the organization, internal factors, external factors, anything that impacts your work. So some of the things that can impact the complexity. So some of the factors that can influence complexity are size of the change, number of business areas or systems affected, geographic, cultural considerations, technological complexities, and any risks that would impede any business analysis effort. Even as simple as a person is not responding to your emails or not giving you time enough is a high risk when it comes to business analysis planning approach. So for example, you have 5 stakeholders, you know, few of them are so busy that they never ever give you any time. If you don't get the time with stakeholders, how will you analyze the needs and requirements? So you have to mention that or flag it right at the onset during your BAPM, saying that this is my risk. This and this stakeholders are not usually available because they have a lot of other work, and I'm flagging it right at the onset. So tomorrow, if you do not deliver on their requirements, you would have that safety net saying that, look, I already escalated and I never got my meetings with you. And certain risks that, I mean, that was complexities. Now, then there are certain risks that come with factors that can influence, high risk. One is the level of business analyst, experience level of a business analyst. Everybody has a journey. When I started, I used to get very agitated if there was, I was not a conflict resolution guy at that time, so I had to learn it the hard way. So experience of the business analyst plays a very big role. You might have difficult groups of stakeholders, you might have difficult team members. You still have to maintain a cool head, plan everything out, document everything out, and never lash out. Remember, your fight is not with any individual or group of individuals. Your fight is to ensure that the product is a success. Product, project, process, whatever you're working on is a success. That's your fight. If you are aligned with that, then but again, it needs time. So when you're young and you're starting out, you don't have that patience. So people have to have, that only experience can bring within a business analyst. Then you have domain knowledge held by the business analyst. So this is where again it becomes really important. I have seen business analysts struggle. So if you remember, I mentioned I am a domain expert in where I work. So I did not stray far away from my core domain. However, I have seen business analysts from other domains coming into my domain, and I could see their struggles. It's not that they were bad business analysts, they were brilliant business analysts, experienced with years of experience, very nice, very polite, very good skills. But the lack of business domain knowledge, or the domain knowledge itself, uh, makes the job twice the difficult. Someone with domain knowledge can just do it within, say, 2 days, and for someone without the domain knowledge, they'll have to interact with the subject matter experts, have additional discussions, figure out the complexities, and then do the implementation. So it makes the job twice the difficult than it is if you don't have the domain knowledge. Level of experience stakeholders have in communicating their needs. Now, this is something which has nothing to do with the business analyst, but it is equally a big risk. So a lot of times communication, so you might be a really awesome communicator. You are very articulate, you are explaining everything perfectly and everything is clear, but your stakeholder is not able to. So the stakeholder wants X in his mind, but when he's talking to you, he's talking about Y. So that's where again you will have to do some kind of elicitation. But if stakeholders have real communication issues, then that is a big risk. It might lead to unsatisfactory requirement fulfillments. It won't mean that the work won't be done, but the requirement fulfillment would be not as expected at the end of the day. Stakeholder attitudes about the change in business analysis in general. This is the biggest of all risks. So if you are in the technology, AI, automation, these kind of industries, your stakeholders, your end users, and if you are basically in a disruptive industry, so let's say something like ChatGPT, what is it going to do? It's going to make a lot of jobs irrelevant. Now, once ChatGPT released, so many technology companies in the country are latching on to the power of ChatGPT, and they are basically creating their own automation systems. And these automation systems now are going to replace so many jobs. So there is going to be resistance to a system like that. Or the stakeholder simply doesn't believe that the change that you are trying to do is going to make any difference. So there are certain old school traditional businesses which don't believe that systems or automation can be taken to a level where a human being is not that effective. So all of these attitudes, preconceived notions, beliefs of the stakeholders themselves are a big risk. They will become a big roadblock if not identified and handled properly at the onset. Once you are in the middle of it and you realize that the stakeholder doesn't want to interact with you because he doesn't believe in the project itself, then you have to use other methods and it would be too late. So if you identify that beforehand, you can basically, so I'll not talk too much about how you can influence, that we will cover later. It's called influencing without having authority. So you don't have any authority over the stakeholder, but you will have to make sure that the stakeholder gets converted to your view and your project view by the end of the day. So we'll talk about that in detail later. Amount of time allocated by stakeholders. So I already mentioned this, so I'll not go in detail. So you have to, if someone is not giving you enough time, especially stakeholders who are usually on senior levels, needs to be flagged and highlighted immediately. Excuse me. Any pre-selected framework, methodology, tools, or techniques imposed by organizational policies and practices and cultural norms of the organization. What does that mean? You go into an organization, you are well trained, you have done all your certifications, you have full confidence in how to work. Your organization has a weird policy or a weird red tape based bureaucratic environment wherein you cannot simply you cannot take a requirement, finalize it, follow the processes that you have learned and get it done. No, you have to go through a chain of command. There are 15 people, everyone has to sign off. There is a long list of documentation, takes unnecessary time, waste of resources, etc., etc. It's a problem, but you cannot call it out right away, right? So you have to highlight it as a risk. You have to say that, look, we have 15 people in the chain of command. If I have to go and get sign-offs on 15 people, it's going to take me at least a week to get a final sign-off. Is this an acceptable risk? I'm just flagging it as a risk. The management can take a decision whether it's an acceptable risk or not. A particular organization does not have the necessary tools or techniques or technologies that are needed for you to perform as a good business analyst. There is no repository to store your information. Everything is stored in emails. That's a big risk. Information governance is not being handled properly. Well, you won't encounter such scenarios that often. Most of the organizations are mature and robust enough to adopt the most recent and new methodologies and frameworks. But God forbid, if you are stuck in a place like that, it's your job to at least be frank open and highlight it right at the onset. Do not be blunt or rude about it. Be as polite as you can be, because it might cost you your job. But raising a red flag is never considered as bad. And cultural norms of the organization. So one example is, I mean, you understand, right? Like for every country, every culture, there are different. So people are not available on certain festivity days. You have to take that into account. People are not accustomed to a certain way of working. So these days, almost all multinationals have the equality, diversity, inclusivity, all of those things included. But God forbid you are stuck in a place which is not as inclusive or as diverse or as um, you know there might be some organization somewhere out there that still doesn't believe in these concepts. So if you are stuck there, then you have to politely again mention your red flags, and of course only if they are impacting your project. Unnecessarily you wouldn't want to uh, I don't know, but Rishabh, I don't I cannot comment. So any organization, cultural norms you have to ensure to be, if they are impacting or going to have an impact on your product or project, you have to politely raise a red flag. Acceptance. So business analysis approach is reviewed and agreed upon by key stakeholders. So okay, so this is what I was talking before as well. So you have to have a plan for acceptance. So of course there is a risk if there are too many people in the chain, but even if there are not too many people, there are only 2-3 people, you need to have a plan on how you will get your sign-offs. To be very honest, no matter how experienced you are at business analysts, you will make mistakes. I learned it the hard way very recently. So even after all my years of experience, I missed on this particular point in the initial few months of my joining a particular project. I did not have this acceptance process validated, approved, and documented. It was just all on mutual understanding. Yes, everybody knows this is the acceptance process. This is how will the sign off will happen, and this is how everything is going to work out. And we were following the process. Everyone was giving the sign offs. Everything was done. End of the day, the business comes back, says this is not what I wanted, and I did not have a documented, approved, or approved or signed off copy. So those mistakes cost you a lot. They hit you, basically they hit your performance, or they hit your speed. It doesn't affect you as a person, but it affects your speed within the project. It affects your performance within the project and the performance of the project as well. So make sure that stakeholder acceptance is planned right at the onset. Mistakes can happen to anybody, but this is something which we should not miss ever, because it backfires big time. So we'll not talk too much here. So there are a few guidelines and tools. So you can come up with your own performance assessment. So what is business analysis performance assessment? It's just an assessment of the work that you are going to do as part of your business analysis work. It's a self-assessment of that. Let me add it. It can be an organizational assessment. If your organization is very well structured, they will probably make sure that your business analysis performance assessment is part of your KRAs. So you don't have to do that extra work. But let's assume you don't have a very well-defined KRAs. So KRAs are key responsibility areas for those who are not yet in the corporate world. So they basically decide how much money you get paid do you get a hike or not the next year. So if your KRAs, if you are fulfilled and you have done well, the next year your boss comes and gives you a good paycheck. But most organizations would do this for you, but I would also recommend keeping a track of certain aspects which might not be included in your KRAs. So a 360-degree review form that you can send out every quarter or every year, or yearly is okay. You don't want to spam your stakeholders. So end of the year, on a happy new year note, you can just send a link to a self-assessment on how your stakeholders view you. So that gives you a picture on how you have to prepare yourself for the next year. So that's one way to do it. Business policies. So business policies are always guiding factors. So if your business has certain policies in place, you have to adhere to them. So if your business policies to ensure certain norms and certain KRAs, and it's part of your KRAs, you would anyways be doing it because that your salaries are on stake there. But adhere to business policies. That's the bottom line. Methodologies and frameworks. Make sure you have selected the framework or methodology you are going to implement throughout your journey of business analysis. Do not make changes in these frameworks. Once selected, stick with it. In the middle of implementation, if you decide to change your methodology or a framework, it will backfire on you. So plan it out at the BAPM stage and stick to it till the end of the project itself. Stakeholder engagement approach we have discussed extensively, so I will not repeat that again. So it is assessment. So no, you are planning for your business analysis activity, Rishabh. So it's not a previous. So what do you mean by previously implemented results? So there are no results. You are a consultant. You have hired. You have been hired. This is the first step you will do as a business analyst for that particular project. Always use things that have worked well before. We were talking about that, about frameworks, adaptive, predictive, if I'm not wrong, or something different. Do a history check within that organization or within that project or within that particular ecosystem. If there is an assessment plan that has been implemented before, go with that, because anything that has worked well will always work. I mean, it's expected to work well in the future as well. Okay, so let's start with techniques. Now, see, there is a huge list of techniques, right? We saw in our first introduction to business analysis session, and it's a huge list, around 70-80 odd techniques that can be employed. Before I start talking about any of these techniques, let me say this. At any given point of time, as part of your business analysis activities, you would not be doing more than one. You would not be utilizing more than one technique. At the max, you probably would be doing one or two techniques together. However, in your journey as a business analyst, you will be doing covering all of these techniques at one point or the other. At any one given point of time, at the max, it will be 1, 2. And if it's a very complex project, many business analysts working together, you might be having 2 to 3 techniques bundled together as part of one activity. But in your journey as a business analyst, you will be doing, or you will be having these business analysis activities for almost all the items. If you are lucky, one odd or two items might be some things which you will never work with, but 99% of them you will encounter and you will have to implement as part of your business analysis activities. Said that, let me start. So I'll be giving a brief overview of these techniques in these sessions, and in our hands-on activity session, you will be actually implementing these techniques. We will be doing role play activities, and you would be actually implementing these techniques and doing it hands-on. How would you basically conduct a brainstorming session? How would you do an estimation? So we will do them hands-on. So let me give you. So let's start with brainstorming. So a brainstorming is, as the name suggests, a storming of brains. So it's not a complex activity. It's just bringing up a group of people together into a closed room or into a closed conversation, setting up a topic for the day and sticking to that topic till the end of it, and coming up with all the points that are. So it's basically a exercise where you just put everything that is available on the table and you just collect that pile. So you let everyone vomit their ideas, their solutions, their problems, whatever it is. So it depends where you are using this brainstorming. So we are talking about the planning stage right now. So in the planning stage, you would just figure out what all activities you would be doing at various other stages of business analysis. So let's say if you are doing a solutioning, if you are trying to figure out a solution, your brainstorming will only focus on various solutions. If you are if you are doing a requirement gathering or elicitation and collaboration, and you are doing a brainstorming, you will ask your stakeholders just to talk about their pain areas or their problems or their needs. So you just stick to the topic of the day, you gather all the information, you put it on the table, and that's it. That's the end of the session. You don't come to any conclusion in a brainstorming session. That's the idea behind it. No idea is good. You don't challenge any idea. You don't have a debate on anybody's point. So if I say that, okay, we should be doing X and Y to achieve Z, and Utkarsh comes back and says, no, Pawan, A plus B will be Z. That's my better approach. We take both the ideas. We don't debate which idea is good. We don't discuss the pros. We don't discuss the cons. If the agenda of the meeting is just to gather the requirements, if the agenda of the brainstorming is to figure out of these two approaches which one is good, which one is bad, then you only talk about the pros and cons of those two items. So depending on the agenda of the item, you do a brainstorming and you only talk and you stick to that agenda. You don't allow. So as a business analyst, it becomes your responsibility to ensure that the group that is discussing these topics is not getting diverted into other areas. So they should stick to the topic. Business cases are just one high level than a use case. So what are the driving points for a business? So there are different ways you can represent business cases. So let me just show you a few examples. You can check it out on Google yourself. So it is basically a visualization of the high level business requirements. I wouldn't even say requirements, I would say business goals. So they are very high level. You don't describe any specifics. What are the main areas as part of that business you are trying to cover? They are basically listed out. So if you look at these examples, so improving customer experience, a few specifics like what you want to do when you say improve customer experience on a very high level and very visual. So it doesn't talk too much about the specifics on how you will achieve certain things. It just talks about what needs achieving. So writing a business case is, again, depending on the level of the project. Is it at the beginning of it, at the middle of it? Where are you in that project? All of these factors included, you might have to come up with business cases, or you might not. There might be the business cases probably are already designed for you in most of the organizations that you work for, and they're already available for you. So if you are starting on a level where they're already there, you would never write a business case. But if you are not, then you would probably have to come up with business cases on your own. Document analysis, as the name suggests, it's just going through existing documentation. So especially if you are working in projects which are legacy projects. And what do I mean by legacy projects? So let's say I am trying to develop a new version of Windows 12. I will go back and read the documentation of Windows 98, Windows XP, Windows Vista. I'll read all the documentation of Windows 10 and Windows 11 as well. I'll go through all the documentation available for all previous models or versions of Windows. So that is document analysis. So mostly something you will be doing extensively, because if you are working in any work environment, there would always be some documentation related to the business cases, use cases, existing products. So going through that it is like a problem statement, but a problem statement addresses just so a problem statement talks about one problem, whereas a business case can give birth to multiple problem statements. That's how I would put it. So a business case can lead to multiple problem statements. It's a much higher level than a problem statement. Estimation, we discussed extensively. So we discussed some techniques for estimation. So I will not discuss that again. Financial analysis. So financial analysis is something, for some reason, in my 11 years of experience or career as a business analyst, I have never done myself. So financial analysis is mostly budgeting. It's budgeting, planning the financial resources. Estimations is slightly different. So I got it confused with prioritization. So see, we'll come to estimations. So financial analysis is talking about your budgeting. It can be budgeting for the project, it can be budgeting for the resources, anything and everything that falls in between. Estimation is putting a value or putting a number to the work that is to be done. So we talked about they are closely interlinked. So once you are done with your prioritization, once you found out, okay, this is the list of items that needs to be worked upon, you need to assign some value, some number to the effort. It depends on the estimation type as well. So mostly in the IT industry, the estimation is on the amount of effort of work, amount of work to be done, or efforts needed for a work, for a particular task. So the estimations are basically a representation of that. We call it story point estimations, but there are other types of estimations as well. You can have a financial value set up. It would be, I mean, based on your financial analysis, you might set up some estimations depending on the available budgets and the value it brings in terms of money. So you can do, so estimation is just putting a number. On what basis you do that might differ from use case to use case, organization to organization. So yes, there are so many statistical techniques and so many techniques that you can do for estimation. But uh, again, they're all estimation. It all depends on your use case, your industry, your domain. So for example, I would never do a rolling wave Delphi. I don't even know what ROM and PERT are because I'm really bad at acronyms. uh, Rolling wave and Delphi, I've read about it, but I've never used it. So in IT, you don't do estimations on that level. So you don't have data driven estimations. Your estimations are mostly, unless you are in a data driven industry. So if you are in banking and finance and you are developing applications for them, or if you are into big data, Hadoop, all of these things, then you would probably use these techniques. But for us, the simple estimation is the amount of work or the amount of effort, and we usually use the Fibonacci series for it. And we say we assign a story point. So I'll not go into those details as well, like it's like deviating from the topic again, but uh, rough order of magnitude. Okay. So again, depending on the industry, domain, the specifics, the pre-existing techniques that have been used in that industry are more preferred. So estimation techniques, when you say business analytics, what we are discussing is business analysis. So there is a subtle distinction between the two. Business analytics is more data driven. You have data modeling, you have data visualization, all of those things are part of business analytics. Business analysis is a much more generic and broad term. So I would recommend go back to the first PPT that we discussed, Introduction to CBAP. And there was this one big circular chart which had all the streams in it. So practical things in business analytics, there are so many things, but we are not going into that one. We are not going into details of any specific stream of business analysis. Business analytics is also a part of business analysis, right? We saw that in that diagram, but we are not going, we don't have the time to go into any specific stream and dissect it in detail. So I'm pretty sure if you are doing a business analytics course with Intellipaat, you will be covering those other aspects which are more practical, which are more hands-on oriented stuff. but this is like a more generic, higher level of business analytics. Then functional decomposition. So functional decomposition, as the name suggests, it's breaking down of every functionality, the behavior, how. So the best example can be given if you are talking about a UI system, a UI based system. So you have a lot of user journeys, user behaviors, right? So you have to break down the functionality in a level to a level which covers all aspects. What do I mean by that? So let's take the example of Facebook. You enter www.facebook.com in the address bar, hit enter, you come to the login page. It asks you to either register or log in with your username and password. If you have not registered, you have to add certain details. You click on certain buttons. So simply put, the functionality is login. If I have to say, or if Mark Zuckerberg, the first time he was talking to his business analysts, well, he was a programmer himself, so he probably devised it himself. But imagine a situation where Mark Zuckerberg was giving a requirement to his programmers. He would have simply said, look, I need a login mechanism so that users can use their any email IDs. It can be any email ID. I don't care which email ID they are using. But as long as they provide certain details, they should be able to register into my system and log in into Facebook. That would be his requirement. But if you actually look at the way the login functions, it's not that simple as it sounds. So there are so many aspects. What if you forget your password? What if your so what about the security of your email address and the personal details that you enter? So all of these aspects can be drawn out or pulled out once you do your functional decomposition. So you have your functionalities, you start breaking them down into the specifics that are needed for that functionality. Again, it's not requirement analysis. It can be part of requirement analysis at times. There is always this confusion. Is this requirement analysis? Well, it can be if your functionality is simple enough that once you do your functional decomposition, you directly translate that into a user story or a BRD or FRD. If it is as simple as that, awesome. So the example that I gave you, it's a very simple example. So you can call it as a functional decomposition. So basically here requirement analysis and functional decomposition are one and the same. But for complex functionalities, this is a separate activity where you break down the functionality and only that. You don't do anything else here. Interviews, as the name suggests, it's as simple as that. You catch up a person, sit with him, ask him pointed questions. Depending on your use case, you have to select the questions you would ask and come to a conclusion based on the responses that you receive from that interview. It's as simple as that. So again, you don't conduct interviews if you have large stakeholder groups. So if your stakeholder group has, let's say, 50 members or even 10 members, conducting 10 interviews is a lot of waste of time. So you can probably use a technique like a workshop for large groups. We'll come to what workshops are. It's also evident and obvious, but I'll explain how workshops work in terms of business analysis. But interviews are best suited when you have a small core group. So you have just one or two stakeholders, individuals, and it's a small and your deadlines are tight. You have specific questions in your mind that you need answered. An interview is the best way forward. One place where interviews play very crucial role is if you are working on UX. So all of you know about these websites. They look so nice, user friendly. So you have these dedicated UX resources, UX designers. So UX designers are the ones who come up with these mockups, but there is also a group of people who can be business analysts or at times are business analysts. They are called user experience research. The activity is called user experience research. So these people would go up to the end users and they'll ask, okay, what if the scroll button here is, if the scroll button is placed to the right, what do you think if I place this option in the right click menu? What do you think if I just allow this in the toolbar? So all of these UX user research. So they interview individuals and figure out what makes these users feel more comfortable when they are using a system. So that is where interviews actually are used very extensively, but you can use it in many other places as well. Item tracking is nothing but maintaining a list of uh, items or tasks or activities or stories, if you're talking in agile terms, and managing them with the dashboard mechanism, tracking them from their inception to their delivery, and sometimes beyond delivery if something goes wrong. So if you start with a ticket, let's say you create a ticket, you are tracking an item. Okay, this is an item, so you are doing this. It can be a functional ticket, it can be a non-functional ticket, it can be a simple code refactoring, nothing to do with functionality or performance or behavior, just to improve code quality, can be anything. So it's an action item or a task that is being tracked from its creation to its logical conclusion. That logical conclusion can be delivery of a particular requirement, or at times it can even be after it is delivered, something goes wrong, something comes back on that particular issue, and you open another ticket. So again, logical conclusion can differ, but the mechanism of tracking this whole journey of a particular action item slash task slash item throughout the journey of the requirement, or not just requirement, throughout this whole business analysis process, is item tracking. You would be doing this extensively because most organizations have only a few select tools in their portfolio. They either use Altatian's Jira, or they use Microsoft's Azure DevOps. Some of the others use something called as Zoho. I haven't used it much, but and then there are Trello boards. So there are these ticketing systems and ticket management systems which provide you an easy way to do item tracking. So we will take a look at that also when we cover our agile topic. So I'll just show you an example. Again, I don't want to be the salesman for any particular application or tool. All of them are awesome, but I would only be sharing the one that I have access to and I'm very familiar with, and that is Jira. I've also worked on Azure DevOps, but they have a very complex process to register, and so I'll be showing you an example of Jira. Doesn't mean Jira is the only tool. There are so many others. Lessons learned. So we come up together, all of us meet together, we discuss something, we come up with a plan, we deliver something. Some things go really well, everything goes as per plan, we get applause, and life is good. But some things don't go well. We as business analysts need to have a regular mechanism to revisit all of these aspects. What went well, what didn't go so well, what could have been better, are there any high priority action items? So in the IT domain, in the tech IT sector, there is another name for it. It's called retrospectives. So you just bring people together, you ask them a few questions. There are different terminologies people use. uh, I mean, retrospectives can be stressful, right? Like if you are talking about negative things, they might induce some stress. So as business analysts, it's, if you are a facilitator for retrospectives, then you have to ensure that you make it a little bit of a fun thing. Do not address a person, always address the problem. What happens most of the times in lessons learned, four of us meet together, we did something, some things went good, something didn't go well. I say, Pankaj, you did not write, you did not program this code the right way. You made so many mistakes. That's why the whole thing is not working. If I frame a sentence like that, Pankaj, you made a mistake here, and that's why it's not working. I'm addressing Pankaj, the person. That is not the point of lessons learned. You never ever name or single out, or a single out even a role is, I mean, I can put the blame not on an individual, but I can put the blame on the whole development team. The whole development team made mistakes, that's why we couldn't deliver. That is also a strict no. So lesson learned is all about addressing the problem and not addressing the person. The person can be an individual or can be a group. So always address, why did it go wrong, what happened, what went wrong in the code, And the development team will come and explain, like, okay, we made there was a manual error, or there was a system error, or there was some network issue, something went wrong. So the problem should be on the agenda, not the people who might have been the ones behind that particular implementation. Process modeling. So process modeling, I have uh, some plans for this. So I want to park this for now. I think Rishabh, you also wanted to go through this process modeling. So I am going through some good process models. So I have found a lot on Google, but explaining them would require me to understand those use cases first. So I would rather show you some process models that I have created in my past organization. So I do have a repository of the work that I have done in the past. Of course, not without any company, none of them is confidential data. So I would like to share some of that. So let's put up let's hold this process modeling for now. For now, all I'll say is it is basically a visualization of a process. So if you are working with processes, if you are trying to improve a process or trying to leverage an opportunity in a process by changing something, you need to have a visual representation of that whole process and how your change is going to. So data flow diagram is data flow diagram. It is similar, yes. A lot of the symbols and the arrows and the boxes would be familiar to what a data flow diagram has, but the focus of a data flow diagram is to talk from a data perspective. How does a data or a data packet move from one subsystem to another subsystem to another subsystem, and maybe to the end users? But here the driving focus is the process itself. You don't focus on systems or subsystems at all, whereas in data flow diagram that would play an important role. We will see. I have some examples. I wanted to show it today, but I found a lot of examples on Google and I'll have to sort through my backlog. So I will show that. We will be revisiting all of these as part of our other sessions as well. So these would come up and I'll show some examples for process modeling. So this is where you can build your resume basing on emphasizing on these aspects that you have done in the past. So brainstorming, business, so all of these activities, if you have done in any respect, any role, emphasize that on your resume and that will be helpful. Okay, so reviews. So reviews is nothing but going through the requirement. So you have certain needs, certain requirements, everything is set up. So what you would do is you would sit together, a group of people, mostly it is stakeholders, always it is stakeholders, and you would basically go through all of these requirements and needs and even solutions. Even in the solutioning stage, even let's say you are done with everything, you have developed something, everything is ready, even at that stage you would basically need to get it reviewed and final. I would not say validation and verification, because that happens at a certain stage only, but this is the technique that you can use in that stage as well. So you just get it reviewed with whoever your stakeholder is. It's as simple as that. The way it works is it can happen at any stage. So if I'm trying to figure out a business, what is the need right now? I don't know it. Even at this stage, I get some suggestions. So I talk to 5 people. I understand, okay, these are the 5 things. I would again bring back those 4 or 5 people and I will review those specific topics with those 5-6 people. And again, I don't want to bring the word sign off here because that is the next logical step. So as I mentioned, you sometimes mix 1 or 2 techniques and to achieve the end goal. But reviews is just coming up and figuring out what that particular issue is and getting it kind of validated with the required stakeholders. It can happen with at the delivery stage. Once your solution is ready, implemented, there you can do a review. It can happen at the user story writing or requirement writing or gathering phase, where you have the requirements, you need to validate and discuss it with stakeholders. Or it can happen right at the onset, where you don't even know what the business case is, you're just figuring that out. So you can do reviews at any given stage. Risk analysis and management, we spoke about this also. So risk analysis and management, I don't want to dig deep at this stage, but it's basically identifying all the types of risk. The reason I don't want to dig deep is I want to come back to you with the list of types of risk, and that is part of another topic that we have. What are all the types of risks? Not what can cause a risk, but what there are certain categories of risk, like known risks, unknown risks, so on and so forth. So I will come back on that when we cover that topic there. And management is just mitigation. You need to have a plan. At this stage, you don't even know which risk will become a reality. So at this stage, you just need to have a plan on how you will mitigate if some things goes wrong. So you need to have certain backups. So if servers are down, you need to have backup servers in place, etc., etc. So identify the risks and come up with a mitigation plan for it at this stage. Scope modeling. So scope of a project or a particular initiative, I would not even say project, any initiative will always have a scope, right? You would have certain goals that you want to achieve, and based on those goals and your business requirement, you would come up with a boundary condition which would say, if I have achieved all of these 10, 15, 20, 30, doesn't matter, 100 items, then I'm done. And your boundary conditions are basically what define the scope of your initiative. Now, if I put that scope in writing, in paragraphs, 50 paragraphs or bullet lists or tables, it's not really helpful when you are trying to communicate that scope back to your stakeholders. And you have to do that quite often, because there is a term called scope creep, especially if you're working with adaptive approach, not the predictive approach, because in predictive you have everything fixed out, finalized right at the onset, but in adaptive nothing is final. You are evolving every 2 weeks. So there is always a chance that your business goals and your business requirement and the initial scope that was set up is now changed, and that is what a scope creep is. So something gets introduced, something small got introduced this 2 weeks, another thing got introduced the next 2 weeks. Slowly, some unnecessary things which would not have added any value to the original scope do get introduced. So to avoid that, you have to keep reminding. Whenever a conversation happens about the scope of the project or initiative, you have to keep reminding your initiative, see, this is our larger goal, this is our larger scope. Now, in order to do that for scope, if you go with a 50-page document written in perfect English or in tables, lists, not very helpful. A scope model is just a visualization of the boundary conditions and the exact scope of what your initiative is all about. It can be as simple as a workflow diagram. It can be as complex as a use case or entity. What is that called? Entity diagram or something. Yeah. So if it's a technical diagram, it's talking about subsystems talking to each other. So entity diagrams, or if it's a user based, depending on the audience as well, by the way, guys. So if you are discussing the scope model with a technical team, it needs to adhere to certain technical modeling diagrams. If it is adhere to more of the business side of people, there you should not go with these technical diagrams and technical connotations. They'll not even understand. So based on your audience, based on the situation, if there is a need to revisit the scope or discuss the scope, you need to have a scope model ready. In fact, always have a scope model ready at the onset, and that becomes your guiding factor throughout the whole process. Let's pick an example from Google itself. This is a very clean, nice scope model. It clearly gives you an idea of what is to be developed, what is in scope, what is out of scope, and any preconditions or prerequisites or any post conditions that need to be achieved after this big box is achieved. So it makes it very clear. This is our guiding principle. These are the 6 items we have to design. Anything else that comes into the picture, we will take a look at it for sure, but it is not part of the current scope. Once we deliver these 6 items, we will think about the other items that are coming up. So it's just a visual representation. You can represent it with circles. I mean, if you look at Google examples, there are so many ways you can represent a scope model. You can add arrows, doesn't matter. As long as it gives you the right picture, what is the plan that we all agreed to. That should be clearly identified. Anything that has already been identified as out of scope has to be clearly defined and displayed. And any prerequisites or any post scope implementations should also be mentioned. Stakeholders are very, how would I put it as a nice business analyst? Stakeholders' requirements keep changing. If you don't mention out of scope items, so if you know there are certain items which are out of scope right from the beginning, and if you don't put them into this diagram, it is quite possible that scope creep will happen. At some point, some stakeholder will say, I need this determined pricing aspect. But initially you had decided that determined pricing is not relevant at this point. So that might creep into your scope unnecessarily. So defining that right at the onset and keeping it available to everybody at every stage basically keeps you in alignment with what you had initially planned. That's the only reason. And it's not just this. So there might be other items that might come up which are not currently part of out of scope or in scope. New items, they automatically go into out of scope bucket. So if in the middle of some process you identify few more items, they will automatically be part of out of scope items, unless the business says that they absolutely need it. And then there is an activity you do where you basically reprioritize. We talked about prioritization. So we had 6 items in scope. This is what we plan to deliver. If you say that create product description now is very important, has to be done, then tell us which ones out of the 6 can be removed, because not all 7 can be done. So that negotiations process starts. But having this picture makes it much easier. Survey or questionnaire. Well, I think we discussed this earlier as well, but I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with surveys and questionnaires. I'm sure everybody spends quite some amount of time, considerable amount of time on YouTube, and YouTube is one of the best examples for surveys. They automatically give you a survey. Is the last ad relevant to you? Do you want to look at the videos like this that you have seen before? All of these are surveys. They are trying to gather direct feedback from end users. Questionnaires are a bit lengthy, so surveys can be short and it can have subjective answers. So I just write up a set of questions. I send it out to a group of 100,000 people. They will just put in their feedback, and I will use that feedback to enhance my product or enhance my service. So a review is just reviewing a certain aspect, a certain requirement with a certain group of people. Can be an individual, can be a group of people. A survey is a mass thing. So you send out a set of questions to 1,000 people, and the questions are usually crisp, multiple choice, and you gather the feedback from large groups of people. So reviews is only for smaller groups, very small groups, whereas surveys and questionnaires are always for large groups. So I was about to give an example. I was going to use a different term, but that is what is a workshop. So a lot of you might be familiar with terms like discovery sessions, kickoff meetings, inceptions. So all of these things. So let's say for the first time, I'm trying to build a new product, and I don't even know my stakeholders that very well. I have not interacted with them. I've just know that this person is responsible for this product. That's all I know. The best way to bring such large groups of people together and get the most out of them, get the most information out of them, is through a workshop or a discovery session or an inception, whatever. I mean, different organizations call it in different languages, but these sessions are where it's not a 1 hour session. You can have 1 hour workshops, but they're not really effective. At least 3 hours or full day or 2 days or 3 days can be a week-long workshop as well, depending on the complexity of the project and product that you're working on. It can be as long as a week. I've been part of a week-long workshop, although I was not the only BA in it. So we're a group of BAs who are together, man, because it's a week-long workshop. Not one person, no one person can manage it all, right? So we had one person leading the whole thing as the master of ceremonies, and each BA took up certain responsibilities, and we made sure that 1 week-long workshop functioned and was successful. So what do you do in these workshops? So because they are so time taking, like it's not a 1 hour activity. If I have to make you guys sit for the next 24 hours with me, and if I just do this kind of monologuing, do you think can you even last 5 hours? You can't. No human being can. So these workshops are very interactive. They include fun, they have games, they have food, you have relaxation sessions. Then you get back to the work again, and then you jump into the subject matter. You never let the mood go damp or slow. I mean, if it becomes like that, then your workshop is definitely not going well. And you get a lot of information in workshops. So a workshop cannot be the final tech or the only technique to gather all the requirements or gather any kind of information, because in workshops, because it's such a long session, you will have a ton of ideas, and then you will have to go back into your prioritization, into reviews, into process modeling, scope modeling, do all of those things, and cut down the unnecessary chatter out, because you get a lot of information in workshops. But they are effective, especially if you are starting out for the first time with some new idea, new project, new initiative. And it's a very nice place to establish a relationship with your stakeholders, showcase your facilitation skills for BAs. So if you are a BA and you are conducting a workshop, your facilitation skills in that workshop will have a long lasting impression on your stakeholders, and that's the starting point of all relationships in that particular journey. So that's what workshops are. Scope means this is the set of items that has been agreed at the onset, at the very beginning, that we will deliver by so and so deadline. That is the scope of my initiative. A specific set of items set within a specific timeline with some specific targets, and fully agreed that this is all I have to do. That is scope. There are some boundary conditions. Well, there might be many approved requirements, but I would say approved and agreed to be part of scope. Let me put it that way, because a lot of the out of scope items can also be approved requirements. It's just that currently they are not in scope. They will become a part of scope next year. So with certain boundary conditions, you have certain items finalized and agreed that we will deliver this within this year. Within 2020, by end of 2023, we will deliver these 10 items. That is the scope for me and my team. Anything else that gets added to it is a problem, because that will make sure that basically that will make me look bad, because I have committed these 10 items. Any additional work will mean I will not be able to deliver one of these 10 items. A scope model is just a visual representation of this, that we agreed these are the 10 items. These are the 3 items we also agreed that they are needed, but not this year. We can do them in 2024. And anything else that comes up in between, we will add it as part of out of scope. We will plan for it in 2024. But if you think it is absolutely necessary in 2023, we will have to revisit and take something out of the current scope to replace it with the new item. That agreement has to be there in a visual way so that everybody is clear. If you send out an email with long, lengthy, sentences saying the same thing, people might not remember that. But if you put this diagram in a place where everybody is visiting, like a SharePoint page or a Confluence page, or even a big board on your wall, and people are reminded of the scope, so the chances of items creeping in, coming inside the current scope is reduced. Does that clarify what scope modeling is, Vivek? So the stakeholders involved in this particular planning phase would be your domain subject matter experts. If you are not yourself one, you need project managers, because you have to do capacity planning, you have to figure out timelines, financial analysis if budgeting is involved, so all of that has to be done. If you are in certain industries, you have to take into account regulatory guidelines and regulatory deadlines. So regulators are stakeholders, and sponsors. So sponsors play a very important role. So whoever is paying for this whole initiative needs to be aware of your plan. Only then anything else will start. So the sponsor in most of corporate companies would be your product managers, or the sponsors would be someone very high up in the chain, but they would be basically your product managers. Okay, and the final output of this is you come up with your business analysis approach. Planning stakeholder engagement. Now, this is where most of us would be spending our times as business analysts with stakeholders. So having a clear-cut approach defined right at the onset helps a lot when you are actually interacting with people. Now, what do I mean when I say you have to have a clear-cut planned approach? Well, the few aspects, like how are you going to collaborate? How is it your communication going to be with your stakeholders? It involves, let me say, let me put it nicely, you have to figure out the nice politics, you have to figure out the nice dynamics, who has the real power in a particular stakeholder group, who is the ones you can go to for certain information. Figuring out those dynamics, figuring out that local politics is very important for business analysts, and that planning has to happen as part of your stakeholder engagement planning. Some stakeholders might not be able to give you time in one-on-one discussions. They would only come, or some of the stakeholders might be so high level in the food chain that getting specific requirements out of them would be very challenging. So or sometimes we discuss certain risks, right? Certain stakeholders might not be very receptive to the idea of the initiative that you're working on. So how do you work with all these different types of stakeholders? So figuring out the audience, figuring out who are the right people in those audience groups who can actually make things happen, uh, is and how you would basically communicate with all the group members is something you have to come up with at the very onset. So your primary job is to understand the business need and identify the stakeholders. So that's the first logical step. Who are the stakeholders in the first place? So once you do that and you have your business analysis approach already forming up, most of your business analysis approach is already done by now. You know what techniques you will employ, you know how you will document your stuff. So all of those things are already falling into place parallelly. And once you have your collaboration approach and communication approach finalized, you will be set with respect to stakeholder engagement. So simple diagram: needs, business analysis approach you would already have by now. You plan your stakeholder engagement and you execute your stakeholder engagement approach. Or rather, you come up with the stakeholder engagement approach. Stakeholder analysis. Now, this is a very interesting term. So this is a term, so like requirement analysis, this is equally vital. You have to analyze your stakeholders, and analyze your stakeholders doesn't mean how they look, how they dress, where they stay. No, it is an analysis of their temperaments, their pain areas, their likes, dislikes, pulse of the stakeholders. Yes, Gautam, that's the keyword. You have to grasp the pulse of every individual stakeholder. It can be an individual, it can be a group, but you have to figure out that pulse. What ticks them, what drives them, what concerns them. If you figure that out, and who holds uh, the actual decision making within the stakeholders. You might be interacting with 5 stakeholders, 10 stakeholders, and you're talking very nicely, but you suddenly realize none of them have any decision making power. Doesn't help you that much. So figuring out your stakeholder, analyzing them thoroughly, is something you have to do. You don't document all of this. Please do not make any documentation saying that, okay, this stakeholder has these qualities, or this stakeholder likes these things, this stakeholder is very commanding, this stakeholder likes micromanagement. Never document all of these, but always do that analysis in your head. Without this analysis, you will not be able to engage productively with any stakeholders. Identify the stakeholder roles, because when you interact with, so that's again, who has the power, who is the decision maker, who is the subject matter expert, who is the guy who's going to get impacted the most. So identify the roles of so within the stakeholder group, establish these roles. Again, some of these roles can be documented. For example, if a particular team has a product owner, every decision has to run through that particular person or persons. That can be documented. No harm in saying that officially this person is the product owner. Yes, there are 5 other stakeholders who come with that person, but this person is designated by that group as their leader. So you can definitely document those kind of roles, identify those official roles within that organization, and it's also good to document those roles so that anybody who comes into the team later gets a view of who the stakeholders are very easily. So it helps in new joinees or people who are coming later in the project, or other stakeholders who might not be aware of who is the real product owner or who is the one making business decisions. So those kind of information should be documented. If it is official, by the way, don't go with personal traits. Always go with official roles that are available within your organizations. Attitudes. So don't document attitudes, but definitely do an analysis, a thorough analysis. How will a stakeholder react if you make a change? Will they be happy or will they not be happy? You should know that. In fact, the best assessment for your business analysis performance is when your implementation team comes to you and asks, okay, BA, tell me, if we do this change, what do you think the stakeholders' reaction will be? Will they be happy or will they not be happy? If that is happening very often with you, you are doing something right, because that means everybody believes you understand the mood of or attitude of the stakeholder, but you should also basically have a grasp on it. It should not just be a matter of perception. You should really understand what influences a stakeholder's attitude positively or negatively. Never make it an official document, because you're talking about personal traits of individuals. You never know how a person who, once that stakeholder realizes you are actually, it is tantamount to profiling. If you heat map a stakeholder, it is equivalent to profiling a stakeholder. Never do that on any documentation level. You can do it personally. You have your own notes, but make sure that notes are just restricted to you and never see the day of light in front of anyone else. Don't make any official document unless if your company is asking you to do it. In that case, you probably have to do it, but raise that as a red flag. Remember, concerns that you have to raise, risks. So always raise this as a risk, because you never know, right, how people would react. It's a cultural thing. So I would not like you to basically profile me on my personal attitudes, personalities, traits, etc. And if you are doing it, awesome, I would expect you to do it. But if you are documenting it somewhere for others to see, I would definitely not like it. So it's a cultural thing. If your company or organization has a policy of doing it, raise that as a red flag politely. Mention that this might turn out bad if the stakeholders come to know about it. And the possibility of that happening, I understand if it's a company which you are a client company, you're not working with you're working for a company which is outsourced, and you're working for a development team or a client company which is elsewhere, and your information or your confidential documents are not shared. But I personally believe it is not ethical. But again, I'll not comment on how organizations work. But for me, it's like profiling an individual. So do that in your head, but never do it in form of documentation, because your perception of a person might not be the perception of another person. And if you document it, anybody else who comes after you will have the same perception that you had for that stakeholder. What if that stakeholder has a completely different attitude and behavior towards another BA who joins in later, but that BA just read your document and is going with that perception that this person is difficult to handle. So never document these things. Then couple of when it comes to stakeholder attitudes, there are some specifics. So it's not just about the personality traits. It's their attitude towards the business goal, objective, or the initiative that you're working on. That's the key. It doesn't matter what that person thinks when it comes to politics or sports or religion or whatever. Those are personal attitudes. But if that stakeholder has a serious negative attitude towards a business goal that you are trying to achieve, that becomes a problem. Or if they are really happy with your business goal and objective, that becomes an advantage. So the attitude that you are going to evaluate is more on the business goals, objectives of the initiative, how the stakeholders are perceiving that. General business analysis, of course, you would basically see what type of a person is the person comfortable talking in a particular language, in a particular mode of communication, etc., etc. Level of interest in change, we already discussed that point before, where some might be resistant, some might become real roadblocks, some stakeholders might be real roadblocks for the initiative to work, some might be just let it happen, I don't really care, something is happening. So you have to gauge that level of interest that the stakeholders have for the change. You have to identify the sponsors, who is the guy who is actually paying, because most of your stakeholders would not be paying anything for the initiative that you are doing. So keep the sponsor in mind always, because that's the guy or girl who is actually making the paychecks. Team members and other stakeholders, so have an idea of how other stakeholders are interacting with each other as well. So if I think I mentioned this before, if there is a group of stakeholders you have to have a discussion with and they don't agree on anything, then you will not be able to conclude on any of the meetings that you have together. So understand how various team members and stakeholders interact with each other. That is also very important. And of course, work collaboratively in a team-based approach. As a business analyst, never use I when speaking in front of the team. You can use I in some emails if you have done a specific analysis or something. But whenever you're talking, I know these are basics. I know most of you would already know. Those of you are already working in corporates, you would know about it. But those of you who are yet to join any organization, never use the phrase, I did this, I found this, my analysis proves so and so thing is right. Always say we. And that makes a big difference. It makes it, because your end goal is not to, the credit comes to you if the project is successful. So at that point of time, your main goal is to achieve the project is successful, to make the project successful. So saying we more actually helps a lot for business analysts. At least that's been my personal experience as well. We spoke about this decision-making authority. So figure out who actually has the ability to make decisions. Unless you figure that out, you might be speaking to 100 people and none of the things can actually get delivered. So figure out who actually has the ability to make decisions in a group of stakeholders. Level of power or influence. Now remember, as a business analyst, you will never have any power, but you will have a lot of influence, and that influence has to be created or generated on your end. So understand how influence works in that particular organizational structure. Who do you talk to influence certain things to be done? Do not be confrontational. Do subtle pushing. Do not push too hard. If you push too hard, if people are not comfortable with something, you are pushing too hard for it, it spoils the relationship and nothing gets done after that. So use subtle you have to maneuver very subtly. So if you think, okay, this person is resistant, figure out how you can influence that person to achieve that business goal. Again, guys, these statements can be taken out of context, so we are only talking with respect to the initiative you are trying to implement. It's all about getting the initiative to be a success. So the nature of influence or influence structures you need, it is not for your personal growth or personal gain, it is for to ensure that the project is a success. And it also builds up relationships and trust. It leads to that if you do it right.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in a marketing campaign analysis, which metric is commonly used to evaluate the profitability of different customer segments? And your options are click-through rate, customer lifetime value, customer churn rate, or conversion rate. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by IICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
When you are planning for collaboration, timing and frequency of collaboration has to be planned. Most of us work in varied time zones. Big deal. So make adjustments if you can, and start with that, because okay, in my experience right now, my teams are so scattered. I have few in Europe, I have few in America. Now, initially what they did, I sacrificed my comfort zone. So I volunteered to stay up late as per India time, and it built a relationship. Now they start, even the high level stakeholders have started volunteering to make sure that I don't stay up late. So it's a two-way thing. Start that conversation, initiate that, so show that you are willing to collaborate and do anything to make the project a success. The others would respond in kind. Use available tools, online communities extensively. So I'm pretty sure everybody does that in this day and age. Choose your delivery methods. Mostly if it's a distributed team, it would be virtual, and if it's a workplace thing, then you can do in-person deliveries. Again, depends, situational. And always, so stakeholder is king. Like in sales, they say customer is king. In business analysis, stakeholder is king. Always go with the preferences of stakeholders. Doesn't mean be a yes man, where you have to say no, where you have to take a stand, be firm and say no. The stakeholders will respect that. But always keep in mind what the preferences of stakeholders are. And if it is doable, if it is achievable, if it doesn't cost anybody anything, make sure that happens. What needs to be communicated has to be clear on your part. If you are with a stakeholder already in a discussion, don't start searching for topics to discuss. Have that plan ready. What do you want to communicate to a stakeholder in a particular meeting? Keep that very clear and start with that. Choose your delivery method. It can be written, verbal. So of course, who the appropriate audience is. So audience plays a very important role, guys. There might be stakeholders who are technical teams. If you talk too much business in front of them, they'll not understand a thing. And if you talk too much technical stuff in front of a business team, they'll not understand anything. So figure out what the appropriate audience is and structure your communications accordingly. Frequency of communication, how communication should occur, when it should occur, figure out all of those plans beforehand. That's part of stakeholder engagement planning. Geographic location of stakeholders is something you have to keep in mind. when it comes to communications. You cannot expect to drop an email as per your time zone and expect a reply within a certain time frame. You have to ensure that there is that gap based on the geographical location of the stakeholders. And level of detail. So this is again tied to the audience. If your audience is a high level management group, even though they might understand the technical aspects, even if they understand the business side of things, you should not go with too many specifics and details, too many Excel sheets, data sheets, unless that's the need of the hour, of course. So if you are making a management presentation, trying to push for a case, keep a precise 10 slide PPT with all the relevant information, nice fonts, visualize diagrams, block diagrams, not too much of text. So choose the detail of communication as per your audience, as per the stakeholder group that you are dealing with. And also maintain the level of formality of communications. If you are dealing with a stakeholder group, which is your co-workers, colleagues, team members, the level of formality can be a little bit casual. If it is a senior management level or external clients, maintain those formality of communications. These are need to know. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody knows these points, but these are the items that you have to plan for as part of your stakeholder engagement planning. And again, the tools here are similar. So few additional tools. So you have your performance assessment that continues to stay with you. Change strategy. So at this stage, now you have figured out your business analysis approach. You have figured out your stakeholder engagement approach. Make sure, because you are now talking about stakeholders, any change will impact the stakeholders big time. So have your change strategy also planned, and or rather have the change strategy and current state description guide your conversations with your stakeholders. They are your guidelines. So do not talk about something which doesn't exist or doesn't fit the change strategy. Your communication should be guided by the change strategy or the current state description, whichever is applicable. Techniques, we will not go through all the techniques that we already discussed. Let's see if there is any new technique in this list. So we have discussed brainstorming, business rules analysis, document analysis, interviews, lessons learned, mind mapping. So have you guys ever used a tool called mind map? I'm pretty sure you must have seen it. It is a very nice tool. Let me just show you an example and you will be able to recollect. So a mind map basically connects all. So you can use a mind map to identify how various stakeholders are connected to each other in terms of the initiative that you are working towards. What do I mean by that? So let me open. This is a nice mind map, but it's a very small image. But I am sure you can see it now. So if you see, this mind map talks about job hunting. So it is basically showing how various other aspects like type of job, interviews, preparation, resume, cover letter, it establishes relationships with your primary objective. Basically, how are all of these sideshows interconnected with your main objective? That's a mind map, simply put. You can use a mind map to map your stakeholders, especially if you are working in products or projects which are very large, extensive, with huge groups of stakeholders, especially front end, where you have a lot of suppliers, third party applications, a lot of end users. In such scenarios, having a mind map of your stakeholders and their needs. So a mind map should not only be limited to just who the stakeholders are. Well, that's a good thing, but complement that with their needs as well. So that will give you a clear picture, and put that on a wall or put that in front of into your Confluence page. Anybody and everybody who walks in and looks at it gets a idea of why are we doing this, or rather who are we doing what we are doing for. Like whatever initiative I'm working on, who is it going to affect, and what are the primary needs. So that gives a clear picture of that. So a mind map can be a tool that you can use, or a technique you can use for identifying all your stakeholders, because they would be interrelated mostly, and their primary needs. Organization modeling is nothing but, again, organization modeling is mostly done in many cases. If you are working in organizations, you would probably have seen an organization chart. You would know who stands where, which role is responsible for which activities. But when it comes to external stakeholders, or stakeholders who are not part of your organization, having an organization model with who is responsible for what, who is responsible, or who has the final sign-off authority. So all of those roles can be mapped as part of an organizational modeling, and that gives a clear picture to anybody, especially to the management. Well, not anybody. This is a tool that helps the management a lot when they want to understand where are these requirements coming from, who are the ones giving these requirements, and why is this person making a decision. So this organization, having an organization model, gives a clear picture of that respect. But again, you will only be doing it if you are in certain circumstances. If you are working in an organization and you're making products within that organization, the company itself would provide you an organization chart, and you wouldn't probably have to come up with this. We discussed about process modeling, so we'll not go into that. Risk analysis, scope modeling, stakeholder list, map, or personas. So stakeholder list is nothing but a list of all stakeholders. A mind map can be used for the same purpose, or you can use a stakeholder list or a stakeholder map, or personas. Personas is nothing but stakeholder roles, or rather, I would not say stakeholder roles. Another term for personas would be actors. Who are the actors who will get influenced, or who will be influencing that particular change, who will be impacted or get impacted or will impact that particular change. Remember the impact map I talked about? I will show you a more elaborate impact map, but let me show you an impact map available on Google, and this always has personas. So in any impact map, it always, so you are basically addressing a few questions, but there is always a column called who, or actors, or personas. You can give any name here. It basically is talking about who is going to get impacted, or who is going to impact the particular initiative that you're working on. So let's take a look at response. So this is where you can use a Raki matrix also, but Raki matrix is for more data. I mean, in this, okay, let me just open an example first so that everybody connects with what I'm saying. So see, so can we, when is Raki prepared? So you can actually come up with a Raki matrix as part of stakeholder engagement as well. It's not mentioned in this list, but you can come up with a Raki matrix. You can create a Raki matrix. And for others who don't know what a Raki matrix is, it is just a chart which says who, okay, so no, sorry, my bad. You cannot use a Raki matrix at this phase. Sorry, sometimes I say stuff in the flow. A Raki matrix is an action item planner, right? So you have a set of action items, and you are trying to plan who is responsible for an act, for that item, who is accountable for that, who is to be consulted for it, and who has to be informed for it. At this stage, you don't have any action items. You are just figuring out who are all the stakeholders, who are the relevant people in this project. That's it. There are no action items. So my bad, you don't use a Raki matrix at this stage. That comes later. So we will go through the Raki matrix later when that becomes relevant. We have that as part of our slides. And then you have survey or questionnaire and workshops, which we already discussed. See, this list of stakeholders is the primary ones, but doesn't mean they are the only ones. Customers, domain subject matter experts, end users, project managers, regulators, sponsors, supplier, all of these are primary stakeholders. But let me just add a sentence. Any and every stakeholder who has an impact or will have an impact has to be part of this list. So it need not be just these 4 or 5 roles that we discussed earlier. And you come up with your stakeholder engagement approach. So the next is basically the governance. Governance is, what does governance mean? How does a certain set of, how will a particular initiative be governed? Like, who is responsible for what? How will you validate certain things? Who makes certain decisions? So all of these approvals, verifications, who is responsible for prioritization? Who is responsible for developing the code? Who is responsible for UX designs? So planning out all of these and assigning these responsibilities to individuals is something which you do as part of planning business analysis governance. And if I'm not wrong, this is where your Raki matrix will come, but let's go through the slides. So make sure everything is up. So I'll not read it through, guys. So I'm pretty sure what you have to do is be practical, identify who needs to do what, do the prioritization, and make sure that right people with right authorities and right responsibilities are involved in these discussions. Because see, a lot of times a lot of discussions happen, and if you make a change, you might know the product or project very well, you have a lot of experience, but you are not a decision maker in any of this, you are just a facilitator. And if you take decisions which for some reason go bad, it will be, it'll turn back on you. So always ensure that the right people with authority and responsibility are present whenever a change is being discussed or proposed. Ensure change requests are analyzed and assign it to the right person. Approval of the changes has to be done with the right authority, and change how you will document and communicate the changes. Most of the times that's your job. So as business analysts, we have to document and communicate all these changes to all the teams, unless of course your organization has a specific dedicated person to do the stenographic work, which nobody does usually these days. It's left to the BAs to communicate and document all these changes. So you come up with your governance approach. You have your business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach is done. You plan your business analysis governance, and you come up with your governance approach. So decision making can happen on various levels. It depends what is the decision you are trying to take. You can be a participant. There can be a part. So there are some roles which. So we have multiple stakeholders. Some stakeholders might be just a participant in a decision making discussion. They might be a subject matter expert, they might be reviewers, they might be approvers of decisions. Irrespective of that, ensure that every stakeholder is part of that particular conversation, especially if a change is being talked about. Change control process. Establish a set process for changes. Remember, I mentioned scope creep. Well, too many changes can also introduce scope creep. So your scope can get impacted if every now and then some or the other stakeholder is coming and asking for a change, and you are just agreeing to it and taking it into your development scheme. It will increase your delivery. I mean, it will mess up your scope. So have a established, pre-planned and established and approved process for requesting a change. Do not accept a change if it does not follow this process. It can be as simple as, so and so person has to validate, and then only I'll take this change in, to a complex process where a particular ticket has to be raised. Some team will review the ticket, then there'll be an analysis done. I mean, it can be as complicated as that, but there has to be a process. Identify the various items of the change request. What does that mean? So you need to have everything, every supported information or all information relevant to that particular change proposal, so that informed decision making is done. So you will have your decision making meetings. Everyone will look up to you to come up with that document, or to come up with any supporting documents, additional information, data sheets, Excel sheets, whatever it is. Any supporting in any documentation information that is needed for decision making, you have to be prepared with that, and then only you should go for this change request meetings. Because in decision meetings, no one else will come prepared. It's the business analyst who has to come prepared with all the supporting information. Why the change is good or bad, that doesn't matter. But whatever your approach or your view is, it has to be supported by information and documentation. So these are some of the factors you have to consider while making any change request or accepting a change request. How will it affect your cost? How will it affect your time estimates? Because that's the core thing that gets hit whenever new changes come in. So either it will increase the cost on the sponsor side, or it will increase the time on the delivery side. What are the benefits of doing this change? What are the risks? What is the priority? And of course, what is the course of action? So you have to have all of that listed down somewhere before you enter that conversation. And you would have to interact with a lot of other groups to come up with that information. But like, for example, cost and time estimates, you'll go to the implementation teams, or you'll go to the business themselves. Benefits, you'll go to the business. Risks, you will do some analysis on your own. You can talk to your implementation teams. Priority, you do with your stakeholders, so on and so forth. So you don't come up with the information on your own, but you have to be the one who collates everything and gets it ready before the change request is accepted, or at least when the change request is being discussed in a decision making meeting. How are you going to prioritize these changes? That is key. So remember, we spoke about scope. 6 items were there in the central box. Now I'm adding a 7th item. You have to negotiate, because you would know the capacities, you would know the budgets, you would know the timelines. So it falls on your your meaning, if you are playing that role as of a business analyst, if you have a project manager who is basically negotiating on these changes, they will do it. But let's say you are the project manager, you are the only business analyst, and you have an implementation team. In that case, you are the one who will have to uh, negotiate for the priorities of these changes. So establish the priorities with business and compare it with existing priorities and do that bargaining. So you want this on high priority. I understand that. Absolutely, we will deliver it. But that means we will have to take the other 2 items from the list. It's an either or situation. So that negotiation has to happen from your end. And document everything. So starting from traceability of all of these change requests. So remember item tracking. So if you are using one of those tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, the tool itself provides you the option. You just create tickets and you can track them in that. So you have to trace. You should maintain the traceability standards, and anything with respect to version control. So if you are in a product based environment and any change that you are doing is going to change a version, then you have to ensure that those things are also documented properly. So you have version documents that are created for every new version release documents, and documents like that. So you have to ensure that documentation is. So let's move. How changes will be communicated, let's not elaborate on that. Depending on the situation, you will either whether the change is accepted, under review, declined, etc., etc., etc. You'll have to ensure that every stakeholder is made aware of this decision. How you do it will depend on your local work environment. It can be an email, it can be a video call recording, or it can be just a SharePoint update, which triggers out automated mails to various people. Identify who will do the impact analysis. Now you have agreed the change has to happen, but you have to know what is the impact of this change on the overall initiative. And most of the times falls on the shoulders of BAs. But if you're not a domain subject matter expert, you might have to bring in the domain subject matter expert to do this impact analysis and figure out the impacts of it as well. So we already discussed a lot about prioritization, so we will not go into that. Identify the formality, rigor of prioritization process, who will be involved in it, how will you do the prioritization, what techniques you will use, what will be the criteria for prioritization. So prioritization can be done based on various factors. It can be requirement based, it can be cost based, it can be risk based. Remember, it can be value based, it can be effort based. All the charts that we discussed earlier, based on that, you will have to do your analysis. Maybe creating a chart like that would basically solve your problem to do this kind of prioritization. approvals, you need to have a plan. Of course, if you know who your approval or who your stakeholders with approval decision making abilities are, it would be just a matter of establishing a process. Same as before, these are some guidelines. These are the factors that will keep you in alignment with your business goals. You will have to ensure that you are guided by these. So if you are in a domain like legal and regulatory, your legal and regulatory information will also guide whether a change request needs to be accepted on priority or not. So again, if it's a legal, it's a change which has to be done because of some regulatory deadline, it has to be done. So these are your guidelines. Techniques, no new techniques here, all the same techniques that we have discussed before, but in a different context. So here you will do a brainstorming on why the change is needed, or what is the impact of the change, so on and so forth. These are the list of stakeholders, so domain subject matter experts, project managers, regulators, sponsors, and you come up with your governance approach.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ENICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
So again, like, we will have a broader discussion on change strategy. So it is one of the core areas. So current state versus future state, and how do you do this transition? So we will have an in-depth discussion on that topic. But just to give an high-level overview of that. So see, a change strategy only constitutes of three primary things. Forget about, so the whole mindset revolves around three primary areas. What is your current state? So you figure out what your current state is, irrespective of the scenario or circumstance or use case. Once you figure out what your current state is, what is the future state that you are planning to achieve? If you plan for that, if you figure out what your future state is, also what your future state would look like, that gives you your change strategy. So basically, you figure out your current state, you figure out your future state, you come up with the most important part of apart from current and future states is risks. You do a risk assessment and you come up with some risk mitigation plans. You have these three components in any use case, in any scenario, that defines your change strategy. So when you say that you're not able to figure out the mindset, is there a specific thing that you're not able to wrap around specifically, or does this is basically the high level component? Like, you figure out where you are today, where do you stand today with respect to whichever aspect you are trying to basically bring in the change. And once you figure that out, you figure out, once your change gets implemented, how will your future state look like? So let's say you are working towards bringing 5 changes into an organization, a process, let's say, and you have a current process. So you have to have a clear cut dissection of your current process. You have these 5 changes. Again, this is an example. It can be anything. It can be product. It can be organizational level. But from a example perspective, you figure out what your current process looks like, exactly how it works, what are the benefits, pros, cons, the complete dissection. You identify the 5 changes that you want to do. And based on those 5 changes, once you implement those 5 changes, how would the process look like? So those 5 steps that you implement, once you do that, your process will change, right? It will have some significant difference than the way it is working today. So what is that new process going to look like? So you come up with a detailed breakup. Again, it's all predictive because you have not yet implemented the changes, but you predict certain things like, okay, if I increase the number of employees in this particular team, the productivity is supposed to increase by 20%. So that is a prediction. So that defines your future state possibilities. And then you come up with risks. So if I increase 20% or if I hike the employees by 20%, what can go wrong? My overall finances will get impacted. So you come up with risks. So I might not get the right talent pool, or I mean, it can be depending on the situation. You come up with your risks and you come up with a risk mitigation plan. So let's say this goes wrong, then what do I do? If you have these three components in place, that's your change strategy. So business analysis information management. Now this is very, very crucial to any business analysis activity that we do. In fact, I'll share you an experience that has happened to me in the last week. So I'll share that experience as well. So it is nothing but, so the whole purpose of this is to come up with an approach to document your information. How are you storing your information? How are you documenting your information? How easily is that information accessible? What is the level of detail of that information? So all of this is all about how you manage your information. So if you have a clear-cut information governance plan, then the life becomes much easier going forward. So let me give, so these are the inputs. So let me take you through these slides. So you would already have your business analysis approach by this point. You would also have your governance mechanisms, like how do you manage the whole processes, who is the one making decisions, who is the one doing approval. So all of those governance aspects are already finalized at this stage. And you would also have your stakeholder engagement approach. So you know how to interact with your stakeholders. Once you have all of that, you focus on coming up with a plan for business analysis information management, and you come up with that particular plan. So key things that you have to keep in mind. So the whole aspect is about information management. So how would you organize your business analysis information for easy access, and the whole thing should be easily structured and should be in a way. So yeah, so it's all about how well your information is structured, planned, and how easily it is accessible. So that's the primary focus. Also the level of detail. How abstract is the information? Are there enough diagrams to visually represent the information that you are sharing? Are there detailed summaries? So a lot of times you would have hundreds of pages of information but no summary. So for a high level stakeholder, let's say a high level stakeholder comes to the project or to that particular repository and wants to see what's happening in the project, they'll have to go through those hundreds of pages to understand what's going through. So always have a brief summary or an abstract of all the information management that you are doing. This abstract can be as simple as a visual diagram. You can represent your summary in a diagrammatic format, or you can just write up a small paragraph describing the summary of your overall documentation. Then have a traceability approach. So depending on the domain, if your domain is pretty complex, there are requirements that keep coming and going, changes keep happening every now and then. There are a lot of risks. There are a lot of organizational standards or international standards to be followed. For example, if you are working in finance or banking, you would have to adhere to a lot of standards, some regulatory standards, some governmental standards, some even organizational standards. So those of you who have some organizational experience or corporate experience would know that there are these international standards. So there is this ISO, International Standards Organization, which basically provides or sets up certain guidelines. And if your organization is certified by that particular standards organization, they will make sure that all the processes and all the activities within the organization adhere to certain guidelines and standards. So all of these standards have to be followed. So you will have to have so whatever information you are storing, it has to be, it has to take into account all of these aspects. Cost benefits, again, um, you need to have a clear understanding on how to so let's say you have a lot of documentation, but we were discussing about cost and value before for a different use case. If there is a cost factor involved, or if your change, or if your organization at that particular, for that particular change or initiative is driven or has a direct impact on finances, in that case the structure of your documentation should also reflect that. You should always have that cost versus benefit thing going through. That should be a continuing theme in all your documentation, because everything is driven by costs, and unless you keep on reminding everyone who is going through the documentation that there is a cost versus benefit analysis done, and that is clearly documented, questions will come up. Why are we doing this extensive change? This is a very complex technology. Why are we even doing this? So just to avoid those kind of questions and to make everything clear at the onset, always keep the cost versus benefit. I wouldn't say the analysis, because the analysis might be very deep and complex, but keep that perspective aligned between cost versus benefits. So whatever documentation you are doing for everything, just make sure that there is one sentence talking about this cost versus benefit. So that gives a perspective to anybody who visits that documentation, that okay, we are doing so and so things because it has this much cost, but it also brings in so many benefits. Again, not every project might need it. It is only those projects where the driving factor is to, the change itself has a direct impact on the costs. If the change has such direct impact on costs, it's advisable to have this. Always have your documentation in such a way that it can be reused in the future. So a lot of times this happens, and it happens quite often in the IT sector for sure, because you develop a component, a software system or a subsystem, and it is solving a particular functionality today. But tomorrow, or like a year from now, there might be 5 other use cases where this particular development that you had done for a particular component plays a significant role in those, in solving those 5 other use cases. It might be a direct reuse, meaning you simply take this code and use it there, or you might take this piece of development and develop, basically it becomes a core component for future developments. Even that is possible. So always make sure that all your documentation takes into account the reuse factor. Regulatory, contractual obligations, quality standards, service level agreements, business rules, business processes, these requirements describing products, all of these have to be regularly updated, because you have to keep the reuse factor in mind. Imagine you develop a system which is following a regulatory requirement set up by the government in 2023. Will that same regulatory requirement apply in 2029 or 2030? Probably not. So every year, if there are changes happening, if there are contracts which are changing, if the quality standards, I spoke about the international, again, it's a French word, ISO, which sets these quality standards. But let's, for the sake of this discussion, call it International Standards Organization, but it's more in the French side of things. So this organization also keeps updating its quality parameters every now and then. So again, I don't know the frequency, but let's say your organization is ISO certified. They have come up with certain new guidelines and new parameters. If those new qualities, or if those new parameters or new upgrades in their quality standards are not reflected in your piece of code or your development that you had done earlier, that will be a problem. So your documentation also needs constant updates based on all of these factors, which basically make it relevant or useful for reuse in the future. Storage and access. I mean, obviously, all this information should be stored in a way which has easy accessibility. It takes care into account security factors, uh, data security and all of those factors. So based on that, you should have storage. These days, most of the data storage happens online on cloud. So, and you would probably be using a service like Azure DevOps or Amazon AWS. So, all of them are follow these standards anyways. But you just need to ensure that you pick mm, a storage service or a storage system which factors in accessibility and also factors in security. So see, storage and access is nothing but where you are storing your information. So the point is, you these days, so when I ask you where would you store your written documentation, what would your first answer be? Somewhere online, right? You would store, I mean, nobody maintains files or books these days. Everything is stored online. So if I'm storing this information online, what are the various services or systems I will use? I'll probably use a hard server, which is, somewhere I set up a hard server and it has lot of memory and I store information there. That was the old approach. But modern approach is everything is on cloud. Nobody uses hard servers for data storage anymore, unless it's like very private and secretive data. Nobody uses hard servers for data storage, at least not in the general uh, corporate world. So you will have to make sure that whichever service you pick, whether it's Google Cloud or it's Amazon Cloud or it's Microsoft Cloud, whichever cloud service you are picking, or let's say there are other aspects. It's not just these cloud storage as well. You can store your information. If it's just written text, you can create a SharePoint site. You can create a WordPress site. You can create a you can use a tool like Confluence, wherein you can just keep creating pages one after the other, and store all your written documentation. So it doesn't really matter how you are storing it. What really matters is two factors: it should be easily accessible, and there should be certain conditions present for the access. For example, data security. So let's say you're storing your information. You don't want that you're building a product, you have a lot of documentation for it. You don't want that information for everybody outside the organization to see, right? So you would probably go for a site like Confluence, where you buy a license and Confluence gives access to those pages only to the employees of your organization. Outside people will not be able to access those, cannot access that documentation. So conditions for access, which primarily focuses on data security or information security. I wouldn't say data security, that's a different thing altogether. Information security and ease of access, on how easily you can access that. So let's move to the next topic. So requirements, attributes. So requirements and attributes are nothing but parameters or values which help you in management of your overall requirements. What does that mean? So let's say I have 100 pages of information for a particular product. How would I characterize or categorize these 100 pages so that I can easily access a particular category the moment I need it? So there are different ways you can categorize it. So that those categories based on which you would manage or store your information is basically requirement attributes. So for example, you can categorize them based on absolute reference, meaning you have to provide that specific scenario and only then you will get access to those particular values. So like, let's say you have a search bar and you have to give that it's an advanced search bar. You have to set up a lot of values and you provide that specific reference to that. So it might be so when I say absolute reference, it can be a document ID, it can be a section ID, it can be a document number. So you have absolute unique values given to your content, and you can easily access that information by hitting that absolute reference. Author. So you can categorize your content based on authors. So you have 10 or 15 employees in your team who are all contributing to the documentation. You can categorize all the content based on authors. So if I want to see all the documents that are written by Pawan, I should be easily be able to pull them up. Complexity. again, project complexity, that can be a categorization. Ownership, who is responsible for a particular set of activities. So for example, this is something, ownership is for complexity. I think pretty much it's pretty much clear. So there are certain documents which involve a lot of technical complexity, so only specific experts would be able to understand or even contribute to that documentation. So you arrange the content in such a way that depending on the audience that is trying to read, the levels of complexity would vary. So that is one way to categorize. Ownership is basically, so this is something which happens quite often. So for example, I spoke about Confluence. So it's a tool where you would basically create a lot of pages and store your information. Now, in many teams I've worked in the past as well, the documentation is divided between three primary roles. One, the management, the administrative teams. Two, the technical teams, the development teams, the architects, and the guys who are actually implementing software. And the third is the business analysts or the project managers or the product owners who focus on the uh, business side of things. So the ownerships are divided into three categories. So you have ownership of business, a certain group of people handling it. Ownership of implementation, a certain group handling it. In fact, there are always QE as well. So ownership of testing, certain documentation handled by QE teams, so on and so forth. Priority, I think you all understand, and we will discuss a lot about prioritization techniques later in the sessions as well. So you might categorize your requirements or the details of your requirements according to the priority that has been set by the business for those particular requirements. Risks, so I think that is also clear cut categorization. So high risk you can put under one bucket, low risk in one bucket. So you can categorize based on the risk that particular set of requirements have in terms of their implementation. Source, so source can be authors. It all depends on the role that you are playing or the kind of authority you have within that particular team or the responsibilities that have been assigned to you as a team. So if you are let's say a product owner, you are on a level of a product owner. A product owner is also a business analyst. Remember the first few slides we saw? It's just another designation, a higher level of responsibility. If you are a product owner, then what you asked for, you have to do that. You have to sit down, you have to think, okay, what can be the risks for my product? What can be the complexities? Who can basically impact the product? What are the changes I can do better to enhance the product? You have to do all of those things if you are a product owner, product manager, etc., etc. But let's say you are on an entry level, you are just starting out as a business analyst, then your organization would probably give you a certain set of, they'll have a very certain set of expectations. They'll say, all I want you to do is come up with user stories. All I want you to do is just discuss with the product owner. Whatever the product owner tells you, just translate that into requirements for the development team. So it'll all depend on which level or how many responsibilities are provided to you within your organization. If you have those responsibilities, then yes, absolutely, I have to think on how I can change the system on certain levels, on certain on certain aspects, just by the way you described. Sometimes I just I tell my team that leave me for 1 hour, I don't want to get disturbed. I set my team status to red so that nobody bothers me, and I just sit down and put on my thinking hat. But again, that I was not doing that same thing, say 5 years before. 5 years, 6 years before, it was a very clear cut process. My product owner would come and tell me, Pawan, these are the 10 requirements, please come up with the required, document them or create user stories, have a session with the team, explain the requirements to them. So that thinking part was not that much relevant at that time. So Amazon or companies like Amazon have business analysts at various levels. I've been in the IT domain for the last 10, 11 years, right? So I know people in that domain only. But as far as my knowledge goes, Amazon has business analysts. They call it slightly differently. They don't call it as, the designation is not business analyst. It's usually business development it starts as business development executives and then it grows to other levels. But there are roles which is purely business analysis work as defined by CBAP in almost every major company in the world. Doesn't matter which domain, it can start from sales to it can end up in distribution, warehousing. Business analysts are key for, because there are changes required in all these spaces. So there are
Yes.
business analysts all over. They might not be called or known as business analysts, they might have more fancier titles, but what they do is exactly business analysts. You have source, stability, status, urgency. So source is nothing but where is the information coming from. So you might have, so especially in teams which are large, huge teams spread over the globe with large multinationals, for example. In that case, you would probably document your information based on geographical location, or let's say the source from where that information is originating. Let's say I want all my information coming from my manufacturing departments under one storage, all the information coming from sales under one category. So it's one way of categorizing, or the source can be also geographical. Let's say I want all my India teams to have their information stored in one space, all the American teams in one space, European teams in another. So from where is that information originating? It can be on a geographical level, or it can be on a team vertical department level as well. Stability, again, documentation, again, this is more on products or the items that you are building and the documentation for that. So if you have elements within your system, subcomponents, let's call them, or subsystems within a system where stability is a concern, if stability has a direct impact on how your change is going to impact the end users, or so stability is one of the key factors for your change, let's call it that. In that case, you can categorize your content saying that, okay, making these changes, or these set of requirements under this section will provide the maximum stability. The next ones not so much. So you can categorize basic, it's like priority, but priority is what the business wants in terms of deliveries. Stability is in terms of the system, on what level is your system if you achieve certain things, and you categorize your documentation accordingly. Status, again, state management. So you might have multiple statuses. It does to start, in progress. So I'm just giving the simplest example: to start, in progress, done, let's say, or to start, in progress, review, in QE, in UAT, and then done. So these can be different statuses, and you can structure your documentation on according to statuses as well. Yes, that is true as well. So see, stability is, so again, like if you have a stable component which is doing very well, and it has to play a role though, right? I mean, even if there is a system which is very mature, I will not use stability as a categorization unless that stability is a factor for my change. So for example, if I am working on so Rishabh has raised a very important point. So the definition of stability is the maturity of the requirement. How mature is that particular requirement? That's the right word. I think that's directly from BAB. Okay, thanks, Rishabh. So, but then the point comes, when will I use this stability as a parameter? I will not use this as a parameter if that maturity of a requirement has no relevance for my product. So that if stability plays an important role, let's say there are 100 requirements and the most mature requirements have to be taken up at the earliest because they have the most impact for my change, or they basically, or the business asks for it. Simply put, the stakeholders say, I want the 5 most stable requirements that have lasted in the legacy system or previous systems to be implemented first. So my categorization then would be based on stability. And urgency is, see, the difference between urgency and priority, there is a difference. So priority is the sequence. Okay, let me phrase it rightly. So priority is the sequence of items decided by all the stakeholders on what the sequence would be followed. So let's say I've given a sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's my priority. Urgency are most critical things that need to be done on an urgent basis. They can be absolute showstoppers if not handled properly. For example, let's say I have a set of priority 5. I have 5 action items or 5 requirements. Each one has a priority set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Suddenly there is a regulatory change. The government or the regulatory body decides that they made some change, which basically makes me to introduce a new requirement. This requirement is now an urgent requirement. This cannot wait, because whatever I have developed so far, whatever uh, yes, even an item which is of lesser priority at any given point of time can become urgent based on the circumstance, but not always, though. That is also completely circumstantial. So if the situation demands, any requirement can become urgent and has to be taken up, even if you had already done prioritization and you had certain other high priority items. This comes to the top automatically. So, and in this context, you can basically document your requirements based on urgency as well. So if you have identified certain urgent items in the list, in your documentation, you can categorize your documentation with urgency as a category. Few guidelines and tools. I'll not delve deep into it because we have been discussing these for all other cases as well. So you would need your business analysis. So you'll have to be guided by your performance assessment. You'll have to factor in your documentation as a parameter for your business analysis performance assessment. So they are intertwined. If you do not do good documentation, your business analysis performance takes a hit. Business policies, of course, your organization might have certain business policies, your certain guidelines, rules that you have to follow. So you have your industry might have certain guidelines, you have to adhere to them. Information management tools you can use. So the example that I mentioned, Confluence, is one of the information management tools. SharePoint is another. Various cloud services, cloud-based services can also be information management tools. And of course, legal and regulatory information. So anything that comes from regulatory bodies needs to be prioritized and taken up as part of, or you should be guided, or your requirements and your documentation should be guided by legal and regulatory information. Few of the techniques you can achieve this information management. So if you are not very clear, so okay, let's say you are working on a business analysis project, a project where you have to do a lot of business analysis. Business analysis performance assessment is a method or a measure to assess your performance across the board, right, in that particular activity. If you don't account for documentation as part of your assessment metrics, then it's incomplete. How good you are documenting your stuff, how well structured it is, how easily it is accessible, that has to be a parameter for your business analysis performance assessment. If I'm assessing a person's business, so let's say you become the boss and you are assessing a person who is reporting to you, and he or she is a junior business analyst. If you are assessing that person's performance, business analysis performance for over a year, will you not take a look on the level of on how that person is managing the information as a business analyst? You would, right? You would see whether the information that is being managed by that business analyst is structured or not, whether it's easily accessible or not, whether it's categorized properly or not. So you will basically measure any business analyst on their documentation skills. So it's just a guideline, or it will be guiding your documentation processes. It's just that you have to keep in mind, because it is a direct metric of business analysis performance assessment. So skills, techniques, brainstorming, interviews, we discussed before as well. I'll not dig deep into it. I think we have covered all of these techniques before. So you can use the same set of techniques for these contexts as well. Now, there might be a question, how will I use brainstorming if I'm planning for my information management? Well, you might not know every answer to every question, right? So you might have to coordinate with other business analysts. You bring in, so if you work in large projects where there is extensive documentation, you have a group of 4 or 5 people sitting together, figuring out how you want to document your content. or how would you like to present certain types of content, categorize certain types of content, because there has to be standard maintained. It cannot be that if there are 5 teams for a particular product, every team has its own way of presenting the data that or presenting the content, visualizing the content. So it cannot happen. So there has to be standardization. So brainstormings, interviews, item tracking, lessons learned, all of these play an important role in figuring out that particular structure for your information management. So I have been going through this phase. So again, guys, this happens every time, no matter how many years you work as a business analyst. So I did make a mistake in my current project. So I did not get a certain type of documentation created early on. Now, after 2 years, the project is doing well, but that particular documentation was missing. So now I'm doing these techniques. So I just wanted to share with you that this is a process that has to happen every time. So if you are a business analyst, please focus on streamlining your document management or information management systems and have that in place right at the onset. Even if you think the organization has something, you have to spend extra efforts and ensure that everything is according to the organizational standards. If you miss on anything, you would have to run around at the end. So last 1 week, I've been doing a lot of brainstorming and interviews, trying to figure out how can we enhance our existing documentation process, because it's not solving the problems that we are facing today. So focus on information management for a business analyst is extremely valid, as important as stakeholder management. Process modeling, I think we had a brief discussion on it. I will not be able to show you too much details because it's not a modeling session. Rishabh, connect with Intellipaat, and if I get a chance, I can do a UML session with you and I can discuss process models very much in detail. But a process model is nothing but a visual depiction or description of a particular process. How can you visualize a process? So let's say there are 5 teams working in tandem. There are certain interactions happening between certain teams, and certain input is coming from outside, going through these 5 teams, certain specific activities being performed, and then it is being delivered to an end customer. I can put this all in this information as a bulleted list. I can write an algorithm saying that, okay, this happens and this happens, so on and so happens. I can do that as well. Or I can just create a flow diagram, a workflow diagram which says this information comes in, then it goes to department A. Department A does these 3 actions. If the first action is a failure, it goes to department B. Then department B does so and so things, and then it goes to the, let's say, the end delivery point. So a simple flow diagram, workflow diagram can be a process model as long as it is describing a process. So the only difference between a process model and any other model is this describes a process visually. Other models describe other use cases. It's a very simple distinction. You can call process modeling as a subset of process analysis. Process analysis is a broader field where you are trying to figure out the process for the first time, or you are dissecting a whole process. A process model is just a visual representation of that process. Maybe, or rather, let me put it this way. Once you are done with your process analysis, you will be able to come up with a process model. So in order to come up with a process model, you have to do process analysis. See, once you figure out the current state of the process and you come up with a proposed future state of the process, in both cases, for the current state, you can come up with a process model. For the proposed future state also, you can come up with a process model. So current state, you have understood the existing process, but I don't have the time to understand that details of the process by going through a lot of write-up. I come to you and I say, Rishabh, okay, you have done your analysis, you know the current state. Show me what is the process, or tell me about this process. You can explain, give me a 1-hour lecture on talking about the details of the process, or you can simply show me a workflow diagram. So for the current state, you can come up with a process model, and your proposed future state, which is your proposal. You are saying you do these changes and the process enhances. So for that also, you can come up with a enhanced process model. So you can come up with a process model in both cases. So ideally, requirements which are raw requirements means which are not yet verified or validated. I would say there is no such unique separate tool. Whichever documentation tool or application you are using, use that only. Just create a separate section for it, categorize it as raw requirements, just say that these requirements are all there but they are not verified yet. So always keep one tool for all documentation. You should never have multiple tools or multiple platforms for categorizing of documentation. What might happen is you might miss on something. Oh, I gave an example, right? Confluence is one good example. So Confluence is a very good tool, or you can create your SharePoint sites. If you have seen SharePoint sites or WordPress sites, if you have a lot of videos or diagrams, you can use WordPress sites as well, but they're not as secure as a SharePoint site or a Confluence. So again, WordPress is not extensively used for any documentation, but you can use them as well. Stakeholders, you would have domain subject matter experts and regulators and sponsors. And let me add it here, any stakeholder that might have any relevance with information management. You should not go by the list that is mentioned here, because at any given point of time, any stakeholder who is involved in the documentation process or has an impact from the documentation, you should consult them as well. And the output is information management approach is finalized. See, figure out what gives that confidence to your business. So if there are some checks which is giving confidence to the users, you should have. So there is a word that is used, especially in such scenarios where you have a legacy system and you are moving to a new system. Everybody is resistant to change. So when you are moving from an old system to new system, these concerns do come up. So there is this one word which is used, and it's called parity. Make sure that at least there is parity in both the systems. What does it mean? If there are 5 checks that are happening in an old system, the way these checks are happening might be manual. Right now, maybe a person is manually checking those 5 things. Okay, that's fine. But your new system should also have those 5 checks. They can be automated. You can use ML, AI, whatever you are using, but there has to be a parity between the two systems. The key aspect when moving from an old system to a new system is, any user, doesn't matter which domain, always expects that whatever was working in the old system, at least that should be there in the new system. You can build towers and towers on top of it, that's well and good, but the basics which are working in the old system should always be there in the new system. So parity is key. So make sure parity is there. And second thing, when it comes to confidence, it will not come overnight. So even if you automate all those checks, you provide all those automation things, you give nice visual representations, as long as you are performing the checks, that's all you can do. That confidence will build over time. You cannot expect that if you are migrating from an old system to a new system, people will lap it up. Doesn't happen, at least not in my experience. I have not seen a single system transformation where people have willingly or gladly accepted the new system on day one. It takes at least a year to build that confidence. But the key thing that you have to ensure is parity. So whatever was working in the old system has to be there. And the changes that you have implemented to make the new system better, they'll be there for sure. So focus always on getting the parity first and then enhancing the other things. Without parity, selling an old system. Right now, we are facing the same problem, by the way. What you mentioned, I'm facing the same problem with my product. We have a legacy system and there are some basic functionalities there which are not there in our current system or are not working as expected. And the key word is parity. So the whole idea or focus should be to attain parity first and then enhance it further. And when it comes to data and data specific things, I think there are approaches like data migration and all of that. You have to go and analyze the legacy system as well. So you have not done your current state analysis. You are only doing a future state analysis. So your strategy is incomplete. Do your current state analysis. That is the existing system. It's never too late. So even if everything is developed for the new system, that happens. If you entered the project late, maybe the things were on the move beforehand, all those things happen. But the first step you should do is do a current state analysis, figure out what the users are using today. If you don't have a full grasp of current state, then even if business is complaining, you will not understand why they are complaining. You will not be able to connect with the users and their pain. So for you to connect with their pain, you need to know what experience they are getting from the old system and how is the new system changing that experience. So you have to figure out the current state. In fact, I did that when I joined my organization. The first few weeks, I did not even look at our new product. I said, I don't want to look at the new product. I will go and read the documentation of the old product. I spent 2 weeks reading, playing around with the old system that we had, UAT test environments. So I played around, figured out as much as I could. I asked questions. So understanding the old system will give you the understanding why you are building the new system and what are the things that are most important that have to be there in the new system. So current state analysis. Next topic is identifying business analysis performance improvements. Remember, we spoke about having a plan on performance assessment. How would you perform your how would you assess your performance, or rather how would you assess performance of your business analysis activities? So it is a continuous process. Every day is new learning. There is never a day when you should feel, I'm doing a great job as a business analyst. No, every day should be a retrospective for you. Figure out what you can do better. How can you improve experience for your stakeholders? How can you improve your engagement approaches with stakeholders? So on and so forth. So it's a continuous monitoring and improvement process that happens throughout the career of any business analyst. In fact, as I mentioned, I'm going through that phase right now again. I have to improve certain aspects of my current business analysis performance. So especially certain hard documentation. So again, that keeps on evolving. There is no one thing or two things you would focus on. You have to keep an eye out, see what is the area, or figure out the areas of improvement for your own business analysis performance, and also take any preventive or corrective actions. So preventive and corrective actions we'll discuss in detail. So at this stage, you would already have your business analysis approach. You will have your performance objectives. Now, at times, these are external performance objectives. So I'm sure if you join any organization, you would always have some KRAs set up by your managers. You will have certain key responsibility areas. If you meet them and if you are good at it, at the end of the year, you get a fat paycheck. So pay hike. So these performance objectives have to be taken into account while coming up with your performance improvement plan. So let us talk about certain aspects. Performance analysis. How do you analyze your performance? Now, remember, we spoke about documentation just before this. So it can be an informal or a verbal performance assessment, or it can include formal documentation. You can have certain metrics as part of your overall documentation to assess your business analysis performance, or it can be an informal, you listen into what people are saying, what people are talking about, what is the experience of your team members when you are explaining requirements, gathering requirements. It can be informal and verbal, or it can include formal documentation as well. Assessment measures. So most of the times you will have some measures, assessment measures established. External means, Rishabh, your organization sets certain KRAs for you. You don't set up any parameters, but your managers, your organization's teams already have defined certain KRAs or certain measurement metrics for measuring your performance, which is your annual appraisal, basically, that happens. Or rather, the annual appraisal is based on those metrics. And some of the assessment points are self-identified during the course of business analysis. So assessment measures, if current measures exist, leverage them to the full extent. if your KRAs are very well defined, are very well structured, can be anything, Akshay. So let me give a few examples. You can have quality based metrics, or you can have quantity based metrics, or timeline based metrics. So let's say you are in an industry where you are developing a product. So you might have milestones set up. So by end of first quarter, I'll have all the requirements for these set of features. I'll have them all groomed with the teams. I'll have all of them estimated and available for development. That can be a quantity based metric. Sorry, a quality based metric can be, let's say, the requirements that I'm coming up with, they cover all use cases, all parameters, all permutation combinations, all scenarios. And once the product is delivered, the business is really happy with the way you have done the requirements have been understood on a very detailed level and explained to the development team, so that their job has become much easier. So that is a quality level metric. Again, you can have numbers associated to it, like achieve this much quality, that much quality, so on and so forth. It can be budgetary, financial, so achieve certain profits, achieve certain sales targets, can be anything, but can be quality level or quantity level. Well, that's that's the external factor, the company setting targets for you. And self measurements are also important, so that has to be set on an individual level. So, and remember, I have mentioned this before as well, do a 360-degree review. So maybe not all organizations have it as a policy that you conduct your own 360-degree reviews, but 360-degree reviews help a lot in terms of your personal feedback and your personal growth. I have not been doing it for 2 years now, but I'm planning to do it this year onwards, because again, you realize that you have to do it once in every while. So always do that. Send out a 360-degree form, and that will give you a clear picture of what your stakeholders, because it's all about perceptions. For a business analyst, you might be delivering certain things, but if the perception takes a hit, your credibility takes a hit. Your credibility takes a hit, you will not be able to perform well. So make sure you have all the information. Do not assume anything. Do not assume because people are talking nicely that everything is going well. Always send out anonymous. A 360-degree is okay. So a 360-degree review is just a assessment of yourself. So let's say you are interacting with 10 people on a daily basis, and these 10 people are, let's say, your stakeholders, your managers, your team members, can be anybody, the people that you interact on a day-to-day basis. At the end of every year, send out a Google sheet, a questionnaire, 10-point questionnaire with respect to how they perceive your work. Nothing personal, of course. No personal questions. Do you think I'm a nice person? No, nothing like that. Do you think the way I explain my stories is clear enough? Do you think the way I write my user stories is clear enough? Do you think the way I elicit my requirements from you as a stakeholder, do you think that is good enough? Rate me from 1 to 5. Give me a rating 1 to 5. So that it's like feedback that comes up, right? Every time you take a call, you interact with a customer care executive, they ask you for feedback and you give a rating. So it's just a rating mechanism. Just come up with a solid 10-point questionnaire which covers all areas of your interactions with people, and send it out once a year. Just ping them individually, personally, say that, look, it's the end of the year, I just want to understand, I'm just analyzing my own performance and I would like a few inputs from you. Could you please send this feedback? It's all anonymous, I wouldn't know who is going to say what. So you just get a feedback from them, and based on that feedback, do not take it personally, by the way. Even if you get negative feedback, perfectly all right, that's an opportunity you can leverage the next year. So gather that feedback and focus on the areas of improvement for the next year. It helps a lot. I've actually done that consecutively for at least 4 to 5 years, and it has helped me a lot. It brings in a lot of new perspective. We all have our own view of our own performance, right? We all believe we are doing good, but when you get this information from others, and it's anonymous and it's free, so nobody has any political agendas, so you're only talking about work related aspects, so you have to tailor your questionnaires accordingly. Do not bring that or merge that with increments or money or promotions. Don't do that. Just limit it to your work performance, and that's it. And it gives you a lot of feedback to work upon.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what type of analysis is performed to understand the relationship between multiple variables and their impact on a target variable in business analytics? And your options are inferential analysis, correlation analysis, a predictive analysis, or descriptive analytics. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
Then some of the measures, some other examples, or rather some of the metrics, or some of the, so I mentioned this 360-degree form, 10 questions. So what will your questions be based on? So you can use some of these parameters to ask those questions. How accurate is your work? How complete is your work? What is your level of knowledge? Especially if you are in the IT domain and working on products, knowledge plays a critical role, both for the stakeholders' perception and the development team's perception. So is my business analyst knowledgeable enough? So that's a very important parameter. So you can ask questions around these topics. Effectiveness, how effective are your sessions? Organizational support, again, not that relevant. That is something for higher level like management, product owners, product managers. Significance of your work, whatever initiatives you are bringing in or the changes that you are implementing, are they significant enough? Are they strategic enough? Can they be implemented over a long period of time? Timelines, of course, I mentioned, milestones, deliveries, etc., sales targets, etc. So based on these measures, you can come up with these questions and get your own assessment done, even if your organization doesn't provide that framework. And then analyze your results. So whatever feedback you gain, go through them, understand the feedback, see what you can do, and figure out. So wherever there are areas of improvement, figure out an approach for the next year to work or do better on those specific areas. See, priority tasks are defined by the stakeholders. So if you say that I have delivered 5 priority tasks the moment you asked me, you can do not use the word priority, because in that case the business will feel, because from their point of view or from a stakeholder point of view, they are the ones deciding on the priorities, and as a business analyst it is your job to deliver those priority tasks. You can reframe that question and make it more about, let's say, effectiveness. How effectiveness or how significant your contributions have been in order to get certain important milestones to be achieved. That way, if you reframe it, then it's perfectly fine. But do not directly use the word priority. See, I have done, or rather, I have achieved so and so many priority tasks. Then the business says that's what I'm paying you for. So it's all about reframing those questions. Your organization might set certain KPIs for you, saying that if certain code is being built, it has to have 50%, it has to have at least have 90% quality. Or you might have deadlines based on certain milestones, and you should achieve that much by so and so milestones. So these KPIs are basically created by your organization right before you start your job role. So if they are already there, you utilize them to the best of your ability. So if you are achieving those KPIs to the letter, and you are meeting those metrics to the letter, then that means that is a way you can measure your performance as well, individually as well. So you don't have to create your own 360-degree forms, although I would always strongly advise do that. That's a parallel activity. It gives you more information, because KPI metrics are basically set for a group of people. It is not tailored to an individual. So all the business analysts in your organization will have the same KPIs. Whereas if you tailor a questionnaire based on your interactions with your stakeholders, that is more tailored to your specific performance. But an example of this would be, meeting the targets, ensuring good quality, ensuring deliveries on time. So all of these are KPI based metrics. Okay, let's move on. Kappa. So those of you who have some experience in operations would be more familiar with this. So there is a term called kappa, corrective. You can remember it easily. It's one of those techniques that you can remember what it really means. So corrective and preventive actions. Kappa means corrective and preventive actions. What does it mean? Corrective action is something has gone wrong, and you have to immediately take some action to fix that problem. That's a corrective action. A preventive action is something has gone wrong. Nothing can be done about it anymore. It's done. It's done. Everybody is saying it's incorrect, wrong. Everybody's mad. What you can do is you can take actions to prevent something like that happening from happening again in the future. So corrective means you still have some scope to do some firefighting. You fix the problem right then and there and try to correct what went wrong. Preventive, nothing can be done about it. What's done is done. You just ensure that that thing is not repeated in the future. And improvements are improvements. So anything there you see, even so, improvement need not precede a problem. Improvement does not have to have a problem preceding it. So nothing might have gone wrong right now. Everything looks perfect. Everything is working perfectly. But you suddenly realize that the way you are doing certain things might lead to a problem in the future. So you improve your performance, or you improve your process, or the way you are working. So preventive and corrective are always linked with a problem. Corrective, at least you can mitigate it by doing some things. You can fix the problem at the very last minute, maybe just to do some firefighting. Preventive, you cannot do anything. What's done is done, but you ensure that that cannot be that can never be repeated again. That problem doesn't happen again. And improvement is a problem hasn't occurred yet, but you have preemptively identified that, yes, it's predictive. You have preemptively identified that, okay, these things can be done to avoid future problems. So you can take these actions based on the scenario that you are in. Guidelines and tools. The only tools that you would extensively focus or use here is organizational standards. There's nothing else. The rest, everything is up to you. You can come up with your own ways of gathering feedback, but primarily one of the guidelines is organizational standards. You can use all of these techniques here. You can have a brainstorming to understand what's going wrong. You can have interviews with individuals to understand or figure out enhancements or improvements. You can use item tracking. So you might have a certain list of items that you decide that needs to be done to improve your performance as a business analyst, and you track each one of them. Okay, I'm meeting the first one, I'm doing the second one. So just like you track your requirements, just like you track your bugs and defects, you can track your performance enhancements and improvements as well. Lessons learned always has to happen, otherwise you would not know what went wrong. So it can be a self retrospective, or it can be a group retrospective. You can bring the whole team together and ask them a question like, look, this went wrong. I think the requirements were not really clear to you guys. That's why we came up with a defective code. So tell me, what do you guys think can be improved in my user stories? Or what can I do better in terms of gathering requirements? So you can have these lessons learned sessions as well. Metrics, key performance indicators, we discussed right before this, so we'll not go into that. Observation. You can observe other business analysts and learn from them. So you can see what other business analysts are doing right, and see what they are following, what processes they are following, what documentation they are following, and take lessons from there and improve your own performance. So observation plays a key role as well. Process analysis, we talked about a little bit before. So you identify the process, you dissect the process, you break down everything, you figure out how that process works and try to see where improvements are needed. Process modeling, you can create a model out of that. Process analysis, visually describe everything. So once things are described visually, it becomes easy to identify if there are problems. You will know at what stage you are making a mistake. So again, I'm not saying come up with a process model for your own business analysis, not practical in every scenario, but this is one of the techniques you can use. It's an outcome. I would not say we can say it's a subset, yes, but more ideally, a process model is an outcome that can come out of a process analysis, but not always. Not always, guys. But yes, it can be an outcome. Reviews, you can get reviews, you can do risk analysis management, you can do root cause analysis, you can do survey questionnaire is nothing but your 360 degree that we have been talking about. So you conduct a survey about your own performance. Or workshops. So again, workshops, do not conduct a workshop for your own performance assessment, unless of course you are on a level where you are managing organizations. There a workshop would be more relevant. So let's say you are a strategic analyst that has been hired by a company that has over 1500 employees, and they want, or they are consulting you for taking their company from a particular stage to a better stage, let's say. And in that case, if you want to understand whether your work is happening right or not, you would conduct a workshop with all the department heads. You will bring in all the senior management and all the CEOs, CTOs, CFOs, everyone together, and you'll have a workshop to understand the performance of your business or your strategy analysis and things you are doing right, not doing right. So workshops are not for small scale performance enhancements. It's always on a large scale. Domain subject matter experts, project managers, sponsors, and my favorite statement, any stakeholder who has any relevance in this aspect needs to be involved. Outputs, you come up with your performance assessment. So that covers our PAPM module. So this topic is something which you would be spending most of your time as a business analyst, and you have to become really good at it, because this is where the action happens. And that's elicitation and collaboration. So what is elicitation? Elicitation is nothing but trying to get information from people. It's a form of getting information from people. Sorry. I mean, you can get information from people by torturing them as well. So that's also a way. But elicitation is by asking questions. You get as much information as possible by asking specific, pointed, yes or no, closed, open-ended, closed-ended, different forms of questions. The way you interact with the people, you get. So couple of things you have to keep in mind: prepare for your elicitation, conduct your elicitation, confirm your results, communicate those results, findings, discussions, whatever it is that you have come up with, and manage the stakeholder collaboration. So we'll cover each of them one by one. But before we do that, again, the core concept model, I'll not spend too much time on this. So it's just a breakdown of this topic as per our core concept model. So in this context, the change is to use a variety of elicitation techniques to identify the characteristics of the change, including the concerns of the stakeholders. What is the need? The need is to elicit. You want the information, you want to confirm the information, and you have to communicate these needs to all the other participants or stakeholders. Solution. So you actually do the elicitation, you confirm them, you communicate them, your job is done. Stakeholder, anybody who is participating in this activity of elicitation and collaboration. What is the value it brings? It basically gives you information into what the stakeholders want, what they really expect the system, or sorry, I tend to say systems, but we should be as neutral as possible. So whatever change initiative you are trying to do, what the stakeholder needs are, that becomes very clear, and that is the value that gets added. And it comes up with the context. So in this particular case, the context is you can actually apply all the elicitation techniques to identify business analysis information. So we'll see a set of techniques which are almost the common, I mean, the same techniques that we have been seeing through, but in this context, they can be used in a different way as well. So I won't spend any time on this. So it's just the elicitation and collaboration input output diagram. So at this stage, you would already have needs, business analysis information, stakeholder engagement approach, and business analysis performance assessment. You conduct the tasks and you get the results. Preparing for elicitation. So what does preparing for elicitation mean? So if I'm going to talk to a group of people to get some information, I would definitely need some preparation, right? I have to understand, I need to have a context, an idea of the context beforehand. I cannot go in blank and start asking questions. In that case, what will happen? Even if I ask some question and the person gives me an answer, I might get further confused. So having a clear-cut plan beforehand is absolutely mandatory. Not knowing requirement. How would you know the requirements without elicitation? I'm not talking about knowing the requirements. You would never know the requirements until you conduct the elicitation itself. What I'm talking about is you have to have an understanding of the context. What is the big context or the subject matter? Exactly, Gautam. What is the background of that subject? That is what is needed. You need to be clear on that. Then you should also prepare for the audience. So let's say I'm going to talk to a group which has very limited technical expertise. So let's say it's a team of salespeople. They're not very tech savvy. So I should prepare my questions. I should prepare my conversations in such a way that they don't confuse the person on the other side. And if it's a very technical person who has very little understanding of the business, vice versa, I have to prepare my questions focused on certain aspects, what the audience is like, based on what the audience is like. So we will cover some of those aspects later. So again, you need to have even as simple as basic logistics. Post it. So if you are doing this in a closed room with, in a conference room with a group of people, you need to ensure that all logistics are present. Post-its, sketch pens, markers, water bottles, even that is counted as logistics, and you have to have them available. In fact, the best conferences are those where you plan the basic necessities and the basic logistics of human beings beforehand, like having water bottles ready, having timely tea breaks, timely coffee breaks, getting those things made available, having all the necessary post-its and all in hand. If you have all of those things, the conversation automatically becomes much smoother and elicitation process becomes easier. So they are key products when you are conducting in-person meetings. Well, COVID changed everything. So when it comes to teams, you probably don't have to do that, but you have to do a lot of time management. You have to ensure that appropriate breaks are given at times, nothing gets overloaded, things so on and so on. And we talked about the context, understanding the circumstances behind that discussion or the elicitation activity. So that background has to be there. So you need to have that understanding of the circumstances. So let us move. So what are the inputs? At this stage, you would have to know the needs. What is driving this conversation? So if I'm going to a particular group of people to understand some requirements, I at least need to have the basic understanding of the need of this particular stakeholder group. What is driving them to make the change? Or what is driving me to propose the change? So the need has to be clear. And of course, stakeholder engagement approach, I mentioned that before as well. You need to prepare according to your audience. You have to prepare according to the method you are conducting the elicitation. So if it's online, you have to take certain precautions. You have to ensure certain facilities. You have to ensure certain time management techniques, so on and so forth. And you come up with you prepare for your elicitation and you come up with your elicitation activity plan. Understanding the scope of elicitation. Now this becomes really important because a lot of times when we start having conversations with groups of people, we start to digress or divert from the topic at hand. We might have come to a or we might have come to the meeting with certain points as part of our agenda, but the moment the conversation begins, it goes into a completely different direction. So we have to have a clear understanding of the scope of that elicitation. What are we trying to achieve during that particular elicitation activity? That needs to be always clear. And the techniques that will be used have to be predetermined and clearly kept in mind. Never come up with an activity do not use a technique that you might have used before. Maybe you have used a specific technique before many times, but do not come up with a technique in the middle of an elicitation activity in an unplanned or ad hoc manner. If you do that, the scope of you making mistakes or you not ensure, because one, the group is not prepared, that is one possibility, and the other possibility is that even if they are doing their part, you might not do justice to the proper execution of the technique. So always pre-plan your techniques and only execute the ones that you have planned for. Do not come up with ad hoc implementation of techniques. Consider the business domain. Very important. Again, depending on the business domain, you have to figure out tailor your questions and your approach towards the conversation, how it would begin, how would it would end. So there are some domains which have certain, you know, guidelines on how to conduct certain meetings. So if I am going into a financial corporation and I'm trying to conduct certain discussions, let's say in-person meetings, there are certain guidelines. Even with the dress code, I have to be dressed in a particular way with a suit or tie or a complete formals. Whereas if it's an IT industry, I can walk in there in my t-shirt and sports shoes and I can still conduct the discussion. So business domain plays a role as important on the way you would dress. Overall corporate culture and environment, I think, sorry, my bad. So business domain would primarily focus on the major aspects of your question, like how would you ask these questions, technical, non-technical, whereas the corporate culture and environment would play a role on the second environment, the example that I gave you. So if your company allows you to walk in shorts and sports shoes, awesome. If it does not, if it wants you to be in formals, you have to prepare accordingly. Stakeholder locations. We have done workshops where people were in India, people were in US, some in Europe, and workshops are long, remember, 3 days, 2 days. It becomes a nightmare. I mean, luckily for me, I wasn't conducting those workshops. I was a participant in them, but it becomes a nightmare. So so some people are in person, some people are on video calls. So planning and execution becomes really difficult. And if you plan it really well, you can actually pull it through. Stakeholders who are involved and their group dynamics. Remember, it's not always about how your relationship is with your stakeholders. It's also important on how these various people interact with each other. So if there are two groups of stakeholders who don't see eye to eye, and whenever they are in a particular room, no matter what the topic, they always lock horns like a pack of sheep. Your job is not done. Your job is to get the best information possible out of them. And at every instance, if they are fighting, arguing, or discussing some off-topic issues, you will not get what you want. So their group dynamics plays a very important role, and it becomes your job to manage that group dynamics. So if you know that there is a group of people which don't see eye to eye, seating arrangements, for example, you make them seated in a way that they don't start conversations, they're not face to face, or you ask your questions in ways which are like gamification. You do some games. You don't ask pointed questions so that it becomes a debate. You gather the information by playing some games which makes the environment more chill. So again, a lot of these things you can do, but before you do that, you need to understand the group dynamics. Expected output of the elicitation activities will feed. So you need to have an idea of what are you trying to achieve. Once you gather this, and I'm not talking about the high level need, I'm talking about the exact high level solution, if I may say. What is the expected output of your initiative? If you gather all the requirements, you develop a solution, what will it what is the value it is bringing to the table? What is the change in terms of the delivery? What is going to come out? That you need to have an idea about as well. Otherwise you will not be able to ask those pointed questions. Of course, skills of business analysis practitioner, again, this is a constant learning. No matter how good you become, there is always a learning. At every day is a learning, but you need to have certain skill set developed before you manage large groups. Start small, sky is the limit. So you start with managing one or two people, one or two stakeholders, and there will come a point where you'll be managing large teams, large groups of stakeholders, just one person. So this is a continuous learning process. You can have multiple elicitation activities to complement your current activity. What does that mean? So let's say I'm doing a workshop. I'm conducting a 3-day workshop. So we have 38 people in the audience. So all of you guys are invited and we will sit together and so Nora asked a question, right? So information is too difficult to swallow. So let's make that as a use case. What can be a good way to digest this extensive information? That's the topic of our day. And we'll have a 3-day workshop trying to figure out ways to better it. Now, 3 days is long. Before I go there, I would like to prepare myself. So I'll do a brainstorming session with Nora and few others, and I'll try to understand what their pain areas are. I'll do individual interviews, say with Rishabh, Emmanuel, and Akshay, and I'll ask specific questions and gather certain bulletin points from them. I might do a lessons learned in case we have done previous workshops to understand what went wrong in those workshops to figure out a better way to do my next workshop. So my main activity is the workshop. But in order to complement that main activity, I can perform other elicitation activities, which will make sure that my main activity becomes a success. Strategy or solution approach. Again, you need to have a strategy. You need to have a solution approach ready. You need to know the current state. You need to know the future state. If you don't know those two things, your questions would be, you will not be asking the right questions when the stakeholders are with you. So if you have a good grasp on the current state and you have a good grasp on the future solution or future state, you will be asking the right questions in the limited time that you have with the stakeholders. And any possible sources of business analysis information. So if there is extensive documentation present somewhere, if there is an existing system that is imitating or doing the exact same thing that your system is doing, that you are trying to build. So there can be so many sources of information that might complement your elicitation activity. And if you have done that research, that background research, you'll be ready with that information. So if your stakeholder comes back and says, oh, you're trying to build this system, it's impossible. Nobody can build this system. But if you have done your research right, you will know that there are at least, so it happened to me, by the way. Remember, I gave the example of that Grammarly system. When we went to our customers and we said that, look, we are trying to come up with an automated system which will correct your grammatical errors in the English language. They said that's impossible. Only a human being can correct grammar. And then we went back and we showed them these 5-10 systems that we did a background research on. Grammarly was one of them. And then they were like, oh, okay, it's already there. Because not everyone will have the information beforehand. So you as a business analyst need to get that other additional information available once before you go into that elicitation activity. Select the right technique. Now, never ever select a technique which is completely unknown to your audience. It is a very common mistake that happens. I have committed this blunder once myself. We learn a lot of concepts, we hear a lot of nice things, we might actually see a lot of nice YouTube videos about how to implement certain techniques. But imagine this, you have a group of people who is completely unfamiliar with it, and you are implementing that new technique for the first time. For the group to even understand what you're trying to do and be an active participant takes some time. And if you are time bound, and which in most cases we are all time bound, all these activities are time bound, you lose valuable minutes just to make the audience familiar with the technique that you're trying to use. So always use commonly used techniques. Do not come up with a completely innovative, radical, unknown technique, no matter how good it is. If your audience is not familiar with it, don't go with it. No, it's not about solution, Gautam. I'm talking about technique. So let's say I want to gather information from this group of 38 people, right? I want to get some information. So I can conduct a workshop. I can also do a brainstorming. But let's say I'll use planning poker. Let me say I'll use a planning poker session to do some estimations. If this audience is not familiar with how a planning poker works or what planning poker is, the first thing I'll have to do is I have to explain this audience what planning poker is, which is a valuable waste of time. But if I say that let's have a workshop wherein we'll all gather the information together, everybody understands what a workshop is. So that's what I'm saying. It's not about the solution. It's about the technique that you employ to gather the information. It should be familiar to the audience. Techniques specifically suited to the situation. Do not use techniques. So I cannot use a situation. So if my situation demands, it's a small group, 5 people, I can easily solve that with a brainstorming session. Call them into a conference room, have a brief discussion, done. I should not be planning for a workshop for 5 people, right? So based on the situation, select a technique. And always have a list of tasks that are needed to prepare in preparation, execution, and completion of each techniques. Make sure you list out, because a lot of times some of these techniques involve multiple steps. So if you don't make notes, make a list of notes. Okay, first thing in the workshop, the first thing we'll do is icebreaker, then we'll do a meet and greet, or then we'll do a brainstorming of this. Then so just make a list, like an agenda item, like first item, second item, third item, fourth item, and you just keep on crossing them out. If you don't have that list somewhere, 99% chance you would miss out on some vital item. And then once the workshop is over, then you realize, oh, I missed this topic completely. So make a list of the tasks that you need to complete your technique. Another word to say is have a clearly defined agenda for your activity, elicitation activity. Set up logistics, we already discussed that. Activity goals should be very clearly defined. Put it on a large chart paper or a big whiteboard if needed, so that everybody's focus always goes back to that list of goals and nobody's diverting from those goals. Establish participants and their roles. If you have a group of participants and you need or you expect certain things from certain groups of participants, establish those roles right at the onset. So you need a timekeeper, make someone a timekeeper at the onset. You need an adjudicator. Let's say, like, if the topic is getting out of hand or diverging from the core goal, assign someone to bring back your group to. You can assign yourself for it as well. I'm not saying it has to be someone else, but the roles have to be clearly assigned at the onset. Basic logistics, including people, rooms, tools, etc. we already discussed. Locations we discussed. Communication channels, make it clear how will all the information that comes out of it would be communicated. Can be emails, can be websites, conference pages, etc. Use appropriate techniques, we discussed that. And languages used by stakeholders, oral and written. So especially in the globalized world, language becomes important. English, though, is most commonly used language across the world, but at times you might have language barriers, especially if you are communicating with non-English speaking populations or groups of stakeholders. So you will have to figure out a way to work around such situations. Probably have a translator, have an interpreter, things like that. But you'll have to take language. Language can become a barrier if it is not known to, if there is no common language. Get supporting materials, we discussed already. All the historical data, systems, materials, documents, any supporting people. So you need certain decision makers to be in the meeting. You have to ensure that they are there. Sponsors, accounting team members, anybody who can support the decision making should also be involved. And prepare your stakeholders. So this is where a lot of mistakes happen, even for the best of us. Prepare your stakeholders on what that activity is going to be till the end of it. Start with a brief overview of what you have come up, or rather come up with the goals and agenda of the meeting. Set up that agenda right at the onset. Explain the roles and to all the participants, and describe the technique to the best of your ability. If they are not familiar with the technique, drop it. So always go with 2 or 3 techniques. Ask, are you guys aware of brainstorming, what a brainstorming is? If the majority says yes, go for it. If they say no, I don't understand what brainstorming is, you briefly explain it, because sometimes they might not know the jargon. But even if, let's say, they don't know what that technique is at all, you jump to a second technique which might be familiar. So always be prepared with multiple techniques. Give that overview at the onset, explain the whole process, and then start the activity. Abhi, YouTube is the best place. Just search elicitation mock example and you will get tons and tons of videos, and it's free. And there are many awesome elicitation videos. I have referred to a lot of them at times when I had to perform certain specific, more deeper and intensive elicitation sessions. Guidelines of tools, you would have all of this information as before, plus potential value. Because if you are discussing requirements with stakeholders, you would always be guided by potential value. What value does this requirement bring? If you are asking for this stakeholder, this is the value it brings. Do you think it's value for money or value for worth, effort, whatever your particular circumstances? The potential value is a strong guideline that keeps you on track during the elicitation sessions. So test techniques are same. Brainstorming, data mining can be used. If you are working in data intensive industries, you can come up with a lot of extensive data, dig up data basically and show that data, visualize it. In fact, if data mining is there, then I think data modeling should have been there as well. I think that is there in the extensive BABOK. Then document analysis, estimation, interviews, mind mapping, risk analysis, stakeholder list, maps, etc. And personas. We have already discussed them extensively before. All of them can be used, and many more. So it's just a brief. So again, I'm not a data expert, but you have a lot of software applications and tools based on which you can sort and sift through data. Unfortunately, I'll not be able to talk a lot about how data mining works. So, but I would recommend, just Google it out. There are a lot of extensive documentation, YouTube videos. So those of you who are data guys, maybe you can communicate with them in your WhatsApp groups as well. But there are softwares and applications based on which you can get the information, or you can pull up certain data and find patterns within them. And mind you, we are not talking about an Excel sheet with 10-50 rows. When we are saying data mining, it usually is big data, hundreds, thousands of rows of data, numbers, and many columns. Stakeholders, again, anybody and everybody who is relevant, plus these 3 people: domain subject matters, experts, project managers, and sponsors. And you come up with your elicitation activity plan. Let's go with an example, and that will also cover the next topic, which is how to conduct a elicitation. So let me give you an example. So I was working with this organization which was building. So all of you, I think, would know what a chatbot is, right? So you would have these chatbots that pop up, you ask questions, and the system automatically gives you an answer. So I was working for this company or this organization, which it's a very large multinational. I'll not take the name. I think probably the largest in terms of the employees in the world, in terms of the employees, more than 150,000 employees, that big organization. So for that organization, they had a very unique, or rather not a unique, very common problem. And the common problem was that because they had that big employee strength, 150,000 people as employees, if I have to take a leave, if I have to say do some trainings, if so, anything and everything related to employee interactions with HR, it was becoming a big burden for the HR teams, because these HR teams, HR teams would be limited in number. And imagine with an employee strength of 150,000 people, with so many queries, so many requests, the HR teams were not able to fully satisfy the needs of the employees. Well, they were doing it, but they needed a better and faster solution. So the idea was to come up with an automated chatbot, which would take care of 90% of the kind of request. So if, let's say, there's a foreign travel request that is being planned for certain employees, and those employees have to book their tickets, manage hotel reservations, as detailed as those, to as simple as I just want to check out certain documentation about HR policies. It can be as simple as that. So anything and everything wherein HR and employees would engage, those processes, those activities needed to be converted into a chatbot, which would basically do the same functionality. So I was the BA for that product and the chatbot itself. So the stakeholders that we had were the different departments of the organization. So remember, it's not just HR, because yes, the flight tickets and hotel rooms would require some kind of booking, but it's not the HR which does it. HR actually moves it to a concierge service that is part of the organization, part of the admin team, which does these kind of things. But when it comes to, let's say, documentation or new trainings, the L&D team of the HR handles those. If I want specific documentation about products within a particular vertical or a particular department, that particular department manages that content. So everything was scattered and spread out, and everything had to be brought together under this chatbot. We'll come to that, Emmanuel. So the thing that we did as part of Elicitation, so every group was different. Some people had time, they could spend time for workshops. They would sit with us, have long ranging discussions about their needs and requirements. And in some departments and in some cases, we did not have the time that we wanted. So in those cases, we had to manage requirement elicitations as a time bound activity. So I'll give one example of both, where we were under the pressure of, where the stakeholders didn't have enough time for us, and one example of where we had the stakeholder participation. So going with stakeholder participation, where it was available, so the stakeholders were available to our needs, they were giving us enough time. So we conducted two activities. Well, we conducted brainstormings very often, so that was a common thing for them. So we would just set up a meeting, we would gather all these stakeholders and we'd conduct brainstormings. That was the most commonly used elicitation technique. But we also did a kickoff meeting. So we wanted, for a new department, they wanted to introduce that chatbot to a new department. So we brought in all the department heads, we brought in all the subject matter experts of that particular department, and we did a 1-day workshop. It was an 8-hour workshop, 10 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. around 7 p.m. in the evening. It was all virtual. COVID had come by then already, so it was all virtual. So we planned it. So we were two BAs who were managing this whole workshop. So what we did was we segmented the whole section into 3-hour sessions. So we would have a 3-hour session. We would take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. I don't remember, 15 or 20 minutes breaks. We would have games. So we would not make it all work. So we would gather the information using certain gaming techniques, like make it a fun thing. So there was a prerequisite. So everyone has to wear a hat. So we made it clear right at the onset that please bring a hat or some type of headgear. So they had to wear a headgear because it was virtual, right? So if it had been in person, we would have done certain things differently. But because it was virtual, we couldn't do anything in person. So cameras had to be on. We asked them to get some headgear, and we also asked them to, and the coffee breaks were all together. So everyone had to get their coffees, and we would have a coffee break at the end of certain periods of time. So we use these techniques to make it more fun, more engaging, and then ultimately we gathered all the requirements. And the other case where we were time bound and we did not have too much time, we conducted interviews. So we would have a 30-minute session or a 45-minute session at the max. 30 minutes was what we did most of the times, and we could not get all the stakeholders together. So the only approach we could do was connect with them individually, gather all the information, collate it, put it in a document where we mentioned, okay, this information was provided by this stakeholder, this is coming from this stakeholder, make it in a structured format and send it all to all the stakeholders on email. And if anyone had any suggestions or disagreements, they would revert on that emails, and we would make necessary adjustments, and then the requirements were finalized. So two examples, two different sets of audiences where we did elicitations using different techniques. So let's now jump into the types of elicitation. There are three primary types of elicitation: collaborative, research, and experimentation or experiments. So the two approaches that I discussed with you or gave the examples for, they are part of collaborative elicitation. Collaborative means I interact with a group or an individual and gather information. So there is a people to people connect. Research is completely individual. So if as business analysts you are gathering requirements, remember current state analysis. So I'll go back, I'll go through all the documentation of an existing system, a pre-existing system. And based on that, I'll come up with a future state solution. That research that I'm doing, trying to figuring out the current state, is research. I'm not interacting with anybody. I'm playing around with the system. I'm using the system myself. I am reading through the existing documentation, but I am gathering information for the product development. So it's research, which is also elicitation. And experimentations doesn't happen mostly on the technical side, or the one example where it happens on the technical or IT side is POCs. So you conduct experiments and you decide, you based on the experiment you conduct, you see what are the benefits, not is it working, not working, how is the response, and then you take decisions. One example is POCs, or proof of concept as we call it. So you would build something, nobody has asked you to build it, no stakeholder has come and told you to do this. So what you do is you realize that, okay, there is an opportunity that can be leveraged, there is technology available which can make it possible. So you spend your own time and effort and money, you meaning you as an organization or as a team, you spend some effort, you come up with a proof of concept, and then you take that proof of concept to your stakeholders and you show it to them. See, this is what is possible if we can take it further. Now you spend your money, you give a budget to us, and we will make it happen and we will implement it. Remember the example that I gave you for the one project I worked in regarding the Grammarly-like tool, the grammar-based tool. We took the same approach there. We did not start collaboration or research right at the onset. Well, research and experiments happened parallelly, but we actually came up with the POC on our own dime. Our team spent its own budget. There was no sponsor, there was no business who asked for that requirement. We figured it out while analyzing our business and the processes that this can bring significant difference. And then we created a POC, or a proof of concept, a working model, which would show some things, some functionality it can deliver. And then we presented it as a showcase or a demo to all the stakeholders and said that, look, this is possible, doable, we have proved it. If you pay more money, if you sponsor our project, we can make it a reality for your end users. And it became a full-fledged project. After that, we got sponsorship, we had a budget, and then that product got delivered. So that's experimentation. All three are part of elicitation. You identify requirements in all these three processes. And for this elicitation activity plan, you need to know what are you going to do. So that needs to be your input. You conduct your elicitation, and the result is results that come out of your elicitation activity. Couple of points to remember. The elicitation activity that you are performing has to be represented in a way which is, so one, if you can come up with a visual representation of your elicitation activity plan, that's awesome. Even if you cannot represent it visually, if you can come up with a very detailed and structured planning, that basically guides the whole process from end to end. So your stakeholders are aware what you are going to do for the next 8 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours. You would know what you are going to do. So everybody would be on the same page, and the activity would be guided throughout without diverging too much or diverting from the agenda of the day. Capturing of the elicitation outcomes, of course, a lot of times, see, a brainstorming, be it a brainstorming or a complex workshop, a lot of ideas come onto the table. So someone or a group of people have to ensure that whatever is coming out in those discussions is detailed out, recorded, and documented. A lot of information can get lost if proper documentation is not done during this process. Guidelines and tools, you would have all of these plus supporting materials. So business analysis approach, existing business analysis information, stakeholder engagement approach plus supporting materials if needed. And you can use all of these techniques in elicitations while conducting elicitations. Yeah, data modeling is here. Sorry, the previous one did not have it because it was about the plan. This is about actual elicitation. So data modeling, data mining, concept modeling. Okay, let's go through the ones which we haven't discussed. So collaborative games I did mention today. So you can make things, you can gamify aspects and make it fun. So there was a game where we said we wanted to prioritize requirements. So how would we prioritize the requirements? So, oh no, let me give you a different example, a simpler one to explain. We did an activity where we wanted to understand which roles needed certain improvement. It was a retrospective kind of a thing. We wanted to understand which roles needed more improvements in their work, but we did not want to directly point fingers at anyone and say that, okay, this person is not doing the work right. So the idea was we will stick up a page, we will write the name of the role, not the name of any individual. So let's say I'm not happy with the BA team. The BA team's work is not up to the mark. So I will post a note on the back of a person, again, easily removable, not strong adhesives. So, and that person wouldn't know whose role has been posted on their back. And then everything would be shuffled. So it becomes totally anonymous. And then each individual would take out that sheet, read that particular point, and that they get to know that. And it would also mention what things are expected to make things better. It's not just that, okay, BA role is not doing well. It also mentions what all things can be done better. So that gives feedback to the role. It also doesn't put anybody on the spot, and it makes it completely anonymous. Plus, it makes it a fun activity. You keep roaming around the room, you keep writing post-its on the backs of people, and it's a fun activity. So you got everything you wanted out of the activity. You had fun, and you never blamed anybody directly. So that's one example of collaborative games. There are so many collaborative games that you can incorporate to achieve your objectives. Concept modeling we discussed. Data mining is getting the data out, finding out patterns within the data, identifying patterns, coming up with models or predictive models. Data modeling is just visualizing their data. So someone mentioned Tableau or Power BI before. So Tableau and Power BI are the tools which you can use to show large data sets in a very nice visual presented graphs and charts. Document analysis we discussed, so I won't go into that. Focus groups is just, so you must have seen this on TV or heard of it happening quite often. So let's say Coca-Cola wants to launch Coca-Cola in a new geographical location where it was not available. What will Coca-Cola do? It will do a focus group interview. It will randomly select 10 people, different backgrounds from a particular city, and ask them to taste Coca-Cola bottles. They'll just seal it up. No brand would be visible. They'll give them 4 bottles, one Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and other rival companies. And they'll ask them to taste each of them and tell them which one is good. And if something is not good, why is it not good? So that way, they're only evaluating it with 10 people. It's a very focused group of 10 people. They are evaluating them for their opinions. But whatever findings they get, that would be extrapolated to the much larger geographical region. So that's a focus. That's an example of a focus group. You must have seen it on TV or in movies or in shows where you have these group of people. There is a man behind a glass door monitoring the responses, and there's a guy in front of those people asking these questions, specific questions. And based on those responses, the guy who is behind the one-way glass door, he finds out, he records the responses, and then that is analyzed and extrapolated for a larger group. The similar activity can be performed on a smaller scale as well. Interface analysis, interviews, mind mapping, observation, process analysis, process modeling, prototyping. I think I explained already difference between prototype, mock-up, and wireframe. So wireframe is just a blueprint diagram. It doesn't have anything fancy. It just shows how things would be placed in the final model. Mock-up is, it looks exactly like the final product, but there is no functionality involved. Nothing works, but it looks exactly like how it will look once the final product is ready. Whereas a prototype is a partially working model. It shows some functionality. It will have the look of the final product for sure, and it will also have some functionality, but it will not be a fully functional product. It will have some limited functionality. So I gave an example, fighter aircraft, remember? So if I have to draw, or if I'm building a new fighter aircraft, the first thing I'll come up with is a blueprint, which is basically a wireframe on paper, how the plane should look, where will be the wings, where will be the tail, where will be the missiles placed, all of that. Then I'll come up with a mock-up, which I'll unveil in an exhibition or in a defense expo, where I'll say, this is how my fighter jet will look like. But it's just a hollow model. It will not have an engine inside it. It will not have anything inside it. It will be just the outer model. This is how my final aircraft will look. And prototype is something which can fly probably, which can run, which can take off, land, but cannot fire missiles, cannot do a lot of things which the final fighter jet would do. So that's prototypes. So data mining is going through sift. Again, I'm not a data guy, so please refer to the specifics if you are interested. Go online, go through data mining. There's a lot of information about data mining. But data mining is basically sorting, sifting through large amounts of data and coming up with finding patterns within it. So you have a huge, let me give you an example. So I'm a bank. Let's say I work for a bank, and my bank wants to launch a new credit card in a new geographical area. And I am supposed to find out who will get those credit cards in their email, who will be eligible for those credit cards. So what will I do? I'll go through the spending patterns of all the people that I'm trying to target and figure out who are basically earning good enough amount of money, who are not in debt, who use credit cards more. So all of those patterns I'll find out using the various data mining techniques by going through their spending data of these individuals. And then based on that information, I'll take a decision on whether I should be sending out credit cards to certain people or not sending credit cards to them. Survey is nothing but you send out a question. So survey or questionnaire is just a list of questions. So you might have seen YouTube conducting surveys. So every time you see an ad, you get a 3 or 5 questions. Was this ad relevant to you? Do you want to see ads like this again? All of those things. So that's a survey. So you just send out a set of, when you have a large user base where you cannot connect with every individual personally, you just send out one email or one set of questions to a large group of people, and they'll give you feedback. It can be anybody. So anybody who wants to gather some information or insights from certain group of people, and if the group of people is too large to connect individually, you will employ the survey or questionnaire. So it can be the data providers, it can be the business owners, it can be the business analysts, it can be the stakeholder themselves. So if you want to gather some information, but your user base is so large that connecting individually is literally not possible, you would use a survey or a questionnaire. So then stakeholders, again, like any stakeholders, plus these are the key ones that need to be there: customers, domain subject matter experts, end users, implementation subject matter experts, sponsors, and any stakeholder who has any impact or relevance within the initiative. and you get your elicitation results that are unconfirmed. Now remember, when you do this elicitation, you get a lot of unfiltered data. All of that is vital, but you have to validate and verify each of them at a later stage. So at this point, the results that you get are all unconfirmed results, raw data or raw requirements, as someone mentioned earlier. So the next step is confirming the results. So it's as simple as going through all. So let's say I conducted elicitation, I got 100 requirements in a workshop. Now, all of those requirements might not be relevant or valid or even important for the initiative. As part of discussions, a lot of information comes out, but not all of them are relevant. So the first thing that needs to be done is, of course, analyze that requirements, go through all of them to see whether they are accurately mentioned, if there is consistency maintained with the other information. So someone might say, we need a certain thing to happen in an XY fashion, but you realize that that XY fashion is already happening because of some other system. The stakeholder who provided you that information probably was not aware of that other system being in place. So you would have to go through all the sources of information, documentation, etc., and go see if the information is accurate and consistent. And this might lead you to discover many errors, omissions, conflicts, or ambiguity. What does it mean? Errors, pretty straightforward. Some information might be erroneous. Someone said XY, whereas the actual result might be YZ. So there might be an erroneous requirement that has been shared. There might be an omission. So they have given you 100 requirements, but they missed on 2. It's quite possible that that happens. So once you analyze your 100 requirements, you'll be able to connect the dots and see, oh, if this is happening, then probably this should also happen. So you go back to the stakeholder and say that, look, you mentioned this happens. Shouldn't this happen as well? And then the person says, yes, I forgot to mention in the call. So you find out omissions. Conflicts. Someone says X should happen. Someone says Y should happen. You captured both of the informations. And once you analyze, you realize both and X and Y cannot exist parallelly. Either you can have X or you can have Y. It's a very clear-cut conflict of requirements. Ambiguity, not clear enough. They have provided a requirement, but once you started digging down, you realize that you need more info. The information that you have at hand does not clearly give you what the requirement actually means. So you need more information. So you go back again, clear that ambiguity. And once you so you have these unconfirmed results, you get them confirmed, you validate them, verify them with the business, and you get your confirmed validated requirements. It can be documents. You might send up follow-up meetings. You can just send out emails. You can just set up Confluence pages or SharePoint pages where people will come and review and give a sign off. The process can vary from stakeholder to stakeholder, environment to environment, organization to organization. But the process has to be followed, wherein you go back and get a sign off or a validation or a verification on the results. Compare your elicitation results against other elicitation results. Remember, we talked about multiple elicitation activities can be happening at the same time. You are conducting a workshop with certain group of stakeholders and you are having a brainstorming with another group of stakeholders. There might be interlaps or overlaps between requirements. There can be conflicts between requirements. There might be inconsistencies between the two requirements. So you have to do comparisons, and comparisons have to be done on all levels to identify these variations. And of course, you have to connect with all the stakeholders again. So if you have multiple groups of stakeholders, you have to go back to all the groups again. Guidelines and tools, you will have your activity plan, you'll have your analysis information, existing business analysis information. That's all you need for validation. Not many techniques you can employ here. Either you do your document analysis, so you have a lot of content to review. You do interviews, you go back individually one-on-one, or you do reviews, you send out an email, ask people to review the documentation that you have created or come up with, or you conduct further workshops. If it needs more discussion, detailed discussion, you can conduct more workshops. Any stakeholders basically any and every stakeholder that is relevant is part of it. And of course, domain subject matter expertise is needed. And you end up with confirmed results.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
We'll discuss communication of business analysis information. So this is not that heavy topic. I think all of us know how most of corporate communications work, but there are a few pointers that we have to keep in mind. So we will take a quick look at those pointers. Okay, so few pointers that we have to keep in mind, especially when we are talking to our stakeholders or audience, is the language, tone, and style. So it has to be modulated according to the audience according to the audience that is present. So at this stage, you would already have your business analysis information and you will have your stakeholder engagement approach ready. You would know who your stakeholders are. You would already know how you would be making an approach towards engaging those stakeholders. So couple of high-level pointers. So when you are communicating the information to the stakeholders, what would you be communicating? So what is the information or information packages that would be prepared and communicated to your stakeholders? So one of the primary communication items or communication packages is usually the requirements and designs for stakeholders. So remember, I told you I've recently had some challenges in my work role as well. So I have realized, or rather, this is always known, but I made a mistake of going with a template that was set for the organization and not going with a template that is suitable for my audience. So what does that mean? So my business clients at this point were used, until this point, were used with a certain format or a certain template for communication of requirements and designs. The same information was being communicated, but it was being done in a different template, in a different format, which they were not very comfortable with or they were not used to before. So that is a change that I am bringing in. So what I am doing right now is translating the same information in the format which is more familiar to my stakeholders. So the communication of requirements and designs to stakeholders, that's the primary communication item. So that needs to be in a format which is familiar and easy to understand and agreeable for the stakeholders. Early assessment of quality and planning. So even before the project starts, you should have how you would have the quality measurements done. What is the overall roadmap? What is the overall plan? Those things should be very clearly outlined and provided to the stakeholders right at the onset. So usually in most organizations, you would have a phase usually at the end of the year, preparing for the next year. In this planning phase, what most organizations do is they come up with the planning of how things would be delivered over the next year. What would be the various parameters based on which the stakeholders can measure the quality of the product that is being delivered? So all of this assessment is done beforehand and it is shared with the stakeholders right at the onset. even if it is an ongoing project, even if it's a product or a project that has been running for multiple years, this activity happens every year. So for every next, so again, organizations might break this down on a quarterly basis, on a half yearly basis, or an annual basis. But end of the day, this planning is always shared at the beginning of a particular fragment of time. It can be quarterly, annual, half yearly, doesn't matter, depending on the various needs or the organizational structures. This activity is done. And even if you are not within an organizational structure, if you are working as a freelancer or a consultant, you would need to have this done on a frequent basis so that the business is aware of how things are going to go or progress in the upcoming months or years or days. You should always come up with a set of possible alternatives. Remember, no plan is good plan. All plans are good plans until things go wrong. So when you come up with a plan, everything seems nice, everything seems like okay, everything will go perfectly and we'll achieve so and so things. But no plan is perfect, and there are times when your planning might have setbacks. So always have certain possible alternatives. If it's time, keep buffer time. If it's quality, make sure that you have uh, enough resources allocated to make sure that quality related issues are tackled and handled. If it is with respect to um, uh, delivery of certain aspects of a product, always plan it in such a way that even if you are unable to deliver what you have planned or committed for, the business should get something in return. So the planning should account for alternatives. Formal reviews and approvals are a must. We have discussed that quite often by now. So always get these reviews and approvals done, and this would be in form of some communication. It can be an email sign off, it can be a documentation sign off. Irrespective of how you are getting these reviews and approvals, it should be properly communicated, and everyone who is involved should be on the same page. Inputs to solution design, again a very important aspect. Remember, as business analysts, we are not coming up with solutions. We are only proposing solutions, but we are not the actual people who would be implementing those solutions. So it is quite possible that during the course of during the journey of a particular business analysis activity, you might have new inputs coming in for the solution design. The technical team decides that they figured out a new approach to do the same, to achieve a same requirement, or there is a new technology that comes into the picture which can enhance the output in a better way. So it can be n number of things. So these inputs to solution designs keep coming in from the implementation teams, and this becomes a very important communication package. So this information has to be distributed amongst all stakeholders. So everyone should be always on the same page. Conformance to contractual or regulatory obligations. I'm sure we have discussed this quite often. So even this needs to be communicated. So if there are any changes in contracts, be it financial or delivery based or timelines based, or if there are regulatory changes by regulatory bodies, all of these information should always be communicated to all the available stakeholders. And maintenance for reuse. So remember, we talked about the concept of reuse. So whatever we are building, whatever we are documenting, should always be in a format or in a structure that can easily be reused for future use cases. So if you have identified some possible use cases where your current initiative can be implemented or has some use case, in that case, that information also needs to be communicated. Determine the objectives and format of communication. So this will again depend on the audience that you are connecting with. So you have to identify who your audience is, what will each type of stakeholder understand and need from the communication. So these are some key questions that you'll have to ask yourself before you finalize on a communication approach. What is the preferred style of communication for the stakeholder? Someone might prefer an email, someone might prefer a SharePoint page or a conference page, or someone might be okay with a verbal confirmation. Although they might be okay with verbal confirmations, I would highly recommend always have a hard documentation present, so that over a period of time, year, 2 years down the line, you might not be the business analyst anymore. Someone else might come and replace you, or the stakeholders might change, or simply time passes on and people don't remember what was committed during our initial discussions. So having hard documentation is always helpful. What information is important to communicate? That's the most important point you have to remember. Not everything needs to be dispersed to all stakeholders. Only the relevant aspects or relevant information needs to be communicated. Certain additional information which probably, like for example, let me give an example. I am building a system, and I am going to use a particular module for security checks. And while using that particular module, I am going to follow certain coding practices. Now, a business stakeholder does not need to know the specifics of those good coding practices. They would not, as long as you provide the timelines, the efforts, the time taken to implement all of those things as part of the roadmap, that is well and good. The details of what you are exactly going to do as part of that particular implementation in terms of best coding practices is an unnecessary information for the business stakeholders. However, the same information might be highly relevant for your technical stakeholders. So again, depending on who is the audience of the package, you have to tailor the information and send it accordingly. So that's the next point. So are the presentation and format of the package and the information contained in the package appropriate for the type of audience? So you make that decision based on the audience type. If it's a technical audience, you'll tailor the package in that way. If it's a non-technical audience, you would have more business-oriented visual representations to communicate your documentation. Or if it is a high-level management group that you're communicating with, you would restrict yourself to the high levels of the business goals or the business requirements. You will not focus on the specifics. So, for example, if you are communicating with the CEO, CTO, and the CFO level people, they don't probably need to know what exactly are you going to do on a day-to-day level in terms of coding. As long as you can communicate the overall roadmap, the timelines, the budgets, that would be good enough for them. So depending on the type of the audience, tailor your presentations and format of the package. Also, take a look at how does the package support other activities. So we already discussed reusability. So if it has a future reuse utility is present and you have identified it, always make sure that is part of the communication package. Few types of packages. So you might have formal documentation. So this would include tables, matrices, diagrams, etc. So a long set of content basically, wherein you start from the use case or the business requirement or the goal, and then you drill it down to the specifics. Informal documentation might just include text, diagrams, or matrices also, but it might not be part of the organizational process. So what does that mean? So when I say formal documentation, if you are, let's say you are working in an organization and the organization mandates that certain templates, certain standards are to be maintained for certain types of documentation. In that case, you have to ensure that those standards and those templates are followed. Informal documentation is your emails. So if you had a discussion where you have come up with a new design for a very minor aspect of the project, you would just share that as part of the as an email to your stakeholders, and everyone, once they give their agreement or if they're all on the same page, you move ahead with that development. But if your organization mandates that even that minor change needs to be a part of a larger template and should be stored in a specific location under specific structure, then that becomes more of a formal documentation. Presentations, I think everyone would know, is basically my PPT presentations. So they should always be of high level. They should always give a high level overview of the primary business requirements, goals, changes, functions of the solution, etc. It should be very high level. It should not be detailed. So there is this golden rule when it comes to creating a nice presentation, and it's called the 10 20 30 PPT rule. So what does this imply? So your PPT should be always not more than 10 slides. Never have a PPT more than 10 slides. Then it should have a font size of it should take at least 20 minutes of time. So it should not be more than 20 minutes of a presentation, and the font size should always be 30. So you don't need to add extensive. So let's say look at our PPTs that we are doing for our sessions, because it's a training format, so you would have a lot of content. But if you are making a presentation, say to higher management on how this particular training is being conducted, I would not have all these details of the specifics of the content. I would basically create a 10 slide PPT, out of which maybe the first one will be the introduction and the last one will be a thank you slide. So typically 8 proper slides of content. The presentation talk itself will not exceed 20 minutes. So that's the limit, the best ideal time frame for a presentation. And the font size used for any text would always be 30 points. In some cases, you can reduce the font, but the idea stays that 10 slides, 20 minutes, 30 font size. So that's the best way of representing or doing a PowerPoint presentation. Communicating this information. So again, a couple of points in terms of how you are communicating this information. So the packages are there, you have created your PPTs or emails or documentation. How would you communicate this? So you can collaborate within a large group, large, small, doesn't matter, but you are sending all the same information is being sent to all the members of the group. And it basically, what it does is it allows you, or it brings the whole group on the same page at one get-go. So this is an approach you can use, especially if you have regular discussions with that group. So mostly if the group is always on the same page on most of the issues, then your communication methodology can involve a group-based approach. However, there might be cases where not all members of the group might be on the same page. So for example, I am interacting with my stakeholders. I am very much aligned with them. So when I'm sending a package or a message to all of them, I'll send it to all the members, all the stakeholders together. But suddenly my CEO comes back to me and says, Pawan, give me an update on what's happening in your project. Now my CEO is not glued in as my stakeholder group is about all the happenings of the project. So here I'll collaborate with my stakeholder on an individual level. So I'll probably send him an email or do a PowerPoint presentation or send him a link to a documentation, but it would be an individual collaboration. So that's basically the difference, where you do group collaboration and where you do individual collaboration. Again, the methods can be varied. You can send out an email for both purposes, or you can use other non-verbal methods, like you can just set up a meeting and explain, do a PowerPoint presentation, etc., etc., etc. The core item though being is distinguishing between when to use which approach. So if it is a person who is not very glued in, a bit isolated from the ongoings of the exact details of the project, individual collaborations are more helpful. But if the whole group, all the members of the group are all aligned with what has been happening till date, in that case, you can just send out a common communication package, which basically makes them aware of the latest updates or changes. Couple of guidelines you need to have your business analysis approach would be guided by this. or rather this whole process, communication would be guided by your business analysis approach and your information management approach. So how you are sharing your how you are storing your information, where are your documentations, or what kind of templates you are using, what kind of visual diagrams you are using. All of that would be the guiding factors for your communication approach. Techniques: you can do interviews, you can do reviews, you can do workshops. I would also say there are other techniques involved. It's not just these three techniques you can employ. You can do brainstorming sessions if there is a need for it. But primarily, if there is a large group and you have to communicate a lot of information, workshops are really good. If it's a smaller group, or if it's a large group also, but the information is not very extensive, the information is, I would say, not limited, but lesser compared to what you would do in a workshop, then you can do a review. So you send out an email, attach a document with certain details of the change or an update or whatever you are working on, and the whole group would review it and post their comments. So the information here is not very extensive, but if the information is too much, one email with hundreds of documents would not solve a purpose. So a workshop is more appropriate in those cases. And if it is an individual collaboration, then interviews are the best. You connect with that individual person, you do a one-on-one session, the person asks you a question, you answer the specific questions, you can come up with a presentation, do a presentation at the beginning of the interview, and then the conversation follows. But these are the three most commonly techniques that you can use for sharing of information. So again, stakeholders, primary ones are end users, customers, domain subject matter experts, implementation subject matter experts, and testers. But any stakeholder who has any relevance with that particular impact, or whether with that particular change, or that particular change has any relevant impact on the stakeholder, needs to be part of this. And you come up with your business analysis information, and it is now communicated to all the necessary parties. Let's come to the last part of this topic, and that's managing of stakeholder collaboration. So remember, we spoke about elicitation and collaboration. Now, when we were talking about elicitation and collaboration, the primary focus was how you as a business analyst will collaborate with a group of stakeholders. But when we are talking about managing stakeholder collaboration, this involves a little bit more. It involves you making sure how all the stakeholders are collaborating with each other as well to work towards a common goal. So here, it's not just about your collaboration with the stakeholders, it's also about how the stakeholders collaborate with each other. And if they are not collaborating with each other, it becomes your responsibility to guide them towards that, so that it becomes your responsibility to guide them towards working towards the common goal. So you would have by now done all the analysis, you would have identified your stakeholders, you would have identified their roles, you would already know who are the ones who can make decisions, who are the ones who are the subject matter experts. So you would have all the right information, but you will have to ensure that wherever the right people are needed. So for example, if I am trying to get a particular decision to be made, and if I just bring in the subject matter experts into that discussion, the subject matter experts would be helpful in making in guiding me towards what should be the right decision. But can the subject matter experts take a decision? They won't be able to. So figuring out the right stakeholders in the right times with their appropriate roles for the right meetings is basically the part of managing stakeholder collaboration. So ensuring that the work gets done. So inputs, you would have your engagement approach and business analysis performance assessment. You would come up with managing stakeholder collaboration. So let's take a look at few important elements. Gaining agreement on commitments. Now this is the most trickiest part, or the most relevant thing that you would be doing as part of your business analysis, because if you can get a clarity on how you are going to gain agreement on commitments, and you have that agreement, then something goes wrong tomorrow, you will be safe. So it's basically safeguarding your interests as a business analyst as well, because it ensures that whatever commitments you have made or come up with, uh, there is an agreement by all parties involved. So if you can get that agreement on any be it a commitment of delivery, be it a commitment of quality, it doesn't matter. As long as if all parties are on the same page and agree to it, half the battle is done. Then it becomes the job of the implementation teams to deliver. Your job as a business analyst becomes much easier going forward, because you have achieved that agreement on whatever the commitment is. It can be deliveries, it can be quality, etc., etc. Monitoring of stakeholder engagement. So make sure, again, we already covered all of these aspects. So making sure that all the right people are there, SMEs are participating, identifying stakeholder attitudes and interest, or staying constant or improving. So a lot of times, guys, remember, personal attitudes also play a very important role. I think yesterday we were discussing an example about implementing a new project, and the stakeholders don't have confidence in the new product. So there was an existing product. The team was working towards building a new product or implemented a new product, but there is a lack of confidence in the new product by the end users or the business or the clients. So that's one of the most common problems that happens every now and then. The biggest reasons for it, one of the biggest reasons for it, can also be stakeholder attitudes. Yes, the system is not working fine. That is an understandable thing, and that's the scope for improvement. You fix the issues and then it should work fine. But what if the stakeholder doesn't want or has a personal aversion to the new changes that you are making? Because people, as human beings, everybody is resistant to change, and especially when you are bringing in disruptive technologies, when you are working with software applications which are basically transforming whole processes in one go, there is always and always a lot of resistance, and people are not really enthusiastic about adopting. And I mean, there are personal fears, concerns about job losses, all of those things factor in, and then it has an impact on the personal attitude of the stakeholder towards your initiative. So keeping in mind what those initiatives are is very important. Trying to understand what is driving their aversion or resistance, what is driving the stakeholders resistance, that becomes really important. And constantly improving yourself and your product is part of it. Elicitation requirement results should always be confirmed in a timely manner. For example, if I come and get some 10 requirements from one of you today, and I forget about it for the next 2 weeks, and then I drop an email to you and say that please confirm these 10 requirements that we discussed 2 weeks back, would you be able to come back and give me an honest assessment and validate all the requirements? I mean, if it's just 10 requirements and you are very well versed with it, then maybe yes. But imagine there are 100 requirements and it's not just 2 weeks. I come back to you after 1 month. It might cause really big problems. So elicitation results, as soon as you come up with your results, try to get them validated as soon as possible in a very timely fashion. Make sure all the agreements and commitments are recorded in hard documentation. If you don't, well, you have to run around like I'm running around these days. So make sure that everything is documented, visible to all stakeholders, in a place where everybody knows this is where all the decision making is being stored. If you have that maintained, then over a period of time, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line, if something goes wrong or something doesn't work, then you can always go back to those agreements and commitments and say that, look, we have followed the process. This is what we had agreed, and this is what we have delivered. If it is not to your satisfaction, then we can do better, and we will do better. But this was developed according to our past agreements. Also monitor for risks like stakeholders being diverted to other work. One of the very common risks is stakeholders don't give you enough time. you are available, you want to gather as many requirements as possible, but your stakeholder is not available, and they are they've got promoted to a new level, or they have moved into a different project, they have new responsibilities, they are not giving you enough time. So it's a risk you have to flag right at the onset. If you take time, if you say that, oh, okay, let's wait for the stakeholder to come back, and you waste valuable time, your management will come back on you and say that why did you not raise this as a concern right at the onset. So the moment you encounter that your stakeholder is not giving you enough time for one reason or the other, raise that as a red flag right at the onset. Elicitation activities not providing the quality of business analysis information required. Now, this is also very important and happens quite often. So you have, let's say, a group of stakeholders. You are meeting with them regularly. You meet with them every week, every 2 weeks, and you have these discussions. You try to gather as many requirements as possible. But the results of those sessions are not yielding quality, or rather, the results that are coming out of those discussions are not of good quality, meaning maybe the stakeholder is not clear with the vision. Maybe the stakeholder is talking about some stuff, but once you come back and do your analysis, you realize that this probably is not very relevant to the use case you are trying to work with. There can be n number of examples that can be possible, wherein the results that you have come up with do not directly solve the problem that you are trying to address. It can be for any reason. It can even be a language barrier. It cannot even be a the stakeholder has a different view or perception of the product that, or the change that you are working on. So you have a particular perception. The requirement is in plain English. Both of you are reading the same sentence, but you have a different perception on how it will be implemented. The stakeholder has a different perception on how it will be implemented. So all of these things can lead to requirements which are not of good quality. That is, they once implemented, they don't deliver the product or process in a way that is expected. So raise a red flag if you encounter something like that. Write it that way. For this to happen, you would need to have one bad experience. You would have to have one scenario where you realize, oh, this was the requirement, this was my understanding, and the stakeholder had a completely different understanding. So that can only be identified if you face a situation like that. But the moment you face it, raise that as a red flag, highlight it, and take preventive actions. What can you do to avoid such kind of misconceptions or different viewpoints? So you'll have to figure that out.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in inventory management, which forecasting technique is suitable for predicting sales of a seasonal product with historical sales data that exhibits a strong seasonal pattern? And your options are Holt-Winters method, Box-Jenkins, exponential smoothing, or moving average. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by IICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
Delayed approvals. This is also one of the major concerns. People are busy. They don't give an approval immediately because it doesn't mean they don't want to give the approval or they hate you. It's just that they probably are busy with a lot of other things that they basically forgot about giving an approval on your documentation. So the one thing that I am trying to do, and I've been trying to do for the last 7-8 years, is I don't leave it hanging. I don't just drop an email and say that please give me an approval on this. You do that, then you are completely at the mercy of the stakeholder. If the stakeholder is very punctual and has enough time and bandwidth, they'll immediately respond and give the approvals. But if the stakeholders are busy or they are drawn into other activities, your approval gets delayed. So the best thing is set up a 15-minute call. Once your validations are done, everything is done, in that very call, maybe just at the very end, take 10-15 minutes. Just say that, okay, we are all here, we all agree on this. Can I consider this as an approval of these requirements? Most of the cases, most likely they will say yes. In case they need more time to review the documentation, they might ask you. In that case, set up a follow-up meeting, a 15-minute, 20-minute meeting, wherein give them enough time to review all the documentation, set up a follow-up meeting, and in that meeting itself, get the approvals. It can be a verbal approval on a call, and you just make a note of it saying that on this date, on this time, so and so people were part of this meeting, and it was approved by so and so people that these requirements are as per business requirements. So then, so you basically are the one who is doing this approval process. You're not leaving it up to the stakeholders. If you manage that yourself, it usually becomes faster. But again, this is something which can only happen if you have that level of rapport or working relationship with your stakeholders, or your organizations are flexible enough that they allow you to do that kind of uh, they allow you those kind of process innovations. If you have a hard and fast rule set up by your organization that no, you have to send a mail, the stakeholder will take their own sweet time and then they'll get back, in that case there's nothing much you can do but raise a red flag if you are not getting the approvals on time. So collaboration we already discussed quite often. uh first thing that you have to do though is build a rapport with your stakeholders. See, once you build a rapport and you have a good working relationship, then even if some mistakes are made as part of the process, because of that rapport, those mistakes get covered. And how can you build that rapport? You will have to make sure that you make your stakeholders feel that they are being heard, their opinions matter, and their contributions are recognized. It's a very simple thing to do, or rather, it's a very simple thing to say, but getting it done requires a little bit of tact, because there are a lot of other stakes. So again, if you have multiple stakeholders, when I say make stakeholders' opinions heard or contributions recognized, what would you do? Let's say if there are two competing stakeholder groups, and if you give this opportunity of making them heard and opinions matter, contributions are recognized, of stakeholder group A, and stakeholder B feels bad about it. So again, it needs a little bit of tact on how you do it. So if you have conflicting stakeholders, you address them separately, you bring them together only when absolutely needed. So you build that rapport in ways wherein the stakeholder feels that, okay, this BA is there as my voice. Once that relationship is established, life becomes much easier in the long run. So business analyst is employed for a role in a business structure. Why should approval be delayed when the stakeholders are expected to embrace the change for a greater value for the stakeholders? Although the business structures are in place, stakeholders are supposed to do what they are supposed to do, but at the end of the day, they are human beings. And if they are busy people, and they would most likely be busy people who have other responsibilities and other priorities. So this would be just one aspect of their day-to-day business life. So delays happen, and it is something we cannot wish away. Yes, theoretically it has to happen. It doesn't happen that way practically. When you actually do, there are delays in getting approvals, and sometimes the resistance is also there. I mean, people, it's all about people, right? So even if the company has a vision for a particular product or a process, they want to overhaul a particular process, change it so that profits are good, but the manager who is handling that process believes that if that thing happens, he will have to fire a few people, or if that automation kicks in, his job might be in danger. Do you think that particular manager would be a good stakeholder for you? Will that person voluntarily share information? They won't. They'll have a lot of fears and their own personal concerns with that particular initiative itself. So again, it's all about people, and Although theoretically they are supposed to do it, doesn't happen most of the times. And in some cases, if you get really good stakeholders, then it's a piece of cake, nice journey. You don't have to worry much. Your stakeholder is actually driving the whole project. So in that case, you don't have to worry that much. All you have to do is just gather the information from the stakeholder, pass it on to the team. You just become a messenger. Your job becomes easier. But then that's where you don't do that much business analysis activity. That's that in such a scenario, you don't learn that much. It's only when you are dealing with difficult stakeholders when the life becomes exciting for a business analyst. Guidelines and tools. So same business analysis approach, business objectives, future state. You need to have your future state description aligned right at the onset for these conversations to happen. Remember, you are dealing with people, you are dealing with stakeholders, you are managing collaboration. So that future state description has to be there in front of everybody at every instance, because that should be not, one should not divert from the future state description in a very I mean, there would be some changes, especially if you are working in adaptive approaches, if you're working using agile as a methodology. The future state description evolves over a period of time, so that is expected. But it should not be so. If I am trying to build a solution which is to, let's say, automate grammar editing, and I end up building a system which is automating some other complete different functionality, that would become a big problem. Or let's say if I'm working on grammar editing for English and I end up building a system which does grammar editing for French, so that would be a complete diversion from the actual future state description. Some changes or many changes are acceptable as long as your business objectives and the initial future state description are both aligned. Recommended actions, risk analysis results, they also basically keep you on track on managing the risks. And I mean, they are basically the guidelines for this whole process when dealing with different types of stakeholders. Collaborative games, lessons learned, risk analysis and management, stakeholder list mapping, and personas are some techniques you can use in such a scenario, especially if you have difficult stakeholders but you have time and you are meeting in person. Collaboration games are very helpful. If you are in a problematic situation where you are not getting the results as expected, you had a certain vision with your business analysis activity, but things are not working, they're not looking good, then lessons learned needs to become a practice with that group of stakeholders, so that on a regular basis, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, you meet up with the stakeholders and see what was done in the last 3 weeks, what was good, what was bad, what can be improved. So make it a practice to do lessons learned. If your stakeholder engagement is not happening the way it is supposed to go, I mean, if there is dissatisfaction, if you're not getting the requirements, in all such scenarios, make sure lessons learned becomes a important practice. Risk analysis management we discussed, stakeholder list mapping and personas we already discussed. So you would need these to guide you through. Stakeholders are, in this case, are all stakeholders, can be anybody. Again, guys, when we are talking about stakeholders, remember, we are not only talking about the business side of stakeholders. It can be your colleagues who are working with you as your development teams, your QE teams, or even your colleague who is another BA in the same project. So even that person is a stakeholder. So anybody and everybody. So it involves managing or dealing with all groups in one go. So we will cover each of these individual topics one by one. One of the primary items, or the first item on this list, is tracing of requirements. So what is tracing of requirements? It's a tracking of requirements. Basically, you create tickets. It can be post-its, it can be individual items in an Excel sheet. Doesn't really matter the methodology that you use or the tools that you use. What's really important is there has to be a traceability of all requirements. Say that, for example, a requirement comes in from the business on, say, June 18th. Then you are doing some analysis on June 20th. Then you are going back to the business on June 30th to verify those requirements. July 1st, you get a response from the business validating and verifying those requirements. June 5th, you get a sign off on those requirements. June 6th, you prioritize those requirements. So there has to be a traceability matrix, you can call it, or a tracking mechanism with date, time. Doesn't matter what mechanism you use. It can be tracked based on dates. It can be tracked based on priorities. It can be traced based on uh, complexity. Doesn't really matter how you do it, but there should be some level of traceability for all your requirements. How do you maintain your requirements? So most likely the tools and um, uh, applications that you would be using to maintain your requirements. We will take a look at that. Prioritization. So I think we have had a few conversations on prioritizations, but we'll delve deeper on how to identify which requirements is more important than the other and do that prioritization. Again, you don't prioritize, you enable the stakeholders to prioritize, and it's the stakeholders who will finally give those values, numbers, or whatever. Assess requirement changes. So if there is a change request in the middle of development or in the middle of a particular initiative, how do you assess those changes, requirement changes, and how do you incorporate that within the whole cycle? Because you already started the work. So let's say you start with 10 requirements, you are already in the middle of the process working towards achieving those 10 requirements. Suddenly 5 more requirements come into the picture. These are change requests. So how do you assess them? How do you incorporate them into your cycle, and how do you implement them as well? And finally, approval of requirements. So the various, so we have already covered that topic in detail, but we'll see a few items again. This concept, core concept model. So requirements lifecycle management divided as per the core concept model. So that it gets ingrained in your brain. 6 core concepts you should remember by heart by now: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. If not, keep looking at these slides. It will make sure that it gets ingrained. So in this context, how do you manage proposed changes to requirements and designs during an initiative? How do you manage these proposed changes and requirements and designs? That is the change, or that is the thing that you're trying to achieve. Need. Why do you need to do this? You have to have a traceability, prioritization, and maintenance of requirements until the end all the business needs are met. What is the solution? How do you achieve it? You need to have a trace requirements mechanism. You need to have appropriate designs for solution components that ensures that the overall business need is satisfied. Who are the stakeholders? So you work closely with key stakeholders to understand, agree, and approve all the requirements and designs. So whoever is the stakeholder for that particular business need is your stakeholder. What is the value of this activity? It will help you in maintaining your requirements and also allow you to extend the value beyond the current initiative for reuse. So if you have clearly defined, well-maintained requirements, it's not just about solving the current problem. They can be used for future initiatives as well, because you would always structure them for reuse. What is the context of this? It's all about tracing and prioritizing various. So it's all about tracing and prioritization activities that you would do with requirements. Look at this input output diagram. So I'll not read through everything, but end result, you will be left with traced requirements, traced designs, well-maintained requirements, well-maintained designs, prioritized requirements, prioritized designs, any change requirements, any change designs, approved requirements, and approved designs. So these are your final outputs that come out of this activity, requirement lifecycle management. At the end of requirement lifecycle management, you will have these elements in place available at your fingertips. Tracing of requirements. So what's the purpose of it? So it is to basically ensure that all your requirements and designs are aligned to one another. So you should not have a requirement which says X and your design says Y. That wouldn't make sense. So the whole purpose of tracing requirements is to have an alignment of requirements with the designs, and to manage the effects of change to one level on related requirements. So if some change happens tomorrow, you should be able to go back, identify what was the original requirement, why did we make this change, so that level of detail is maintained, and you can always trace back your steps to identify uh, or or not identify, to manage any effects for any new changes that might come in. Requirements traceability identifies documents. Okay, let me not read that part. You can read. So it basically provides you backward traceability. So you can go back and forward. So traceability can be defined in two ways, backward and forward. You can trace what comes next in the future. You can also go back in time and see what was the status over a period of time. So both levels of traceability is made available. Traceability will enable you for faster and simpler impact analysis. Remember, if you are making changes that will add or have some impact on your existing implementation. So if someone asks you what, let's say if I change X to Y, what will be its impact? How can you answer that question if you do not know what was X and what is Y? And the only way, what is Y is fine, it's the new thing, it's the change, but what is X, you can only know it if you have a proper traceability of your all your old requirements. So faster and simpler impact analysis can be done. Impact analysis is nothing but the impact that a particular change or an initiative has on an existing as is system. More reliable discovery of inconsistencies and gaps, so you can also do a gap analysis. Remember the future as is state, current state versus future state. So you do have a current state analysis done, but once you do your current state analysis and you do your future state analysis, the future state analyze the gaps between the two. So what is there today and what you want tomorrow, the gaps between the two are your change requests, are the changes that you are going to bring in, right? So that gap analysis of gaps and requirements can also be traced easily if you maintain and have a clear-cut traceability. Deeper insights into the scope, how complex is the change, what is the overall scope, what are the boundary conditions, these can also be established if you have a clear-cut breakage of requirements. And you will also have the ability to decide which requirements can be done and which cannot be done. So that gives you a clear picture on that. So won't spend too much time here. At this stage, you have your requirements and you have your designs, and you come up with traced requirements and traced designs. Couple of points that you have to remember when it comes to tracing of requirements: level of formality. This will vary from organization to organization. This will vary from use case to use case. There are organizations who still use BRDs, FRDs, which are documentation formats or templates for tracing of requirements. And there are organizations which use agile formats like epics, user stories, tasks, improvements, etc., etc. So the level of formality varies from organization to organization, uh, from the approach being used, from the tools being used, and also the use case as well. So certain requirements, even if you are working in an agile environment, require extensive level of documentation where you have to detail out everything. So doesn't matter whether it's adaptive or predictive, whether it's agile, non-agile, the level of documentation has various factors affecting it. And if it's needed, you will have to have that detailed level of formality. So the key point is, if you have, so the effort to trace requirements grows significantly when the number of requirements or level of formality increases. So when you have too many requirements, or when you have too much of detail needed in requirements, the need for tracing these requirements also increases significantly. So especially large projects, lot of requirements, multiple years of work, you would definitely need a system or an application, a tool like Jira or Azure DevOps, Zoho. So these tools enable you to maintain large number of requirements in a very easy to work fashion. Relationships. So how do you identify, or how do you know that the requirement that you are working on today and the requirement that you will work tomorrow are interconnected? So this comes out during your analysis of the requirements. Once you arrive at a relationship saying that, okay, requirement A is interconnected or has a dependency or needs to be done before or needs to be done after requirement B, some level of some relationship is there between the two. Once this relationship is identified, you need a mechanism to trace those relationships. So for example, let's say there is a requirement A and a requirement B. Requirement B needs to be implemented or needs to be present before requirement A comes into the picture. There is a clear-cut dependency. If you do not maintain that dependency, someone will go and develop requirement A first. Requirement B is not yet started, but you cannot do anything with requirement A because there was a direct dependency on requirement B. So deriving those relationships, maintaining those relationships, and linking those two requirements that have such relationships is absolutely necessary. And a lot of these tools that I mentioned, whether it's Azure DevOps, Jira, or Zoho, they allow you, they provide you options to link one requirement with another requirement. So we'll take a look at, I'll show you Jira. I am afraid I'll not be able to show you Azure DevOps because they have a very complicated registration process. So I'll show you an example of Jira. And that's the one tool I'm very comfortable with, but there are others as well. And they all provide the same set of functionalities. So dependencies we discussed. The first point was deriving of the relationships. The second is dependency. So if there is a dependency, you have to trace that as well. Necessity. So let's say a dependency can be a necessity, or dependence can be a effort. What does that mean? The example that I gave you, where B has to be done before A, it's an example for necessity. Without doing B, if you do A, then your feature will be incomplete. Your A will not work without having B done first. So it's an absolute necessity that you have to do B first, only then A becomes functional. Another example of this is effort. You have two requirements, A and B. Both are independent. There is a relationship between the two, but the relationship is not functional, meaning I can still do A and I can deploy it and A will work, and then I can do B. Or I can do B first and it makes the job of doing A much easier, because B brings in certain components that will make my life easier while developing A. So there is no hard dependency here. It's not like one will not work without the other. But if you do the other one first, it makes your job a hell lot of easier while doing the while trying to fulfill the requirement A. So that's the second type of dependency, where it's about efforts and not about mandate. It's not a mandatory relationship, but it makes your job easier if you can do the other one first. It's still a relationship though. And then satisfy. So this is a third category. So you have A and B. You have done A. So it's like so if A is there in place, B is also there in place, you get the full functionality. It's not that they are interdependent, meaning A cannot work without B or B cannot work without A. It's not about that. Both will work on their own, but if only one is delivered, your use case is not satisfied. You need both A and B in parallel working together to achieve your business goal or business requirement. So for example, a functional requirement and a solution component. So that, let's take that example. So let's say I'm developing a website and I am having a backend service which pulls certain data from a cloud service and shows it on the website. I can create a website without that backend service. The website will be fully functional, but I'll not be able to see any videos because the backend solution component, the backend service is going to call the videos from the stored location and make it available for the end users. So only when these two requirements are working together, the full functionality is realized. So they satisfy the business requirements together. But you can test them individually, you can create them individually, both will stay separate. I mean, both will function separately as well, but it will not realize the full functionality. Validate. So validation type of relationships are something slightly different. So here is where so for example, you have a requirement and you are trying to you are coming up with test cases which fulfill that particular requirement. So for example, I'm trying to think how to explain test cases. Okay, so let's say there is a requirement of I'll come to you, Emmanuel. So let me just explain this aspect and I'll come to your question. So I'm building, let me say, I have a login screen. So my use case or my requirement is I add my email ID, enter my password, hit enter. I should be logged into the system. If I forget my password, there should be a forgot password option, which asks me a question. And if I answer it correctly, I get my password. Now, this is my use case or this is my requirement. Now, there can be multiple test cases created for this one requirement. What does that mean? So enter email address, hit enter. There are two possibilities, right? Either the password that I entered is correct and the credentials that I entered is correct. If it is correct, it should log me in. If it is incorrect, it should show me an error message saying that your credentials are incorrect. So these are two test cases that have come up only for this one action. Similarly, you can come up with multiple test cases for this whole use case. Now, these test cases, so if I ask a developer to create a system for login, I will not create one user story. I'll create multiple user stories, small sections. So if you are entering credentials, if credentials are valid, you log in the user. That becomes one test case or one user story. I'll then create another user story saying that if your test case fails, negative test case meaning that if you enter your credentials, they don't work out or they are invalid, you have to give an error notification to the user with the following message, and I'll give the message. So basically what I'm doing here is the main business requirement is one, login into a system, but I'm breaking that down into multiple test cases which can be individually tested and can be basically individually tested. And if all these test cases are successful, that is they are tested and validated, that means my requirement is fulfilled and my solution is ready. So this is a different kind of relationship. When you are creating test cases for a particular requirement, those test cases, all test cases have to be fulfilled for you to, in order to have the requirement meet the solution that you are trying to build. See, you have a use case. A use case can be something functional. So let's go to an example. Make milk tea, sweet milk tea. That's my use case. Okay, let me put it here as well. Sweet milk tea. This is my use case. Now, how can I test whether so someone worked on it, someone made some cup of tea, a cup of tea is ready. How do I test whether that tea that is given to me as sweet milk tea is sweet and it has milk in it? I'll have to break it further down, right? So what will I check for? First, I'll check whether it has milk in it. That becomes one test case. Now, how do I test that? Well, for the simplicity, let's just say I'll do a visual check. I'll check with my eyes. If I can see milk in it, then that becomes my test case. That is, it's a milk tea. Then what will I test? I'll test whether it is sweet or not. So I'll taste it. That means if it is sweet, it has sugar in it. So my second test case is met. End of the day, I want tea. So what's tea added in it? It can be just milk and sugar, right? So I will taste it, or let's say I'll visually check it and see if it has tea in it. So basically, I'm testing for three individual things. Does the cup of liquid that I have been given, does it have milk? Does it have tea? And does it have sugar in it? Those three things, once I figure out, or once I test them individually, I can say that I have tested this cup of tea that has been given to me. And if all these test cases are met and are positive, then my test scenario is positive. That means the cup of liquid that I have been given contains sugar, contains milk, and contains tea. That means make sweet milk tea use case is now fulfilled. Is this example clear enough, guys? Functional decomposition is only about functionality. This might involve non-functional aspects as well, Rishabh. In this example, it's a very base example that I'm using, but a test case can contain non-functional requirements as well. So you have to fulfill certain non-functional requirements in order to achieve a use case. So the test case need not be completely functional. In this example, yes, it's a very base example. So we are only talking about functionality, but test cases need not be functional always. So it's not functional decomposition. You're not testing individual requirements. The requirement is make sweet milk tea. You are breaking a requirement into specific aspects which can be tested individually, and if all of those individual aspects are green or are meeting the standards, then your requirement gets approved or your requirement is functioning as expected. So you are breaking a requirement into specific testable unit cases, or I don't want to use big words, so I'll just stick to test case only. So they're also called unit test cases. So it's the smallest possible aspect of a requirement. So it's like, okay, let me put it this way again, very simplistic explanation, probably not a definition in any book, but like you have matter and atoms. So what is the definition of atom? It is the smallest individual available form of matter, right? So a test case is the smallest available and testable aspect of a requirement. So a requirement, you can have multiple things that you need to test to see if a requirement is fully functional. A test case is the smallest unit that can be individually tested, and multiple test cases, when all of them are tested and green, that means your requirement is met.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by IICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
So this is what we saw. So current state, future state, and then there is also something in between called assess risk. But when you are going to change, there are always risks that may derail. So the strategy analysis also in part of the BBOC, it also talks about the assess risk part, and then define the change strategy. Change strategy is basically about your plan. I mean, how are you going to change? Say product can have also its strategy, or function can have also its strategy. Maybe the nature of the strategic decision will be little smaller in scope, but everybody can have their own decision. For example, a product manager can have a product strategy. Right now I'm putting a product. He may think that in 3 years, 5 years down the time, line, how how the product manager, if I am a product manager, how I would look at the product to be, right? 5 years down the line, what are the changes that may happen? What are the new version I can put in? I mean, in Apple and all that, we are always seeing, right? Every year there is a new version came. What are the things that are coming? So those sort of broader things. I mean, a product still can have a strategy, and product strategy can include its pricing strategy, its promotional strategy. I mean, all those things can be there. Yeah, the scope may be. Yeah, sorry, Najia. Not only organization, as I said, we can have a product level and a function level strategy also. Depends. As I said, the scope may be lower, but it can be there. Yeah, a product manager is responsible for the product strategy. Let's say a chief customer service officer, he will be he's a functional head, and they may have a customer service strategy. Of course, it has to be aligned with your organization strategy. They cannot have a strategy of their own which is not aligned to organization goal and objective, but does not mean that they cannot have a strategy. The strategy has to be aligned. That's the first stage. They cannot do it of their own, but within that constraint, they can have their own strategy. Okay, they can have their own objective and own strategy, but they cannot go in opposite direction. If everybody start pulling the organization in different direction, it's a recipe for disaster. So they cannot, absolutely no. But within that objective and in alignment to that objective, they can do it. Yeah, so this is what the input and output, just presented visually. So we can see what are the inputs, what are the different starts which you talked about, analyze current state, future state, risk, and strategy. And of course, we will get an output similarly. So from current state to current state description, business requirement, and other things which is there. Okay, let's look at the first step. What is analyze current state? Current state, what is the analysis of current state? What is current state? Current state is nothing but where are we now? Okay, it can be anything. Where are we now is what current state. But why you need to know the analyze current state? Because we want to know whether we want to do that change or not. Right? Any change is always painful. It requires resources. It requires time. So whether you want to change or not, that is your current state analysis will talk about. If you are already achieving your goal and you don't want to change, that will also your current state will talk about. So that is the purpose. Purpose and description. Why the change is needed? The simple question we should ask is, can we achieve our objective without undertaking the change or not? If we can achieve our objective without undertaking the change, it's always better to do the current thing. But the point here is you should always look at long term, not the short term thing. For example, I mean, we can say that, let's say you famous example, you where Nokia and Apple iPhone has come in and you are losing market share. And let's say Apple has not completely dominated the market. You can always protect your market by dropping your price. So you say that my objective is to hold on to my market share. And I can do it by reducing my price because it will become cheaper and more people will take it, right? But that's a short-term thing. So, and by that, you should not say that I should not move to a new, platform and all that. Had BlackBerry adopted Android or something, they could have been very successful. At least what I think. I don't know what could have happened in the future, but they had such a strong market share and such a strong customer loyalty. They just, bottled it up, right? So that's what I'm thinking. So look at long term, and if it makes sense to change, then we should change, right? And if it makes sense not to change and still we can achieve our objective, then and that's what the job of the business analyst, to tell the difference, whether to take the change or not to take the change. Inputs are elicitation and needs. Analyze current state. Why do you think elicitation result is an input? Basically, in order to analyze your current state, you need to know as I said, where we are, right? So where we are, how you know? You will ask some questions to people, you will do some document analysis, you will look at some historical documents. That is exactly what is elicitation. In order to know your current state, you need to get those information. Maybe future state you can think through, or for that also you may do elicitation, but at least you can think through and I mean, you come up with something. So elicitation may not be 100% requirement in future state, but current state, obviously you need to know. You need to observe. It gives an idea about current state. That's why it is. It's an input. It's a very clear thing, right? I mean, I know this input-output questions will not come in any exam, but unless I mean, embedded is logical. We should be able to answer this question so that what would happen that it will, I mean, make your mind absolutely clear and it will help you to answer some other questions. Okay. This is the input output matrix, need and elicitation, which we just talked about. Okay, so what are the different, there are the elements, so talks about different elements it talks about. The elements are top down, bottom up, middle management and external driver. Let's look at some of the things. Top down. Top down means from the top management. The CEO of the company says, I want to grow at a 10% for next 2 years. That's a top down. They say, I want to be the number one in this industry or top three in the industry. That's a top down. Something coming from the top, from the board of the organization or from the top of the, I mean, hierarchy, CEO. Bottom up, of course, the opposite. So maybe a worker is working on something, or he or she looks or encounters a problem, and then it actually increases. Then it is actually put it for change. I am not able to do something as a worker, as a bottom line worker, and I'm asking for that change, right? So that becomes your bottom up. Sometimes many of these bottom requirement are actually clubbed into a larger requirement, but that's bottom up. Middle management, obviously management, middle management, and external driver. So customer, other than customer, there might be many things like competition. Competition has launched a new product, and you have to respond. So that's external driver. The regulator has put some conditions. Government has put some conditions. That's a external driver. Environment, ecology can change. Or war in Russia and Ukraine, you cannot get, let's say, some raw material from Ukraine. So that's the external driver. So it can be anything. Marketplace changes and all those things can be there. Clear? I think these are simple concepts, but maybe some examples makes it clear, and that's why I'm focusing on those examples. Okay, strategy and culture. Why it is important? And you might have heard about this term, culture eats strategy for breakfast, and it is absolutely true. You can have all the nicest strategy presentation. You can ask all the top management consultant, strategy consultant of the world, and they can build a wonderful strategy for you. But if your culture is not there, I mean, in terms of alignment with culture and strategy is not there, things will not work. Things will not work. I can give you many examples, and most of the examples are merger and acquisition. I mean, the brilliant strategy. I can give you one example where I have been part of. I was, Idea Cellular Limited and Vodafone was part of some of, Indian conglomerate in terms of a large telecom operator. Vodafone was number 2, Idea was number 3, and a new operator called Jio came in and they went berserk. I mean, they were extremely aggressive in terms of their pricing and their coverage and all, network coverage. Wonderful product at a very cheap price. So it disrupted the market. Now Idea and Vodafone, they felt the heat, they could not compete, and they decided to merge. And I was with Idea Cellular Limited at that time. Okay. Now what happened? After the merger, everybody said that, some people said that it will work because both of them has got complementary skills in terms of there are some regions where Vodafone is strong, some regions where Idea is strong. Okay, there will be a very synergic improvement, right? So they said that the target customer segments also might be different, the appeal might be different, and there might be a synergy. But it failed, and it's now, I mean, a case. Though some people will still disagree, but by and large, the objective is not maintained. Their profitability, their customer acquisition is not there. After merger, their market share increased for a very short time to number 1, but now again they have slipped to number 3, not even number 2. Okay, so it's not working because the way Idea Cellular Limited it operated and the way Vodafone operated is very different. Idea Cellular Limited management style was very hands-on. People were actually deep into things. And I mean, there was, in a way, managers were also expected to know things and get it done, I mean, themselves. Well, Vodafone was a lot more, I would say, that hands-off approach. Um, Down the level people, they were able to do it, little supervision and all that. Nothing is good or nothing is bad. It just has to be whatever is your way of functioning, everything has to be aligned in that. Your KPIs, your structure, your people, the kind of people you hire, the kind of people you reward, everything has to be balanced. Now, when they merge, it's absolutely chaos. I mean, we don't know half people from earlier one, half of the people from this year, and it is a classic case. How you handle which culture will prevail, internal struggle, and all that. That's why. So, organization strategy and culture is a very important thing. Within the organization also, you create some strategy, but your people are not supportive because the existing culture is not there. So then it can backfire. Okay, then there are capabilities and process. You understand capabilities. I don't have to tell you what is capabilities, and you know the process. A capability centric view, okay, is what when the organization is already having certain capability and it is trying to exploit that capability to do something else. And then there is another something called process centric view. So process centric view says they are trying to improve what they do and maybe try to become more efficient. And I just want to give a very good example of this. You may not, I mean, this looks maybe looking a little theoretical, but let me give you an example and which will make it very clear. And again, I'm using an automotive example because it is very generic and everybody can relate, be it from the software industry or non-software industry. Now, Toyota, you all know, right? People who are trained in Lean Six Sigma or at least heard about, they swear by the Toyota production system, that is the lean manufacturing. The entire objective is to how to improve, how to be super efficient and super input, zero defect. You buy a Toyota car and you know that it will last long, much longer than anything else you can find. Even much pricier and higher car also you'll find niggling problem, but in Toyota, or at least let's say Japanese product, you will not get. And I mean, many of you are in US and you know that, right? Toyota is market leader in many of the products. Of course, the American brand like GM and Ford and Chrysler, I mean, they are more into larger car and bigger and trucks, which you called and SUVs. They are more into there. But when you talk about Toyota, they also have products. Honda, Toyota, they also have SUV products. But the smaller section like Camry and Corolla and in Honda Accord, and they are one of the best sellers, and people swear by that. The reason behind that it is they produce cars which are not as expensive than others, as expensive as others, but finest quality. You may not get a very good material inside or interior inside, but whatever you get, that will last for long. That's what. And there is a lot many things that Toyota does. I mean, if you want to read, there is a book called The Toyota Way. You can read that. It talks about a lot of things. I mean, how they handle their people, how they handle their vendor, what kind of process. And yesterday I was talking about that end system, right? You remember pulling out the worker having capability to shut the entire shop floor. That is what Toyota does, right? So this is your process centric view. We are doing something and we want to do it better than everybody else. And what is the benefit? You will produce fantastic product and you will produce at maybe a lower cost, and your market share will improve. But the problem here is when this happens, I mean, it's generally a little difficult for you to innovate. I'll not say that Toyota has not innovated. They are one of the pioneer in hybrid technology and all that. But still, if you think through, I mean, they are not there in electric cars. Even they are hybrid. The hybrids are good, but still, I mean, not at par with, let's say, what Tesla is. I mean, disrupted the market and all, right? So that's what the problem. Now Volkswagen is somewhere in middle, and that's why I'm trying to talk about the capability centric view. I don't know if any of you are in Europe right now, but in Europe, if you see, Volkswagen is now becoming a leader in electric technology, and that thing you can attribute to their capability centric view. What is capability centric view here? Because Volkswagen has been making cars for years and years. I mean, it started in 1940s. If you remember, I mean, it started at the time before the Second World War, and I mean, it was actually the dreaded man Hitler who actually started with the finest engineer called Ferdinand Porsche, who is also founder of the Porsche, which is called Porsche, the brand which produced finest supercars. So he was the man who started Volkswagen. So they have got a history and legacy of producing finest automotive. I mean, of course, they went through some scandal in between, diesel scandal and all that, but I'm not going to talk about that. But the point I'm trying to make here is because they had got a very capability of producing car, now to move to electrification was a easier decision for them, and it was a strategic decision. They said that we will be producing electric car and we will be integrating our automotive knowledge, what we are doing, and they are doing it fine. Many other manufacturers are also doing it, but I'm just taking a Volkswagen example. In India, I think those people are there. You see, the Tata Motors is producing a lot of electric cars now, and some of them are doing really well in the market. And it's a capability centric view. I mean, they were already producing cars. They acquired one company who were specialist in electric manufacturing. I mean, design actually, not even manufacturing. And then they started putting it together. So this is the difference between a capability centric view and a process centric view. Of course, you need to look at technology and infrastructure, policies and business architecture. So both the things are actually related. I take this because policies will define what decisions you can take and what cannot. And I want to give you some example. So even if you are not from India, you may not be knowing, but in India, our market was a very closed economy. Okay, I mean, though we were a democratic society, but our way it was functioning was more like a socialist republic, like China or Russia, communist, what they call. So everything was controlled by government. So how much you want to produce, what you can produce, it's very restricted. You want to build a new company or a new product, you have to get a license from the government, and then they will tell you how much to produce. And it was a dreaded system for entrepreneurship. It killed India's entrepreneurship, and probably one of the reasons why India was a poor country for a long time. But yeah, anyhow, that's a separate debate. Some people will not agree, but I'm not here to debate about whether that was factor for India's poverty or not. What I'm just trying to say here is because of that, right? Only handful of business houses they were allowed to operate, those which were existing prior to the business, prior to India's independence, and Tata Group was one of them. And at that time, and the same Tata Group where I'm talking about the Tata Motors and Nexon electric car, I'm talking about, it's the same group. So at that time, there was, a chance to produce tobacco products, cigarettes, okay, tobacco products, and the license was available for Tata Group to take it. They could produce, and tobacco is a very very profitable product, high margins, wonderful contributions, to the top line and bottom line it can do. But Tata Group has their own policy, and policy can be external or internal. Here I'm talking about the internal policy. They decided they will not make anything which will be harmful to public health. That's what they decided. So that impacted their decisions not to go into the tobacco business. Right? So that's what the policy talks about, and business architecture is the overall way you do business, and that's all what also impacts. Okay, so internal assets, as I was saying, that you might have financial strategy, but if it requires investment, can you do that? You want to launch a product and the patent is with somebody else, so you may have to pay royalty, or the patent holder, if they say no, you can't launch the product. So all these things are also, and this is also common. Do you have a brand name? Do you have a reputation? All these things you need to take care of while you are trying to do it. External influencer, we talked about political, technology, and all those things, macroeconomics. So we talked about macroeconomy, Ukraine and Russia war. So this is already we have discussed. So let me just skip this. What are the different things that can happen? This is not from VBOC, but I'm putting it. Those people who have done MBAs, this is something, the first thing that is taught to them in their strategy management classes. This is called 5 forces theory. It talks about what actually you can achieve through your product and services in a marketplace. That depends on these 4 things: how much profit you can make or how much dominant you can be. So it talks about, first, what is the bargaining power of buyer? For example, if you are a kind of a product where there are multiple vendors and everybody is almost the product is similar, so bargaining power of buyer is very high. So he can tell you, I mean, he can decide because many other things are available, right? Similarly, bargaining power of supplier. So you are a product and you are supplying. If there are only one supplier for that particular product or for that particular material or whatever it is, then the bargaining power of the supplier is very high. So, for example, I mean, you know about a company called TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. If not, then you can do a quick Google search later on after the class. That is the company that produces or manufactures 90% of the world semiconductors. 90%. Okay, they produce for Apple, they produce for Samsung. Though Samsung also has their, I mean, one unit, but most of them are produced by TSMC. They produce for every, not just mobile, all most of the high-end semiconductor they produce. Even for, I mean, in today's time, automotive are more, I mean, a software-driven, I mean, objects than mechanically driven. Right, so they need those chips and everything, and I'm forgetting the name of another organization. It produces the material to produce that. It's a Netherlands based company, so I'm just forgetting the name, but they are the, I mean, the single supplier. There is no one else like that. So just imagine what is the bargaining power of those suppliers. If you are Samsung, or if, let's say if you're Apple, of course you are giving business, I mean, you're getting business or giving business to TSMC, but they hold power. If tomorrow let something happens, TSMC says that I don't want to supply, it will be very difficult for Apple to find a new supplier. And that's why diversification is a strategy that people say. Most of these TSMC foundries are in Taiwan, though now they are themselves diversifying and putting plants in US and other areas. And I think there is a big one coming up in Texas and Arizona by TSMC. So that's what it is talking about, right? And threat of new entrant. So yeah, maybe there are not many rivals right now, but are there new entrants that are coming? And third of substitute products. So can you substitute, right? So maybe technology is something we don't talk about, but substitute product means, let's say you are a steel company, you are Nippon Steel, okay, or you are ArcelorMittal, and tomorrow somebody comes up with another material, right, which is cheaper to make, which is eco-friendly, and let's say which is as strong as steel, then that substitute products become very strong, right? So that will also depend. So there are some details that are written here, you can read it. So when you look at from a strategic roadmap, you may also look at this. Okay, there are many techniques. We will talk about some of these techniques right now, and let's look at some of the techniques. Okay, the first technique is benchmarking. Okay, benchmarking. You know what is benchmarking? Targeting best in the market. Maybe that's a benchmark, I understand, but it's about where you stand. Yes, in a benchmark there is a target, but sometimes there is not a target also. The one I want to show you as an example, I want to tell you that sometimes there is no target. You just want to see where you stand. So that is what the benchmark is. Look at this example. Okay, look at this example, and this is an actual IDC report. The figure in the left, and this is about US leader in the terms of US IT training, and it was done in 2001. It's a IDC survey. Okay, and this is talking about a lot of organization and where they are in terms of IT, and it is talking about, I mean, where in terms of innovativeness where they are, and in terms of size, capabilities and strategies. Okay, and whether they have got high capability, low capability, and what are the strategies. I mean, whether they want to I mean, whether they are big or small, those things they are talking about. The size, we'll talk about that. So just think about this, right? So whether it's low end, high end, and whether it's low capability, high capability. So you may disagree with this. I'm not saying that whatever this IDC report is saying is correct, but this is one benchmarking kind of report. So it's saying that in capability, here this is Udemy is here, Coursera is here, LinkedIn Learning is here. I mean, I may not agree. I don't think that Coursera quality of its content or capability is lower than that of Udemy. but maybe I don't know some methodology they have used. So I mean that's what I'm saying. You may disagree. Udacity is right on the top, then HP, and then some InfoSec Institute and other things are there. So I'm not going into detail of this, but this is a kind of study where we don't have a benchmark here. Maybe you can say that I want to be on top of both. That's my benchmark, possible. But here there is no benchmark as such. But then you can say that this is what it is. Similarly, you can do another type of benchmark. This is a format of benchmark. If you want to use, you can use if you search in net, you'll find a lot of benchmark format templates. You can use anything. But this is how we are talking about. Let's say you want to benchmark your product against 4 of other competitor products. Your product, competitor A, B, C, D. What is the price, unit price? What is the sales? What is the revenue? What is the margin, percentage margin? So something similar you can put in. And this is also a benchmark. So where you stand, or maybe what is the best in class, you can also do it as a target. Okay, that's how the benchmark is. Business model canvas, I will again talk somewhere else. So I'm just keeping it right now. Let me see if we get time, because there is a solution evaluation, and there is another session on requirement analysis and design definition. Maybe we'll also cover it there. So I'm just skipping it, but don't worry. I mean, we will do that. In any case, this is not a complex tool. You see, it's a kind of, it's a kind of decision, support document kind of thing. You want to do something, you don't want to do it, and you want to see the overall picture. That's how the business model canvas would look at. And in order to execute, you will talk it, what are the key partners, key activity, resources, why you want to do it, that is your value proposition, customers and relationship, channels in the sense, in sales and distribution, it is clear. So for example, whether you want to sell it directly to customer or through online, or you want to have your offline retail, or you want to employ direct sales, all those things will come. What are the different customer segment, cost, revenue, environmental cost, societal cost, and finally benefit. So this is just a kind of one-page summary. Let's say you want to look at, either you want to do a strategic map, or you want to present it to your manager or to your management, saying whether there should be a go and no go decision. So this is what you can do. So this is I've taken this template from Business Model INC. I mean, you can search it and you can take it from there. I mean, that is the model, the template itself is available. Where do you use it? Let's say you are writing a business case. You want to launch a product or develop a product, right? So this is a kind of summary, one-page summary, which you can show it to your management, and they can have a quick look of all the things rather than them going through the entire detail. Or it is not just in strategic decision, in others also you can use, but primarily business case, strategic decision, stakeholder, top management presentation, and all that, they can do it. Do you know what is a SWOT analysis? This is again a tool which is used on strategy. Just try to remember. Sometimes people get confused between strength and opportunity. So you always remember, strength is internal, opportunity is external. Similarly for weakness and threat. Weakness is your internal, threats are external. So basically you are trying to do a as-is kind of analysis, and you want to see where you stand. So that's why in as-is current state you want to do it. So you want to see what are your strengths. That means things that your organization does well. What are the things that you are doing better than your competitor? What are the internal resources, skill, knowledge you already have, or patents and all that, right? So intellectual property, these are your strengths. So how can you leverage your strength is what the question is. So anywhere you are starting a new BA initiative, or let's say new initiative, new project, new product, and as a BA, you must ask this question in strategic analysis: what are the things I can leverage, I can use more, because I already have them. And obviously no individual and no organization will have all the strength, but at the same time no organization will have, it's not possible that the organization does not have any strength. So it's important that we know, we understand, because once we understand ourselves, our own organization, we can use our strength better. Similarly, weaknesses: what are the things that we don't do well? What are the things we lack? Things our competitor is doing better? What are the resources limitation we have? And it's written as example, unclear unique selling proposition. That means we are all over the place. We are not focused enough. We are trying to do everything, right? And maybe you have heard about, if you try to do everything, you end up doing nothing. And opportunity and threats are external. So what are the new opportunities coming in? Change in market dynamics, change in market situation, change in customer preferences. A lot of new business opportunities are coming because of change in customer preference. For example, you see there is a plethora of green products here. Plethora. So health and environment are a new, I would say, new trend. Maybe some of you might even think of starting your own business. Think about it. You see lots and lots of new business which are focusing on health, individual health, and sustainability, environment sustainability. So that's an external opportunity. Why? Because customer preferences are moving. I was just looking at this in Shark Tank US. I was just looking at one episode and just giving you one example. I don't remember the organization name, but that lady, the simple product was, they say that in US, in West, especially the East Coast and all, they don't want to use anything that is environmentally unsustainable. So the many of things like your toilet cleaners, your home cleaners, and all that, they always come up with these packets or this not reusable, use and throw bottles kind of thing, right? And that's what the norm is. So this lady came up with a product where you just need to get those tablets and you put it into the water and it will become a solution. What is the benefit? First of all, the transportation, because you are not transporting the entire things, entire that cleaners, and the bottle can be reused. So one bottle, you put a tablet, you do it, you don't have to use and throw. And it's such a huge success. They were saying that that company is now making a revenue of more than 100 million right now. Uh, so this is the power of looking at opportunity. The entrepreneurship is all about identifying an opportunity in the market and coming up with a solution. And similarly, threats can also be changing customer preference, ecological change, environmental change, political, societal, all those things. You remember the word called PESTL, PESTL, political, economical, social, technological, ecological, and last is PESTEL. L is legal. So yeah, technology changes. Sometimes technology change, right? And everything become obsolete. We talked about BlackBerry and we talked about Nokia and iOS, and that's a technological change. Societal change, things do change, right? So this is what the SWOT analysis is, a wonderful tool in order to look at where we are and what are the things we can do in order to reach our objective. You heard about something called item tracking. I was saying that item tracking while I was describing. So this is what item tracking is. There is nothing but in actionable, and you can use your own format. I've just taken it from somewhere else because I can't use the one I am using in my organization because of obviously I'm not allowed to, but I've just taken it for somewhere. So whatever, what is the action? What is the description? Who is going to do it? By when it is going to do it? What is the status? Maybe you can put a red, amber, green kind of thing, which you always do. Okay. So it's not racy, but some parts of racy you can put. So remember, item tracking is not just a kind of action tracker. So item tracking looks a little fancy because that is listed as a tool, but this is just it's only the action item tracker is what action item tracker in the language. These are the output. So let's look at the future state. So I don't need to ask you why you need to look at future state because that is our objective. What is the purpose? We want to determine the necessary condition to meet the future needs. And what is it describing? It is providing a clear definition of outcome. So future state, unless there is a saying that if you don't know where are you going, probably you will miss when you even reach there. So that's why we need to know where we want to go. That's our objective. So that's what the future state description will do. It's very clear and concise definition of the outcome. Scope, we talk about what you should do and what you should not do will be decided by your scope. And sometimes it's important to have consensus because if all stakeholders have a different future state mind, it creates confusion and conflict, right? So this is what it is. Guidelines, tools, future state, we have got business objective, future state description, and potential value. So this description is what we are talking about just a while ago. It should be very clearly and concisely, even if not concisely, at least clearly define what are the key KPIs of your future state, what you want to do. So for example, I want to be a market leader in my product in 3 years. It's a clear future state. Okay. But somebody say, I want to increase my revenue. It's a very vague statement. Increase revenue means what? Increase revenue by what? By what time? Right? So maybe that's what we were talking about when we are talking about future state description. It should have the clarity. It should not be vague. You may have heard about the term called SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, timely, and what rational, somebody say, or some say relevant, rational, whatever you want to say. So SMART, that use those concepts. There can be various business objectives. These are some of the things that are listed. Increased revenue can be a business objective. Customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction, comply with new regulation, safety, time to deliver. I mean, these are some of the examples I'm talking about. It's anything can be your business goal and objective. Depends on whatever is your business and whatever is your objective. So these are just some of the examples, general examples. You may have something else. Instead of revenue, somebody may say the profitability. Instead of profitability, somebody may say my market share. I want to be the number one player in that. What it is talking about is whenever you are defining your target or a future, it should be very specific. As I said, I want to increase my revenue. It's not specific, or neither it is measurable. How I would measure? Increase means what? How much is the right? So sometimes it is measurable. I mean, at least in revenue, you know that what is my current revenue and what is my future revenue. But sometimes they say that I want to improve my employee engagement. Again, how you measure that? It's a question. So maybe you are having an employee engagement survey, or you say that I will assume that my attrition rate, employee turnover rate is my measurable for my employee engagement. More people are leaving, I would say the engagement is less. I mean, whatever it is, but you have to define. Some of these terms are not clearly measurable. Customer satisfaction, employee engagement. These are not directly measurable. There is nothing I can look at in my financial statement and say that this is what my customer said. Maybe you have to do a survey and all that. So that you have to define. Achievable is, of course, I mean, you should not aim for the moon. Okay, I mean, you should be realistic where you can be. And relevant, I mean, the objective should be relevant. For example, somebody may say that I want to have 100 stores in one particular geography. Maybe that is linked to your objective. I mean, in that case, it's fine. But just by having 100 stores means what? I mean, are you increasing your customer satisfaction? Are you increasing your sales? So whenever you are putting it, put those KPIs which are relevant. Okay, one typical example, they say that I want to keep a KPI for my employees that everybody has to work for 9 hours. Of course, fine, they should work for 9 hours, but what is the output? Whether they should work 9 hours or 90 hours or 9 minutes should not matter to you as a manager. And I mean, again, I'm not generalizing, but I'm just saying, should not matter to you. What they produce, that's what should be matter. So putting that employee should 9 hours for me would be an irrelevant goal. I mean, an irrelevant objective. Maybe your context is different. You can do that. I mean, that's okay. But in general, I'm talking about. It's not relevant. Why you should be bothered about how much time they are spending? If the person is producing output, what is needed, and if it is honest, and I mean, there is nothing that is illegal or unethical that is happening, then as a manager, you should be fine. As an organization, you should be fine. Unless there is a mandate from your client and saying that, or customer, where they say that it has to be like that. And I also don't think that the client or customer should be that worried. I mean, internally what is happening, but sometimes they do. Okay, and time bound we actually talked about. We have again talked about scope many a times. Scope means the boundary conditions, what you should do and what you should not do. Going beyond a scope is, I mean, makes it very difficult for you to control things. Scope can be a particular geography. You said that I want to be number one in Europe in next 2 years. That's it. So that's the scope. You are defining your scope as a product. You can define your scope as a customer segment. So you say that for, let's say, top 20% earning customer, I should be their number one brand of choice. For example, I mean, randomly I'm saying it. Maybe it's not something that is organization will look at, but I'm just saying it can be that also. So whatever you want, so you're limiting your scope as a customer segment. Top 20% of the earners in, let's say, US is my customer target segment or my scope of customers. So yeah, perfect. You can do that. You are launching a very high-end luxury watch, let's say. Okay. So that's what it is. So scope is the boundary conditions. It helps in focus. It helps in prioritization. Constraint. Do I need to explain? Budgetary constraint. Again, we say that you have a strategy, but you don't have money to execute. Time restriction. You want to do something, but you say that okay, um, I will be doing in the long run, and sometimes people don't even know what is long run. So 15 year, 20 year, who knows what will happen in 20 years? Okay, what is long run? So there is a famous quote, one of the economists said, in the long run, we are all dead. So there is no requirement of, I mean, it doesn't make sense to plan for extreme long runs. Nobody knows where the situation would be. And I mean, I can tell you one very interesting situation. And from my own example, I told that I was working with a telecom operator called Idea Cellular. And do you think that we were asked to give a 35-year ahead plan so that I mean the the spectrum is there, so the spectrum bidding happens. Many times you might be hearing it in the news that the bidding is happening and these are the highest bidders for spectrum. Spectrum is the frequency in which you talk, so basically the bandwidth kind of thing. So different frequency are allocated to different operator, and different frequency have different ages. Some are good in data, some are good in voice, some are good in both, and all those things happen. More the frequency, you will see that the lower the range. So lower is the frequency, it can move far. So all those things, right? So we were so surprised. But then they had a logic that in 35 years, what would be there in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 35 years, they want to plan accordingly and put that. And just think about that. I mean, how stupid it is to plan for 35 years. I mean, maybe in some context it might be relevant, but I'm saying in our context, the market was so dynamic. 5 years down the line, 5 years down the line, there is a merger with Vodafone and Idea, and everything is wavered. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Time restriction is so important. There is no point in planning for so much ahead in future. Make it relevant, timely. Technology, whether we have technology, not whether we can separate infrastructure policies, we all talked about. So these are the constraints which also affect our. I talked about this. I talked about this structure and culture. I spoke about this Vodafone and Idea merger. You remember why it is not working? The culture was different. Similarly, two organizations having many different structural change that also don't work. There are a lot of famous example. Daimler and Chrysler in US, they merged quite some time back, and then they demerged. Chrysler become again an independent organization in automotive. Daimler is the parent brand of Mercedes-Benz, and Chrysler is another automotive manufacturer and retailer and brand in US. They famous. They were famous earlier in minivan, but they are now other products, and primarily some of the trucks and some of the pickup trucks and the SUVs are becoming very famous. They also have a sub brand called Ram. When people in US might be familiar. So yeah, just think about this is a tractor manufacturing company, right, or farm equipment. This is what they are thinking about the future. May not be a short-term future, maybe a little long-term, but many of these applications, they are actually working. They are trying to get those solutions. Maybe this was a little more gimmicky in terms of, maybe their imagination is playing a part. I'll not call it gimmicky, but think about one tractor manufacturer is trying to do all these things. They are imagining their future, what things can be. Right. Look at the things they did. They are providing solutions. They are providing, telling when the prices may go up and you check. They are looking at each area of your crops and saying that, okay, here you apply phosphorus, here you apply nitrogen and all. So very minute detailing on each of these sections, and then they are providing you services. Their agronomists are helping you to solve your problem. And there was one section, I don't know if you noticed what it was doing, that the farm equipment itself was updating. So just like mobile phone update, and here the cars are also updating. Tesla, it receive update again and again. Similarly, they're seeing the tractor itself will update. So think about all those future capabilities and processes, and that's how. I mean, when you are doing a future state as a business analyst, sometimes we also think about our imagination and come up with some interesting radical ideas and propose it to stakeholders. And that's how innovation comes in to organization. And as a business analyst, you are also one of the key catalysts for innovation. Don't ever think that you are just be there to do some simple task of analyzing and doing some solution and making some high level design. You are also a catalyst for change. Use your imagination and come up with something exciting. Who knows, your solution may change the world. The point of showing you this John Deere is not just to look at what can be the future state and the imagination behind it. It was also that you just think through. Currently, it is a tractor company and it wants to become a technology leader in agro farming and let's say technology enabled farming business. So just think about what kind of capability it has currently and what kind of capability it will be needing. So that's what the difference is. In terms of, you may have finest mechanical electrical engineer, but maybe in future you need the finest solution architect, business analyst, development professional, creating software codes and all that. So that's how it is. No business is untouched by technology now, and anywhere you go, that's why the business analyst will be something that will always be in demand. Good business analyst will never go out of fashion, at least in foreseeable future. So yeah, good time ahead for business analyst. So carry on. Okay, let's look at few other things. Technology and infrastructure and business policies. Policies, I gave you one example from the India. After independence, the license Raj, where Tata did not went to the tobacco business because it is against their own internal policy. But sometimes the policy can actually help you to take some other business decisions also, and it may not be very relevant to only to future state, but I'm just talking about policies and strategy in general. So if you remember, in India, we have got a business house called Aditya Birla Group. Okay, it's a conglomerate. It's a large conglomerate which provides many other services, many products. They are into metal, they are into softwares. I think software they have exited, but many other businesses they are. They are world leader in carbon black. Carbon black is a material that you need, especially in manufacturing of tires, and a few other things. Metals, they are very strong. They actually, I think there is a big large company in Canada which they acquired. I'm forgetting the name, but it's a aluminium producer, one of the largest aluminium producer of the world. So I'm just forgetting the name anyways. So the point I'm trying to make here is because of this license quota in India, which were there, many businesses were not allowed to operate. As I said, you want to launch a new product, you have to take a permission. Even if you want to make a small modification, you want to take permission. And you want to make, let's say there is more demand, you want to produce more, still you have to take permission from government. And government permission was taking a long time, right? And it was such a horrible situation. Then this Aditya Birla Group, what they did is they said that, okay, in India, we are finding it difficult, we'll go international. And they have plants in many of the Southeast Asian companies. They have acquired some business in Novelis is the company. Now I remember the name. Novelis, some of you might be knowing Novelis. Novelis was the smelter or aluminium producer, one of the largest in the world. Aditya Birla acquired. It acquired quite are long. I mean, not in the license Raj, but I'm just saying they expanded their business into Egypt. They have in Africa. They have a presence. They have a presence in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, then China, and then in Latin America and South America. So yes. So that's what I'm thinking. Sometimes business policies can actually, I mean, government policies that can give an opportunity also. So because of that, they become international and become a truly multinational organization. Maybe I would call it the first Indian multinational. Yeah. So that's what a bit about a little bit of history and how business policies help AB Birla Group to go international. Now, the other two elements are your assumptions and value. So in assumptions, I want to make it a little clear because whenever we are doing some future state assessment, there will be a lot of assumptions, okay? Because we obviously don't know the future state, correct? So we'll have to make some assumptions. Sometimes the assumptions are correct, sometimes the assumptions are not correct. But right now, I mean, hindsight, it is easy to say assumptions were right, not wrong. But at the moment when you are making decision, you have to make some calculated. I mean, that decisions you have to make. It may or may not go right in future, but we don't know. We can do a best job of whatever based on information. And I just want to give you an example which will actually make you think about this. I'm only talking about, let's say, developing countries or least developed countries in Asia and Africa primarily. Just think about electric cars and electric mobility. Will that be a success? I don't know what you think of it. I mean, in countries like India, let's say in Africa or in some of the Asian countries, whether electrification would be successful or whether you think that hybrids would be successful. Hybrid means there are strong hybrids where some part of it will be electric, but you will still have petrol. But mind you, it's a costly affair because you will also have the electric motor and electric generation batteries and all the things. Plus, you will have your own, normal gasoline engine or petrol engine or diesel engine. And then there is also a talk of hydrogen and hydrogen fuel cell car. I think again, I mean, I'm not from US, but I keep a tab of automotive industry. So some of my examples are from there. So there is one model called Toyota Mirai, I guess, which is popular not very popular, but still a little popular in US. And again, in the Western coast, it's quite popular, the hydrogen fuel cell car. And liquid hydrogen you put in, and the output is just clean water. Nothing else comes out from your exhaust. The problem with hydrogen is, of course, not easily available. The filling stations are not available, and fuel is also, I mean, not that cheap. Plus, that entire stuff which requires to drive, it takes a lot of space. I mean, currently they are not able to squeeze it into a smaller size. So, what do you think? Whether electric mobility is the solution, hybrid is solution, or hydrogen is solution, or normal gasoline is solution? Everything has cons. Electric mobility has got big issues. For example, charging infrastructure. Even if there is charging infrastructure, you need 15-20 minutes. Are you ready to wait for 15-20 minutes? Are you ready to wait in the queue? Because obviously there will be a queue. Plus, there is a issue of those, ecological and environmental issue of first extracting those raw materials like lithium-ion batteries or lithium. Plus, then how you discard after that. Some part of lithium is reusable, but many of things are not. So it is once the electric vehicle becomes ubiquitous, maybe it will become a new kind of plastic, which maybe we'll again dump in ocean, and then some sort of unintended consequences will come. Hybrid, I told you, cost is high. I mean, best of both world and worst of both world. You can put it whichever way. Hydrogen, I told you, issue, and gasoline, we all know the issue. So, what is the future? Let me see if you do a poll.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, a company is considering expanding its market reach to new regions. So what type of analysis can help identify the most suitable locations based on demographic, economic, and market potential data. And your options are discriminant analysis, market basket analysis, factor analysis, or cluster analysis. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
Hybrid is best is what Ram is saying. Hybrid is convenient, I agree, but think about that. Are you going to pay almost 60-70% more for hybrids? Everything has to economic. I mean, a Toyota Corolla, let's say in India, is costing about how much would be around, let's say in dollar terms, it would be around 1/4, so around $25,000. Let's say Toyota Corolla. And Toyota Corolla hybrid, same model will be costing $40,000. Let's say electric Toyota Corolla, it comes in, I mean, it would be around $35,000 or $30,000. So there is a cost implications, and hybrid is not eco-friendly. I mean, the primary objective of moving to electrification was eco-friendly. Anyway, you will have a gasoline engine. Maybe it will be less, but then, yeah. I mean, I was using a example of Corolla hybrid. Maybe Corolla hybrid does not exist in India, but yes, maybe Camry hybrid is more than 40 lakh. So yes, so the point is you will make some assumptions here. You will assume that whether in future electrification will be the road or hybrid or gasoline and this is some of the very, I mean, biggest strategic decisions which the CXO, the CEO has to make for your organization. And let's say the bet is, I mean, goes wrong, then the organization is doomed. And existing player has got a lot to lose. Tesla, when starting, if it fails, it has got not much to lose. But if you are an existing player like, let's say Toyota or let's say Volkswagen, then you have got more to lose. Volkswagen has also now moved a lot to electrification right now. A lot of models are getting there. So they have taken electrification. But think about the charging infrastructure. I mean, we don't have road in developing countries to drive. And then we want those charging infrastructure in highways. And I mean, it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask. More so if you think that how the electricity is getting produced, most of the electricity in developing countries are coming from coal. So you are saving gasoline, fuel, and you are burning coal. So at the end, the environmental situation is same. But maybe you will assume that in future coal burning or coal-based electricity generation would come down. So those are the things that a business or a business analyst or a CEO or anybody, they have to think about all those things and take decisions. So yeah, assumptions are important, and sometimes it may go. So you do your own prediction, you see the trend. Sometimes it's not the best technology that wins. Sometimes it is something becomes a trend and everybody started using, and that is the one that gets established as a product. One famous example is, I don't know, many of you might not be familiar with the video cassette format. So earlier there are two video cassette format. One was from JVC and another one for Sony. Similarly for SD LCD from Sharp and Blu-ray from Sony. Now it is outdated because everything is getting streamed. But there was a talk about Blu-ray and SD LCD, and Blu-ray is something about, I mean, the resolution is almost about 8K kind of thing. I mean, extremely high resolution. So then there is a tussle. So the standard, whichever standard wins, I mean that. Similarly, for charging port and all, now there are government regulations. For example, for laptop and mobile phone, they are making the Type C charging mandatory. Apple is still resisting, but maybe sometimes they have to also give in. So Type C charging, there will be everywhere. So yeah, these are maybe some of the business guideline or government policies also how you change. So all I'm trying to say is assumptions makes a key role in your current state and future state and your strategy roadmap. So sometimes it may go wrong also, but you have to do best with whatever information is available. I'm sure if I ask this question, everybody will have different answers. Maybe people will not say gasoline because anyway it is getting over in next, let's say 50, 60 years. But beyond that, it's open to debate whether electrification, hybrid or hydrogen will succeed. We don't know. There are many techniques which we looked at. Balance scorecard is something which we'll look at. Acceptance criteria, evaluation criteria, we look at when we look at agile perspective. I'll talk about this. Benchmarking, we'll talk about this, and few other things. Business model canvas, decision analysis is it's about decision tree. I mean, why I explained that, right? Multiple options, and finally you go it. So item tracking, I just show. Remember, item tracking is your simple action tracker. Yeah, lesson learned, nothing to discuss. It's about after the initiative, you get together and see what went wrong. What is the retrospective which we are talking about in agile. Okay, right? KPI, I don't need to explain. So let's look at one or two key thing. Balance scorecard. Let's look at. And concept modeling is not there, but concept modeling is there earlier in current state. So I'll try to show the concept modeling, and I'll try to show this one. Yeah. So let's look at the balance scorecard. So what is a balance scorecard? Scorecard, you all understand scorecard, right? Your mark sheet kind of thing. And there is something called balanced. What is balanced? Balance means it's stable, or in a way it has got something of everything. It's a balanced diet, you call it, right? Little bit of carbs, little bit of fats, little bit of protein, maybe more of protein, and then full of vitamins, minerals, fruits, veggies, and all those things. So it's a balance. So it has got everything. So similarly, this is what the balance scorecard looks like, or balance scorecard talks about. Yeah. So maybe Ram, we can hear about your experience at the end, but let me just quickly run through it. So balance scorecard was developed by a guy called Norton and Kaplan. They were, business school professors in US. Again, I'm forgetting the name of the university, but anyways, that doesn't matter. So what they did is actually they said that any organization, mostly they focus on the financial matters. So if you look at, we are also focusing in most of my examples are for revenue, market share, let's say profitability, top line, bottom line, this what. But as per Kaplan and Norton, they say that a holistic development of business can only happen when you have got multiple things you need to take care of. So you need not just for your financial aspect, you should also take care of your customer aspect. So maybe customer satisfaction, net promoter score. Net promoter score, you understand? You ask customer, would you promote my brand? Will you advocate my brand to your friends and family and colleagues? So that's what the net promoter score is. So if they say 9 and 10, that's a strong positive, yes. If they say anything between 1 to 6, it's negative, and 7 and 8 are considered neutral. So you calculate from number of positive response divided by number of negative, minus number of negative response divided by total response. So you get a score. So that is your net promoter score. It can be positive, negative. If you have got more detractor than promoter, then your score will be negative. So anyways, so that's a side note. So yeah, so this net promoter score or something can be your customer. But additionally, they are also saying that 2 new things should be added. That is your internal business processes and learning and growth. These 2 are additionally added, and they are saying that vision and strategy is the central thing. So vision is your organization vision, where they want to be, and strategy, what path you are taking to reach there. Okay, that's we talked about in strategy. So that will be at the center. And the interesting part is what they will say that for each you prepare this card kind of thing. So for each financial, customer, learning and growth, and internal, you find your own objective. So let's take a difficult one. Let's say learning and growth. So one can say that, okay, it will be different for different people. Okay, now let me say that I want to upgrade the communication skill, for example, because it's generic, everyone uses that. So I want to upgrade my communication skill of my employee within 1 year. Now the question is, how do you measure that? How do you measure that? There is no way you can measure communication skill. So maybe you can say that I will, at the beginning of the year, I will do an assessment of the communication skill. That will be my not benchmark. That will be my bottom line, or that will be my current status, and I want to improve 20%. That can be your objective of your objective and measures. 20% based on the score which employee will get based on the assessment we'll do. So your objective is to improve communication skill by 20% in 1 year. Your measure would be your skill assessment, or not skill assessment, your communication skills test. Let's say you conducted a test right at the beginning. Don't tell me that test is the right way to do it or not. I'm just putting it because that's the example that come in. Maybe you can say the test is not right. I fully agree. But maybe you say that we will do English language test. We'll ask them to write some what TOEFL they call it, test of English as a foreign language, or what other English language tests are there. Maybe let's say whatever test is there. So you will sponsor all your employees to go for that test, and then you will do it. Okay, and then you will measure, and then we'll do it. Now let's say, what is the target? So now coming to you, Ayappa, you said that I mean 5 days of training or 7 days in 1 year, rather than it is a objective. 7 days training should not be an objective. After even 7 days, people are not doing anything. Then your training is so. That's why we say, interested in improvement, measure improvement. What gets measured, that gets done. So measure what you want to improve. Always remember this word. Measure what you want to improve. Don't measure 7 days. 7 days maybe in a way, I mean, in a way, your mechanism to do it. And I'm not asking for mechanism how you want to do it, but I'm talking about, yeah, I'm talking about, don't fill the numbers just by saying 7 days. So that may be one of your measures, or that may how you want to do it. That's fine. Target, we talked about 20% improvement from the baseline score. Okay, that is what. And in incentive, or sorry, not incentive, it's initiative. Here it will come. So one of the initiative is I will mandate 7 days training. Okay, that's my initiative, but that should not be my objective. Okay, so maybe I will hire some good external consultant or external English language expert. Maybe I will enroll my employee into a English learning or a communication skills course, or yeah, I mean language, both written, verbal, non-verbal. Maybe I'll conduct some workshop and all those. That's your target, right? That's your initiative. And along with that, you also define, if the employee is able to do that, what benefit he or she would get. So that is also important. So the way, I mean, the what I was sharing my example where I was part of the implementation team. It was, I mean, the business was not doing well. A new CEO had come in, and actually I was working as an executive assistant to that CEO. So I was also responsible for preparing his PPT, and I mean, not just that, I mean, taking care of strategic implementation and discussing with stakeholders. Basically, I mean, primarily role of a BA, but a different designations, right? So that's why he come up with a vision and a strategy. And I mean, vision was that company was not profitable, so the company should be profitable in 2 years' time. And then we were number 4 in the market. So then they said that we want to be at least a distant number 3rd. I mean, not a distance number 3rd. I mean, the difference between 3rd and 4th should be, basically we want to overcome the 3rd position. I mean, get into 3rd position, and we want to keep a safety margin kind of thing. So our market share was around 9%, and the guy who was second, or I mean, it was about 20%. So we said that we may not be able to become second, but we'll be 18%. So that's what the vision. And then there was a lot of strategy, new product, new market, aggressive sales, and all those things that came in. Similarly for customer and everything, internal processes, what needs to change. It needs to be faster. You can acquire more customer, but the customer onboarding has to happen quickly. So those internal processes were fixed. And then for each functions, including HR, IT, and here I'm talking about IT as a support because in that organization it is IT, no software development was happening. So in that area, you come up with those small, I mean, one page sheet, and then it was further cascaded into different people's their own KRAs and KPI. So this is also done to identify your individual KRA, and everybody has an objective, measure, target, and initiative in their KRA, and they would do it. And it's not a very difficult thing. Just the cascading down is important. Top management, CXO, CEO level, then let's say chief marketing will have his balance scorecard, chief finance officer will have their scorecard. Let's say in marketing, you have got product team, you have got service team, you have got existing customer team, and all those teams will have their own card. Maybe sales team will have, and it will cascade it down right to the person in shop floor, or right to the person who are doing the door-to-door selling or retail selling. They will have these KPIs measured, and actually it was done. So it's a good exercise. Right now, I mean, I don't see many organizations doing it, but yeah, I think people have moved beyond. But at one point in time, it was very famous, and still a lot of organizations do this. So uncertainty, risk is a uncertain event in future, which you don't know whether it will happen or not. So that is our risk. Uncertain in future is what we call risk. Can risk be positive? Yes, it can be positive. But there is a but. In BBOC, they are not considering risk as a positive thing. They say it as opportunity. If you go to PMP and all, they have defined that risk can be positive and negative both. I mean, they have clearly put it in their body of knowledge. But BBOC do not consider risk as something that is negative. So you just keep that in mind. Because many a time in the next definition, if you look at, next IIBA, you are also correct. So next definition, if you look at, so I absolutely agree that this can be positive. It's called opportunity, but BBOC is not considering risk, the term risk as a negative. It does not have a negative connotation. So they are calling it risk if it is negative. They are calling it opportunity if it is positive. So unwanted event in future is what they are calling it as, right? So this is what it defines. Yeah, undesirable consequences. That is what they are meaning by risk. So keep that in mind whenever you want to do it. But in general, sometimes we also call risk can also be positive. That's objective and value. This is how, because risk is always related with your design also. So design failure is also risk, and that's why the design is also a part of your risk here. Okay, there are three ways, and I want your attention here. So what it is talking about is there are different type of risk tolerance. Okay, how are you going to handle the risk? So BBOC defined it in three different ways. One is called risk aversion. So risk aversion is somebody who don't want to take that risk. So you know why people take risk? Because the reward is high. Obviously, we always call the risk reward ratio. So you're taking a risk because you want high reward. So there are people who don't take risk and they don't want high reward. They are happy with a steady thing. In finance industry, it's pretty common, right? Some people invest in options and futures, extremely high risk, extremely high volatile, and the other time some people only invest in government securities or GSEC bonds, or in India the fixed deposits are very popular, right? So that's what I think. So risk aversion. So somebody is putting in stocks, and so as you move towards the extreme, the risk increases, but of course the potential return also increases. Neutrality, you don't do anything. Whatever is current status quo, you continue. Neither you want to do something new, or you just remain the same. But you're not risk averse. Risk averse means in a slightest hint of risk, you'll go away. But neutrality means you are okay. Neither you are too excited or neither you are too terrified by this. And risk seeking is obviously there are a lot of people I mean, the thrill seekers, we call it. So they get their kick by doing something risky. And in business also, I mean, people do for multiple ventures, multiple startups, and they enjoy that. So that's how we are calling it risk taking. So these are the three ways risk tolerance defines. What are the things that you can do? Risk, you can accept the risk as it is. You can avoid the risk, okay, and you can transfer the risk. Transfer the risk means a kind of insurance. So risk is there, but if something happens, you don't have to face the consequence, or maybe the insurance company will pay you back. Reduce, obviously you take all the steps so that the impact is reduced. For example, you create your backups, you create your redundancy. Maybe that is also a part of your risk avoidance. I mean, so that the risk does not come. And hedging means you are doing multiple things so that if one thing is coming down, the other thing will be going up. Or for example, I mean, hedge is a you must have heard about the word called hedge funds, right? And then the name has come from there. So, for example, stocks and gold. Sometimes when there is a market volatility, and then the gold price will appreciate because people will be pulling out money from stock market and putting in it gold or real estate. So that will go. And when the market stabilizes and there is a boom cycle, gold will more or less remain stable, but your stock market and price of your commodities and price, I mean, option and future, and they will go up, right? So that is what they are saying. So you both invest in gold as well as in, let's say, stock. So one thing goes up, other thing remains constant, or one thing goes down, other thing actually goes up. More or less, you will remain balanced. So your risk is hedged. So you will not face severe consequences. So these are the 5 ways which you can look at risk mitigation.
Okay, there are many tools that are listed. Root cause analysis is that fishbone diagram. Survey workshop, risk analysis and management we looked at. Mind mapping we looked at last session, last Saturday or last Sunday we looked at. Lesson learned, interview, financial analysis. Actually, financial analysis, I will also talk a bit in solution evaluation. It's about cost benefit analysis. So there are different calculation. None of that calculation is going to come in your any exam, but maybe it's good to know something like how you calculate ROI, how you calculate economic value add, how you calculate payback period and all that. But those questions do not come, but yeah, fine. Still you can have a look. I mean, on how to calculate. In solution evaluation, we'll talk about that. Document analysis, decision analysis, business case and brainstorming, everything we have spoken. One more thing, which is, I think it's not there, about concept modeling. And we would see concept modeling. I'll show you one concept modeling maybe a little later. So we'll look at that. We know what is strategy, but what is change strategy? Change strategy basically is talking about a plan how to execute your strategy. Okay, so I mean, what are the alternatives, the alternate that are available, and why and how are we selecting one particular change or one particular strategy is what we are talking about when we talk define change strategy. Okay, so it's about alternative change. So just remember this thing, whenever you are recommending anything, always give some options, some alternatives in whenever you are doing it as a BA. It helps to improve not just your credentials, it helps the business leaders to think through and make a quick decision. And it also gives a lot of weightage to your analysis, because you say that, okay, I'm not just looked at this, I've looked at 5 different options and I found this particular solution suitable. And that's why, alternatives, looking at alternatives, make it always part of your BA work. Okay, justification, investment and resource requirement, how the enterprise would realize value, key stakeholder, and transition state. Transition states, you understand? Transition state means, currently you are doing something, in future you want to do something. There will be always a time gap where both the things would be doing, you will be doing simultaneously. I mean, you moving from A to B, but you have not reached B, neither you are at A. So you are somewhere in between. And that's why it is called transition. So transitions are, I mean, if you are using a old software and moving to a new software, there is a transition stage, right? People will start using the new one. Sometimes it happens abruptly in the sense you stop it, but generally it does not happen like that. You train the people, you make them familiar with the system and processes, you make them familiar with people behind. I mean, what do they do in case things go wrong? So that is what we are talking about, the transition. You're moved from A, you're going from A to B, current state to future state. You're moved out of the current state and you're doing something to go to future state, but you're still not reached there. And that's why it's called transition. This is very famous in outsourcing model and outsourcing world. So one process, let's say in Europe, it is happening and it is getting outsourced, or UK, it is happening outsourced to India, US, wherever it is. So sometimes some part of it will still be done there, and US or UK, or some part will be done in India, and people will be trained. There will be some issues. So that's what it's called transition. So in some of most of the organizations, there is also a team. At least in the outsourcing world, I have seen there is a team called transition. So their only job is to see that whatever was happening at one place, and if you're moving it to a different place, may not be onshore or offshore, even within the same country also it can happen. So that's what we are calling about transition. So it can, I mean, it can have various context also. I mean, just transition is not just in terms of operation. It can be for other things. I mean, software and operations, we discuss one software to another software moving, or one location to another location business moving. Have a look at this. I think you can know this. So output is change strategy and solution scope, and then there are input, output, and guidelines. Okay, we are anyways going to talk about. Okay, solution scope, we have spoken multiple times, so I don't want to repeat it. Solution scope, I told, is the boundary conditions. So boundary can be of all the things that is mentioned here. Okay, anything can be your boundary conditions. So that's what the solution scope, what you will do, what you will not do as a part of your solution. Gap analysis, of course, your current state and your future state, what is the difference? That is highlighted by your gap analysis. Gap analysis can be process, functions, lines of business, or lines of business means different verticals. You understand, right? I mean, for example, one conglomerate, or Hyundai is one of the largest conglomerate. They are into multiple business. They are into automotive, they are into engineering, they are into shipping, they are into engine building, they are into healthcare, they are into hotels, something like that. So each of them can become a different line of business. Okay, so that's what it can also be a constraint. Organization structure can be a constraint. How organization structure can be a constraint? So maybe there can be multiple ways organization structure can be a gap. So I mean, let me give you some examples. So the simple example, or when you say org structure, right? If org structure, let's say one manager is having 20 subordinates in the org structure, right? Do you think the manager will be able to provide attention to each of their subordinates' work and try to, I mean, align everyone? It's not humanly possible. Research has shown that not, I mean, if max you can have is 7, and that is also on a higher side, they say max. Ideally 4, max 7, and beyond 7 is useless. So it can become your gap, right? I mean, the issue can become all that. And then can be many things. I mean, in organization, you don't have sufficient people to do that. That is also your reporting line is not aligned. So you are doing something, one work, but your reporting is to somewhere else. Your KPI, and the other person is defining your KPIs and your KRAs, and that is not aligned. It can happen. I mean, it can happen. Sometimes people aligned to COE, Center of Excellence, who do not have a profit center KRAs. So they are the support function. And then there is one resource who is working in, let's say, shop floor, and if is part of that, and if is reporting structure, org structure is not properly aligned, then the person will not be able to perform. So sometimes you may end up in this situation. Once I was in, so I had a unit head where I was doing my job, but I also had a vertical head who was actually, I mean, all the improvement projects and all that from centrally they are controlling. And there was a very, I mean, difficult situation for me. So my reporting line was to somebody else. My project and everything I was doing. So I had a dotted line reporting, but the dotted line reporting was actually where I was working, I mean, that unit. And he had all the powers. So yes, so organized structure, just think about that. It can be many ways, can be, the gap might be due to org structure. So issue is when you are analyzing, maybe we analyze 1 or 2 points. The important thing to note here is look from every angle, what gaps can be there. Quickly, more or less, this is what we have discussed. Readiness assessment, whether the organization is ready to make change, and culture will become a part of it. If people are not ready, no matter how much technology and everything is available, I mean, the initiative or the project will fall flat. So readiness assessment, ensure that the people, process and technologies, everything, all the three things are aligned. Can somebody put a strategy which is counter to what organization is trying to do? No. So organization alignment to business objective is absolutely crucial. And that is what we were saying here, right? Alignment to business objective. Similarly, others are there. Cost organization. A lot of things are getting repeated, friends. So I'm not going through the details. You can read it. All these slides will be made available to you. So I mean, all these things we have already discussed somewhere else also. So just go through it. I mean, there is nothing I can add more to it. So we'll move around. Okay. Mind mapping is the tool which we have looked at. Many process modeling looked at. Organization modeling is just org chart, vendor assessment workshop we talked about. Balance scorecard today I have shown you. Benchmarking I've shown you. Brainstorming yesterday we looked at. Idea generation. Business capability analysis is nothing actually. It's, I mean, it's a fancy term of looking at what the organization can do and can't do, what capabilities or skills it exists. Business model canvas, anyways, I have explained in brief, and in some other session we'll look at. Now, one thing again, let's look at one more tool now. It's the right time to look at. So just let's complete this, and I will look at concept modeling here as a tool. Yeah, so the stakeholders, almost everyone is a stakeholder in strategy, because strategy is a very broad term and everyone, I mean, will be input would be required sometimes. It also depends on how detailed is your strategy. If you are making it a very high level for a top management consumption, maybe you don't need, let's say, a tester into that. But if your strategy is at an organization level, not as an organization level, but at a unit level or as a product level, then your tester is also a very important stakeholder here. So because Babcock doesn't want to miss anyone, that's why they are putting everything. But they look at your situation, not that just that Babcock has written, that means not everything will be applicable in specific to your project. Look at whoever is applicable and then engage those stakeholders there. It's a scientific diagram. So generally, my concept modeling is generally useful in science and technology. So it's talking about energy flow. So energy flow drive matter cycle. Matter cycle again change energy flow. Energy flow is sustaining life webs and it is actually modifying. And matter cycle and life webs also affect each other. So this is a scientific way. I mean, don't focus about what exactly energy flow, life waves, and matter cycle. Just say, think that it is, that's why it is a little different from mind map, because it is sometimes it also shows the relationship and it is there. Then we may have multiple components also, but in component also it is effective. And it's too. Sometimes you may have heard about a term called causal link diagram. So that is also similar, though it is not exactly same, right? So let's look at the other one. Let me just increase the one and how it is to be read. So concept model, yeah. So look at, so it is talking about the relationship. It shows the relationship. So trees give oxygen. Oxygen is important to human. Oxygen is important to plant. Oxygen is important to animals. Trees give wood. Wood is used to build houses, used to make paper, and used to make furniture. Right? So look, so there is no interrelationship like we had in earlier diagram, like this one which we were talking about. So this is also a concept map, and this one is a concept map because it is showing the relationship. There is only one directional. It can be bi-directional, but here it is only one single directional, right? So this is how the concept model or concept map looks like. Now in eDrawMax, let's quickly draw a concept map. Okay, and here you can use this. So I have drawn something, but I'll show it to you. And the example I'm taking it is, what are the things in an organization we want to concept model the profitability. So profitability is where what we'll write. Profit, or sorry, let's write profit. How to drive profit, not profitability. Profitability is also right, but let's write profit. Okay, we write profit. Now, what are the things profits are dependent upon? So we'll say that we'll put one here and another one here. And I'll put a connector here. I'll put a connector here. I can use a curve connector. Okay, so let's use a curve connector that looks nicer. So I put a curved connection here and I put a curved connection here. Okay. And tell me what are the things that are dependent on, what are the things which profit depends upon? So revenue. So the more revenue, so I say profit depends on, okay, revenue. And profits also depends on what? Rejection is also a type of cost. So profit also depends on cost. Profit is simple, revenue minus your cost. One profit depends on, and here also let's write upon, or depends on, or depends upon. Okay, here let's depend upon revenue. Okay, revenue is dependent on what are the things? Sales means, let's say, number of units sold. So sales. So number of unit sold. Let me take price. Price would be a better predictor. So I say number of units sold into price. Okay, clear? So let's put a connector. So you can draw, we have a, okay, sorry. Let's take a curved connector. Okay, and let's take another curved connector. Okay, maybe the alignment is not there, but guys, just excuse me for that. Alignment we can always do little later. Okay, no. Okay, so yeah, number of unit. And what is the cost dependent upon? Cost dependent on many things. So cost will be dependent on what? Input cost, that means raw material. I'm just saying input cost. Input cost, input is okay. What are the other elements of cost? Okay, in software also we have got people or general and admin cost. So we call it employee cost. And maybe we also have something called, yeah, employee cost, and maybe a HR. You can actually play with the colors and all that. I'm not doing it. So you can choose a color, you can choose a font and all that, whatever you want to do. So yeah, text size and all that. You can choose color of the text, you can choose color of the box, you can choose all those things. So yeah, fine. So that I'm not doing right now. Okay, so let's say admin, general expenses, admin and general expenses. Okay, admin and GA. Let's say general expenses. General accounting also they say, but yeah. So what is the relationship here? Okay, relationship here is, let's say revenue is again same, depends upon, or is a result of, price, is a result of sales and price. Okay, maybe we may have to take it a little because it's not showing correctly. Yeah, so we should reduce this font so that not overpowering the entire thing. Okay, something like that. Okay, cool. Now from here, let's put some connectors. Okay, from here, one goes here. Sorry, no, I have to again do it. I have to click somewhere else. And okay, you remember? Now let's just do one more thing, and I mean we'll not do it everything. So let's say employee cost. Okay, let's take employee cost. I mean, whatever you want to take, that's okay. Employee cost. So let's say what are the components of employee cost? What are the components of employee cost? Of course, there is one called salary. Then what else? Let's say healthcare benefit. What else can be there for employee cost? And you have to define the relationship here. Okay, salary, healthcare benefit. What else? In India, we have got some PF contribution, or let's say you're providing transport to the employee. So also put transport. So you are providing the bus services, let's say. So once you just click outside, and then there will be a blue dot that will be appearing, and then you can drag it out, right? So this is how it looks like. You can play with the size, you can play with the font, you can play with the different things, and here you can write cost is a summation of, or a sum of operation cost, input cost, and has been an employee cost and all that. So this is what a concept map looks like. So I would say that maybe this example you can also do it in a mind map, but in mind map you don't show the relationship, right? In some complex thing, mind map will not work. So the important thing, the difference between a mind map and a concept map is it's more for a concept, and it has got multiple things. Everything may not emerge from each other, and things may connect. So this price may be connected with input cost, I'm just saying. So there also you can separately show a connection, right? So that's what you can do. Plus you remember the relationship is not defined in mind map. So whether it depends, whether it increases, decreases, all those things we can do.
Okay, so this is one of the biggest chapter as per BBOC, and this consists of almost about 30% of our questions in CBAP and CCBA exam. So, and many people actually consider this as the heart of the BA work, and I mean, I would still say that it forms a large chunk of your work, because if you look at the other area, it's more about I mean, planning and doing something. Few of the things we do, I think elicitation I'll also consider as a core activity, because you are gathering the information. But this is also extremely important, because whatever you do after getting those information, that is what happens. I mean, how you process, how you store. I mean, those not store. How what you do after getting those information. So that is what primarily it is talking about in requirement analysis, and how are we proceeding towards designing a solution. That is also focus of this section. Okay. Now this is something which we have discussed earlier also. Okay, so let me just answer this question. You remember there is something called need and there's something called solution. And you just remember requirement is a representation of the need. And need can be from various stakeholders, anybody from the business. And then there is a solution which will satisfy that need. So that representation of the solution is design. How are we going to achieve that solution or create that solution? Design will let us know that. Okay, so that is the difference between a requirement and design. So this is about requirement. So that is all related to the needs. So representation of the need, and the design and the representation of the solution, that we'll call design. Okay, let's move. What are the different things that are there in this in this I mean knowledge area? So we will first specify and model requirement, and I have told earlier also, whenever you see the word model, You just don't see, don't think it's some sort of modeling also, anything that is sophisticated happening. It is just a representation visually, or let's say within, even if you are putting it into a tabular form, that also BWOC considers as a model. Then we look at verify and validate requirement. I think there is a lot of discussion that also happened last class related to what is the difference between a verify and validate requirement. This document specify requirement, specify and model requirement, if you look at it, involves a lot of documents such as BRD and FRD. BRD stands for business requirement document, functional requirement document, etc. And design document, generally it's a high level design, and we'll see some of those things. So it's basically you can think of like a high level design, extremely top view. You don't most of the time business analysts are not required to create a detailed solution design, technical solution design, that the development team or solution architect, they will do it. But at least at a very high level, how the system should work, that we'll have to look at. And we'll have some examples today which will make it clear to you. Mostly this is like the difference between a as is and to be process. As is process, as you know, how things are happening now, and to be is how you would like to change it based on the requirement and based on what solution you want to provide, right? That is called specify and model requirements. Model also includes, as I say, any sort of visual representation. So you remember last time in Signavio, we did this process flow diagram. So the interface diagram also we looked at. Interface analysis, you remember, we looked at the coffee vending machine and how it is interacted. So that's the interface analysis or interface diagram. Today, our focus would be also to expose you to a use case diagram using universal modeling language. So that's UML, we'll look at it. And then verify and validate. Verify is basically you are checking the truthfulness of the information. Verify is truthfulness of the information, while validation is usefulness. Just remember one thing, sometimes the truthfulness also includes some of the organization standards. So for example, if the organization has a standard and they have made it mandatory that the information should be in this format, that is also part of verification. If the information is not in that, then you will say that verification is not done or incorrect, or let's say there is a non-conformance after verification. So it's truthfulness, whatever they have told, if that is captured correctly in the format or in the required way, the organization or the regulatory or anything that has been mandated. That is the verification. That is the checking of the quality. Okay. And validation is actually usefulness, whether it is actually bringing value to the stakeholder or not. Stakeholder may have given you one requirement, but after doing your due diligence, you identify that that is not what the stakeholder is intending to do. The solution is very different. I mean, what he is saying and what actual the need is bit different. So in that case, you will say that the requirement is not validated. Okay, they have asked for something. Basically, most of the stakeholders, they are responsible for the they not responsible. They require I would say the end result. But sometimes what happens, they also will give you some specifications or some additional information which you may find. Architecture, or here you can see another word called architecture. Okay. Define requirement architecture. Again, architecture is it's a very fancy word for basically creating a blueprint, overall structure. I mean, how things would work. I talked about a high level design that will be part of architecture. So yes, just wait. If things are not making sense to you right now, we will have some examples and then it will be clear. Okay. Not technical, high-level detailed technical architecture, as I said, it's not part of your BA responsible. Yeah, model is a fancy word for visual representation, as I said. Okay, so input and output, let's have a look. This is your input and output. Without even looking at it, you can clearly say that requirement is obviously, because we are validating and verifying the requirement, that's why requirement is obviously is going to be the input. Information management, how are we going to store and keep this information? Where do you? So that obviously that is also an input. Elicitation result, it's also part of, I mean, in a way, gathering your requirement. So whatever you get based on our, after your what you say, your workshops, your brainstorming sessions, your case studies, not case study, your interviews or your surveys, whatever you want to do it. And we also have discussed that there are formal and informal ways to collect the information. Right. Similarly, value, scope, and change strategy also part of the input. And these are the 5-6 steps which we already have seen. Okay. Now this is where I would like your attention, and I would see some of the examples which we will be doing. Okay. So requirement, when you look at the requirement modeling or the requirement fulfillment cycles, it has got 4 components. So one is related to the process modeling. And the process modeling is, if you remember again, last time we had created a model. Today also we will going to create a model. But that's what the process model would give you, the current view, how things are happening. Then you have to use your imagination and discussion and your VA skill to come up with the improvements, how the things would be improvement. And that also you will show it in terms of a 2B exercise, or in the sense how the process should look like. Okay. So that's how it would look like, and we'll do an exercise right after this. Let's move to it, but let me just quickly run through it. Okay. Functions are having features and use cases. Features is any sort of, I would say, let's say if you are developing or creating any product or service, some of the components of that solutions or product or service are features. So again, we'll see. So for example, last time we looked at, did we look at the hospital example? Okay, let me give you another example. Okay, so let's say one feature. So let's take this LMS example, your course, business analysis course, and in the LMS. So in the LMS, you have got exercise, right? So let's say logging is one feature of it. One large part of the system, logging in. Okay, then accessing your course material is another feature. Maybe some live test or some full length test, that's another feature. Looking at the class recordings, maybe another features. So any product or services that will have various components attached to it, that is your features. Use cases. Okay, we'll now look at exactly use cases. So use cases is basically about action, any action that is performed on these use cases by an actor. So actor is always external. So if we are looking at your learning management system, okay, as a feature, then all LMS will be obviously not a feature, it's a product. So let's say logging in is, let's say, one feature, or accessing your course material is a feature. Then you as a learner, you become an actor, and the action you perform, so how you access that feature, how you do your login, how you access your material, that becomes your use case, right? So that we'll look at right now with an example. Business rule, last time I had mentioned, it's about basic, it's about guidelines, how the business would be performed. So we use the examples of written policy on Amazon, all right? So there are certain products where the return is allowed, where certain products where the returns are not allowed. Okay, there are many other rules can be there. There may be rules related to employee. What are the things they can access? What are the things they cannot? So all these are related to business. Okay, those rules will also define. And then there is non-functional requirements, that is also part of your function. Basically, guys, so anything we develop or any product, it will have some specification. Okay, I have some visualization, UI design component. Okay, let me give a generic example. So there are some very specific functional requirements. So whatever the thing is that is supposed to do something. So you are buying a car, it is supposed to take you from one place to another. So that's one function. That is their functional requirement. The engine should have this much this much power. The body should be stable enough to carry 4 people for, let's say, continuous 20 hours. It should be able to move. So whatever it is, okay, and it should have this safety features and all that. These are all functional requirements. Okay, for the vehicle, for the car to run, these are the things that is required. The brake should be of this capacity. The engine should be of this capacity. The steering strength. I'm using some engineering term, the torque should be this much, your cargo carrying capacity, the boot space should be this. I mean, these are your functional. But what are the non-functional requirements? Something which you don't use often. So, for example, your maintenance cost. Somebody said the maintenance cost should be low. So it's an additional requirement. I mean, maybe for running the car, it's not a mandatory thing, right? It's not a mandatory thing. But for you to have a good experience, you need to have low maintenance. So that is something which we call as a non-functional requirement. Example of non-functional requirement can be scalability in terms of, let's say, one product, one software. Today, 100 people are using it. The software should have the capacity to, let's say, take it to 1,000 or 100,000 or 1 million. So that's scalability. Okay. Sometimes security also becomes a functional requirement, but at times, if that is not the primary case, then or its security or privacy can also become a non-functional requirement. But as I said, gradually a lot more people are considered and very sensitive about data security. So more or less that is coming to their functional requirement. Okay, you write one code, the code should be easily understandable. Sometimes they say that's a non-functional requirement, because even if you write a code which is not very comprehensible, I mean, but still if things work, then most of the people are fine. But non-functional requirement would say that no, that should also be requirement. And it's not something that is universal. It's not something that is uniform across all industries. All right. So it is different based on the case. It will be different. So I hope it is clear. Any difference between prototype and mockups, or you think both are same? So generally, I would say that mockups are also one type of prototype, but prototype is a larger thing. When you say prototypes, when we say prototypes, then what happens that it covers, it has. I mean, many type of prototype can happen, and mockups are one of them. Prototype can be a live working prototype. So you are designing a, let's say, mobile phone, and you can create one actual mobile phone and see. Okay, then that one sample you can create. But you can also create, let's say, something with cardboard. Okay, and then you put different buttons. I mean, nowadays most of the things doesn't matter because everything is a touch screen. But just think about the olden days, and you want to have a different interface, or let's say you want to have make a different products, non-electronic products. You are, let's say, making something, let's say a refrigerator. Okay, and you want to show it to people, but it's not a real refrigerator. You are making it with some cardboard and some stuff, just to give it a feel and how it looks and all that. That becomes a mock-ups. Okay, it's not a real prototype, or I mean, it's not something that actually works, but it gives a sense how the things would look, how the things would be felt. And this is obviously one of the stages. I'm not sure mock-ups, prototypes are more of, but I mean, generally sometimes they also call more mock-ups as a prototype, but in principle, that's why I say prototypes includes everything, working and non-working. Mock-ups are more like non-working models. I mean, it's just like school model you create, right? You create, let's say, you create you are creating a model of a river in your school project, or if your kids are doing, right? So that's not a real river, but so this is a mountain, this is how the river flows. So that gives you an idea, right? So any product, so that this has the various components. Okay. Okay, let's look at use cases. Few of the things. Okay, use cases are generally written in the form of a verb and noun. So for example, download something. Okay, download the course material, download the material. Okay, or logging in. Okay, or create a card. And I'm coming to this example because again, it is this I have taken from one example. So that's why verb plus noun or noun plus verb is the naming convention generally. Okay, enough of theory. Let's now jump into one practical example and see, and all these things would be clear to you. Okay, what is as is to be, improvements and all that we will look at now. Okay, let's first do a process map, and you can use Signavio, you can use any other process mapping tool. Absolutely all right. Because I have shown you Signavio, I want to show you Visio today. Visio is because many of the organizations, they also use Visio. Visio is also powerful tool. I mean, you can do almost everything that you can do in any other tool in Visio. Only thing is there are some additional features in Signavio and all that in Visagi. They can model in the sense, and this modeling is little different from the BIVOG guide of modeling. They can actually simulate. So that simulation is not available as of now in Visio, but rest of the all the things you can do. So either you can download Visio, the free version you can download, or you can do it later on. Does not matter much. As I always say, tools are just tools. You can use any tools if you know the concept and how it can be done. It's more or less done. Example, okay, this is one of the huge cases, and for this we want to make the process map, and we'll use Visio today. So this is a simple process of about a patient visiting to a hospital, and there are only these 5-6 steps, very simplified for the purpose of explanation. Obviously, the real process would be a lot more complex, but we are only focusing on very specific aspect for the purpose of learning. Patient visits a hospital, and then the patient is, of course, visiting the front desk of the hospital. The front desk is capturing the contact detail of the person of the patient, and then there is an admin. So after front desk, it is going to the admin function. The admin is checking whether the patient is already an existing patient, or whether it is there on their database or not. So that they would check. And then if the patient is a new one, okay, then what they will do it is for new patient, they will collect the payment. The patient will again go, I mean, this information will pass back to the front desk. Front desk will collect the payment and then generate a visit card for the consultation on that particular day, visit card. And then the patient goes and visit the doctor. For existing patient or old patient, maybe old is not the right word, maybe it is the connotation is with age. Let me put existing patient. Because they are already there in the system, they will check the insurance. Sorry, this. Okay. They will check the insurance. Okay, because if there is the payment is there through insurance, then they don't have to pay it, assuming that the consultation is also covered under insurance. And then if it is available, they straight away generate the visit card and the patient visit. The patient would collect the visiting card or visit card and go to the doctor. Okay. Older existing patient without insurance. So what they will have to do is then they will, again, the process is same. If they do not have insurance, then again they will go to the front desk and collect, pay there, and then collect their visit card and provide. Let's move to the Visio diagram here. Okay, when you go to Visio, okay, let's do this one. So page 2. Okay, give me a second. You can see my screen, right? It's visible. Okay. So when you open a Visio and you have to go to cross-functional flowchart. Cross-functional flowchart, if you go, this is the screen that will open for you, right? And first of all, what we need to do is we need to identify what are the the different functions that are there. Okay. So what are the different functions? So these are arrow shapes. No, arrow shapes are not required. So you go to this second cross-functional flowchart shapes. These are called swim lanes. So we remember it, swim lanes. I am there on full screen. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay. So just because I have to, sorry. So who was that? Because I have to select some of these shape, I will not be able to completely make it full screen because I have to take some shape. Once I create let me just quickly create the map, and I'll not create it completely because as I said, it takes a little time. So I just want to show it to you, and rest I've already created for you just today itself. So I'll show it to you. So yeah, how you do it? You first do it for a swim lane. You take the swim lane, drag it, and keep it here. Okay. this is come. So let's say we want to give it a name. So let's say what name you want to give? Patient, hospital, sorry, my mistake. Visit, process. I mean, randomly, I'm just giving a name. Okay. So first is, what is the first one? Let's say patient. Okay. So patient. What else we had? What else we had in the process? Can you just quickly have a look and let me know who else should be there as a function? Look, front desk. Okay, let me just put a pointer. Front desk. Okay, admin and insurance. So somebody is checking insurance. Okay, so let's go there. Let's go to our map and from patient. I'm putting another dragging and dropping another swim lane here. So if you want to do it, you can do it. Doesn't, okay, sorry. So yeah, just have to be a little careful on where are you putting it. Again, it is creating an issue. Okay, here now it's okay, right? So sometimes if you drop it little ahead, what happens that it will take it as a separate flow. Okay. Okay, doctor. Okay, doctor is an actor. So front desk. So you are right. So receptionist, front desk is written. So I'm just writing front desk here. Okay. Then we had got a admin also, correct? We had an admin here. So let me just put an admin here. Okay, and then we had somebody who was checking insurance. So let's say the insurance agency, or generally we call it third party insurance, but I'm just insurance. So they are the responsible for checking. Now you want to increase the size, increase the font, all the things are possible you can do. Let me just increase the size a bit because I know. So what you do is you go here, just drag it, okay, and automatically things will be, everything will be dragged. Okay, and let me also drag this. So you click on the line, and then if you start dragging it, it will be, oh sorry, look, so you have to select the first one, then you have to drag, and then it will happen. So by mistake, if I select this one and start dragging, the bottom one will start dragging. Okay, so that's what you have to be little careful. Okay, cool. So now what, we'll go to the shapes, basic flowchart shape. So it starts with this oval. So you remember, if you flowchart, it's start and end. So anything you start, you put it as start symbol here. After start symbol, what is happening? Patient is visiting the hospital. Let's say it's the step one. So I'm putting it here. Patient visits the hospital. Okay. Now, then what happens? What front desk is doing? The front desk is collecting the information. Let's say collecting patient information. So what you can do is, if you hover over this, you will see a line, and then you can just drag it like this. That is also possible. Or you can go to the connector and the above, and from the connector also you can put it. There are a lot of connectors that are available. Okay, that you can do. Or what you can also do is, if you look at here, and let's say I put another, I just take it and I just click in here. So automatically the arrow would be there. Okay, I collect patient information. Okay, once you collect the information, it is going to admin to check whether this is a existing customer or not. So this is a decision box, whether existing customer or non-existing, we can put a decision box. Okay, right? Because it's a decision, whether the customer is existing or not, we are making a decision. So again, hover over this, go to this decision box. It's coming here. I will drag it down. Okay, here. So I will say existing customer. Okay. So existing customer. Okay. Yes or no. If it is a yes, then we'll have a separate flow. So what would happen? It will go to generation of a card. Okay, right? So what would happen? A visiting card would be generated. No, so they will also check insurance. Okay, yes or no. Then they will probably do another check. So the insurance will check whether it's a insurance is available. So how you do? Insurance available. So then what? Okay, insurance available, yes. So if it is yes, then what it is saying, admin is, who is generating the visiting card? Let's say front desk is generating. Okay, so you take it here, one box here, and we want to align it. Now we say that from here we will drag it to here. Okay, we'll drag it here. Okay, here we want to put it yes. If insurance is available as yes, we will say that create a visit card. Visit card. Okay, let's say, and if it is not, so let's say insurance is not available, then payment. So customer will make the payment, right? So we will, from here we'll create another. So let's say customer makes a payment. Okay, and from, I'm just showing the actual process might look a little different, but that I already mapped for saving time. So here, I'm just showing you how you can make it. So you double click here, just write no. So if it is no, so you can also drag this no to here. Let's say you want, you don't want it to be too far away. You want to see it quickly, so you can drag. You click on that no and you can drag it, right? And then customer pays, visit the document. So this is just, I wanted to show it to you how it works. So for example, this is additional document. So let's say they are verifying the existing document. So if there is any document, and document can be physical, can also be your, in the system, right? So let's say there is an additional document. So you'll put it. So let's say patient record doc, you are checking, just for an example. So this symbol is showing that you are also looking at an additional document here. Okay, and then there are other things. If you want to make it database, external data, custom, anything you want to, custom means you can define it based on what you want. So let's say you need something else, so you can keep this, and let's say I call it ERP system. Let's say I'm just saying ERP system. So similarly, you can define your own symbol. Okay, and I say there is an interaction from here to here. So I will say that this is similar to Bizagi. Same, or more or less it's same. Bizagi is a BPMN kind of tool. So the symbol might look a little different, but here it is basically a flowchart, right? So this is what it is. So this is how you create it. So let's look at this process very quickly, and right now what I want you to do is, first of all, I want you to look at, and the edges map is already there. Looking at it, you will suggest me some improvement, how you can make this experience of customer better. Okay, and this is just one example. I'll also give you a case study today, which I hope you will work and come back tomorrow. Okay, so this is same. Customer visits hospital, captures personal details. Front desk is capturing personal details. Then admin is checking the detail in the database. Okay, if you want to create a separate database, okay, you can also create in the symbol itself. Let's say there is one database we can create here, and we can also put one symbol here, and we can put it one, and we say that this is a iteratively it is checking. Okay, you can actually change the shape. You can make it a dotted line. Let's say because you want to show that it is not a direct process flow, you want to show it that it is an internal thing that is happening, right? So you can make this, you can color this differently. Whatever you want to do based on your creativity, imagination, you can do it, right? I'm just doing it so that I want to show that this is not a step, this is a database, and that's why internally it is happening, and that's why I've shown it for a dotted line. Okay, now for existing or new patient, okay, so it's old means existing. Okay, existing patient. So it's all existing patient. They are just updating the information. Okay, so because the patient is coming again with some new issue, so they are updating in the database, right? Then they are sending it to what? Insurance team. Insurance is taking insurance. They are checking the insurance, and the insurance is available, yes or no. If it is not available, then it is going to this team, to front desk. They are asking for payment to customer. Customer is making the payment, and then they are getting this generate visit card. Who is making this visit card? It is made by the front desk team. They are making this visit card, and then customer receive visit card, consult the doctor, and end. If they do not have insurance, we looked at it. If they already have insurance, then they are not doing anything. They are directly generating the visit card. Visit card is for one time for that particular consultation, right? They are directly getting the visiting card, then receiving. Who is receiving? You want to look at, you have to look at this swim lane. So, okay, patient. This is a simple process, but sometimes it become very complex, right? And that's why these swim lanes are important. You have 15 different items. Okay, I obviously I will not suggest you to make 15 different items because it will be very confusing for anyone to comprehend. But sometimes it goes to 6, 7, 8 larger teams. It happens. Don't make it beyond 7 and 8 because in that case, then it is maybe you will combine few and look at it because ultimately we are doing this in order to make things simpler. If I make it 15 different 15 different blocks, then it will be anyway confusing even for the person who has made it. So don't overcomplicate things. If you think that is where it is going, then probably you can combine few function and see what can be done. Or if exactly it is happening like that, then probably you have got a lot of opportunity to improve things. Maybe there is a lot of scope of doing things better. So look at it also as an opportunity. If you are receiving a very complex diagram, sometimes you get it as a part of your document analysis also. So you get all those documents. So take it as a opportunities also. Okay, right. So this is what the process is. Because as a part of business analyst, if you look at this is what the solution design also, high level solution design also you can present. So you can say that this is how the current process, this is how I am proposing my solution. So a lot of things will depend upon. You may use a different tool based on what your organization is using, right? But this is what the main part of your requirement analysis and design definition also. And I want you to put yourself as a business analyst, as a solution not architect, but as a consultant or as an analyst, and suggest me 3-4 things, or let's say at least 2 things. More is better, but at least 2 things which you think which we should change here, which should make this process faster and easier for the patients. Ask the patient to fill up the form online portal. Okay, this is fine. We'll discuss what is the problem with that. Ask the patient to make online appointment, and that will save time. Okay, this is okay. Agreed, but there is a problem with that. I'll tell you what exactly it is. Have a database for old patient. Conduct can validate and send it straight to the doctor. Okay, this is nice. Create a chip-based card for entry so that everything there, no need to card. Okay, all these are nice way, but I just want to think from a perspective. Okay, and your suggestions are good. All suggestions are nice. Now think from one point of view, because you are asking people to fill up the form earlier or take the card. But just think, at times when you visit the hospital, you don't have that much time. Maybe you are not feeling well, and that's why you are visiting the hospital. And if you are not feeling well, if at that time, if I ask you to fill up so much of form, online form and all that, it's not going to be very helpful or not going to give patient a good experience. You all agree? I can understand if it is a regular checkup, you can do all the things online and all that prior to that. But let's say you are not feeling well and you just want to go and get a not even emergency. I would say that if you're not feeling well, anything other than your regular checkup, maybe you have got a flu, you have got temperature, you don't want to do all those things. You just want to go there and do everything there. Okay, some people are convenient, and I agree. Emergency situation we are not considering here. The other point is there are many people who are not conversant with internet and the online payment. I mean, please bear that in mind. As a business analyst, you have to cater to every segment of your customer. I know, we are actually the privileged class, we all are, and we have got those facilities, but think about many people, and I'm not just talking about India. I've seen people who are not very, tech friendly and all those things in Europe where I have worked also. So it's also there. So when a developed country is facing those problems, when you are designing this for, let's say, less developed country, think about the complications it will have. Right? There are many parts of the world where people are internet is not available, speed is not there, people are not very convenient, convergent. Even if it is there, people are not very comfortable. So though it's a good suggestion, I'm saying, but maybe that will cater to one segment of the customer where I absolutely agree that you automate the process, you ask them to pay in advance, and you can create automated solutions, and you can create that entire checkup process automated, and I agree to that. But let's say you are also designing this for a less developed country where internet is not reliable, people are not do not have a lot of data literacy or internet literacy, and they don't know, and they still would like to come to the hospital and do their transaction. Now what you can do, good suggestion, that why you want, you can directly, front desk can directly send it to the doctor, right? Whenever I just want to give you some hand rules, okay, one thumb rules. Okay, one of the thumb rules, they say that it says in a process you must look at first how many handoffs that is happening. So how many times it is going from one team to another team. So it is going from front desk to admin, admin to insurance, three teams. So your first question should be why so many handoffs should be happening. Okay, some question is, okay, somebody will say that admin front desk is not capable of doing this admin task where they have to look at the database. As a BA, your first question is why? Is it so technical that the front desk executive cannot do it? Then the front desk would say that no, we don't have time. We are extremely occupied. So many people come, and that's why we send. So at that time, you should look at how should be your resource distribution. Why it should go to admin? Admin would look at, and then it would come back. Okay, I won't switch time. People are at break, people are not working 24/7. Why it should going to admin? I don't know. Okay, most of the time right now it may not be happening like this, but this is a hypothetical situation. I'm just saying. So I wanted to show you that count the number of handoffs. So front desk to admin, admin to insurance, insurance to again admin. No, insurance to it is coming to front desk. You should be reducing this. So can you merge these two steps? Okay, and just don't look at, this is a pretty simple case, but I'm just giving you some principle of what we should look at. Okay, this is one. Related to handoffs, we also have something called unnecessary movement. Unnecessary movement of people, unnecessary movement of information, both the things. So how the information is moving from here to here, handoffs is happening. Within here also is the information. Are people moving? Here it does not seem people are moving, but sometimes you will see that in hospital also, the doctor consultation room is one place, and the very, and if let's say after consultation, most of the people are going for some physical, some pathological test, and the test would be on 4th floor, and the doctor is on 1st floor. What is the logic? Is there some logic there? I'm not saying it happens like that. Nowadays, people might be take care, but I have seen hospitals like that, and you might have also seen. The layout is designed for historical reasons or for constrained space, whatever it is. The pathological department is on 4th floor. The patient, the poor patient will have to go there, and then we'll do some tests and maybe come back, right? And the medicine shop will be there somewhere else. So you design it in a way so that it minimizes the people and what you call the movement of people and processes, right? Handoffs and all that, right? Then in India, it cannot happen. They value their money for treatment and more than patient consider. Okay, that's okay. We are not looking at specific hospital. We are just looking at generic how the things can happen. Okay, this is something I'm introducing, something from lean manufacturing, and if some of us are experienced in that, you also know there is a acronym. Either this called Tim Wood or something called downtime, and accordingly you can do it. I'll share one document in the in the shared folder in the LMS. Okay, so this abbreviation and how it works. So just let me give a quick example how you can look at. And I'm just looking from a process point of view today. We will look at other, but the principle remains same. Even if it is a software system, you must look at how the information is flowing. Somebody, let's say one front desk executive, somebody is putting, he has to or she has to open 5 different systems to get the information. That's the unnecessary movement of, information, right? So the system should be that every system should be available at one place so that they can quickly do their job. They should not be able to, so sometimes they have to open one database for one particular system, another database for another system, and then they have to do maybe hospital, one such example, but in workplace, anyways, I have seen this multiple times, because I have consulted customer support team. So there are customers usage in telecom I'm talking about, how many usage are there, that is one system. There is one billing, they have to go to the billing system. Nowadays people have become smarter and integrating, but still you will find a lot of system where it is there, fragmented information, right? So the team would, what I was saying, T is transportation. So transportation means unnecessary movement should be minimized. Okay, T. And I, inventory. So inventory means wherever there is a stacking, wherever you are waiting, wherever you have got a lot of things to do. So for example, this admin is getting a lot of things to do and it is stacking one over another. So in manufacturing, it is a different. Manufacturing inventory means those things which are, either work in progress or waiting to be processed. So those are inventory which occupy space. But in software, it is about I would say that just the example which I gave. It's about stacking up of things, or many things that are waiting for in process. So let's say you are a testing team, so you already have a lot of use cases or test cases which are piling up. So that's the kind of inventory. And related to inventory, we'll also have wait. So, but I'll go get back there. So TIM, M stands for motion. So here unnecessary motion. So unnecessary motion of people. Transportation is unnecessary motion of goods or information. M is unnecessary motion of people. Okay, so if people are moving, you just keep that in mind. You should be reducing that. TIM, W is wait time. So people should not wait. Okay, neither the customer nor the front desk executive nor the admin, they should not wait for information. They should not wait for anything else. Things should be smooth. Things should be in a flow. One thing comes and it should happen, right? So that's what we are saying. You may not be able to completely eliminate, but you should be looking to minimize. So TIM, W I say wait, O, overproduction and overprocessing. Overprocessing and overproduction means overproduction is generally coming from a manufacturing. So they say that, let's say customer demand is 50 and you produce 60. Traditionally, in traditional mindset, they'll say, oh, okay, very good, you have produced more, right? But actually, do you think it's a good thing? Do you think it's a good thing producing more than what the demand is? Because obviously, what would happen? That will remain till the next customer comes. So it will remain. Okay, what you will do with that? Your capacity is utilized. Okay, your product is ready, but nobody is there to consume. In physical products, it's a bigger problem, but because you need warehouse to store them. Getting my point? So for warehouse also we pay. Here also, maybe warehouse is not there for software, but human effort is also there, right? So if you need 5 and you are producing 10, it's a wastage, right? Why you need to produce more than what is required? Over processing means you are taking too many things. You are doing. You need to require 5 things to be checked, and you are checking 50 things. Okay, in customer database, and it happens. Many times you might have seen you are calling up somewhere, like to bank. They should ask you basic 2-3 questions or 1 or 2 questions for verification, and rest things should be done. They will ask you 5, 6, 10 different questions at times if you have got if you're asking for something uncommon. So that's the over processing that should be avoided. So transportation, inventory, unnecessary motion, wait, overproduction, over processing, and D is defect. So defect is something you should analyze. For example, D is somewhere, let's say there is an error. Okay, any error that is happening, you should look at, in the sense why the error happened, the RCA should be done, and accordingly you should look at defects. So right, and sometimes how you know defects in service, because things should come back to you. Let's say the visiting card generation, that is incorrect, right? That is incorrect. So the customer will not be able to use it. So it will again come back. So you should keep a track, or the system should keep a track, how many times things are coming back. So whenever you are analyzing a system, look at the defect ratio. So 100 things went, how many of them came back? Okay, in manufacturing, waste is also clear because they will go to scrap and all that. So you can look at how much of things are getting scrapped and all. Okay, but here you should look at how many things are coming back. Okay, this is what it is, right? And finally, there is I is intellectual. Sometimes you say that you look at the manpower and you look at whether they are worth commensurating their talent or not. For database checking, you are getting a very highly qualified engineer. Let's say for checking with database, right? What would happen? The person will get bored, he will get disinterested, he will get disengaged, and maybe very shortly he will go out. So you hire people based on what is the work and what kind of capability of people you need. So that is important, right? Other to have a smooth flow of things, otherwise it creates problem, right? So this is from lean manufacturing, but this gives a very good, I don't have slide here right now, but I'll share a slide with you in the LMS, or if you look at internet also, this is called 8 type of lean wastes. If you can type, you can get. Anyways, I've spoken about this and I'll share a slide also. So you look at here. So here the first question is, why so many teams are required? Why so many steps are required? Can you make it simple? And automation is obviously one example which you can see, but also be inclusive in your solution. That's very important. And today people are talking about diversity and inclusion, right? So you should include, your solution should cater to people who are less privileged, should cater to people who are actually, not very young, right? People who are old, okay, people from different ethnicity, background, culture, all those things. I mean, may not be this example, maybe ethnicity and culture are not a relevant thing, but maybe you have to be sensitive enough for everything. Not looking at the solutions right now, you got the point, right? You look at the 8 type of lean wastage and you see what you can do, what you can, sometimes you can do some self-serve to customer or self-serve to patient or somebody, how they can do things themselves. But again, as I said, be sensitive to all the needs of all the segments of customers, because not just is the right thing to do, but because it's also the profitable things to do, thing to do. Because if you exclude somebody, then you will not be getting business from that customer. So let's say you only give online options, and then there is another hospital which is giving both online and offline options. So those people who are not conversant or not very comfortable with technology, they will go there. You will lose business, right? So think about those angles also and start doing it.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, to measure the accuracy of classification model in business analytics, which evaluation metric is preferred when false negatives are more critical than false positives? And your options are F1 score, recall, precision, or accuracy. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
Use case diagram. We discussed what is use case diagram. We know, right? It's an interaction between, it's an action that is performed by an external actor on a system, and then there are interaction that can happen between various actors. Okay, so let's look at that. and how it can happen, right? So I'm taking a very specific situation because I just want to show you the concept, and later on you can increase the complexity and you can create of your own. And the tool I'm using is Star UML. So Star UML is a free software. So now let's look at an interaction between a patient and a doctor only for a specific case, that is prescription. Only for a specific case. I'm just giving a very specific case just to make it very focused. So let's say we have a doctor, then we have a patient, and then we have got a prescription. Okay. So let's say in your design, you or in your solution document, or whenever you're proposing a solution, you want to, I mean, change this process or whatever you want to do it. But the objective is to these three things. You need to know what are the interactions that can be possible regulate to prescription for doctor and patient, right? So let me ask you, who can write a prescription or prescribe a prescription, or let's say write a prescription? Who can do it? Who can do it? Write a prescription? Obviously doctor. Obviously doctor. Okay, patient cannot do it. Okay, you are. So write a prescription. Okay, let's say they are putting it into a system. So it's not a physical one. They are putting it into some app, and from the app it is there, right? So let's say who can download? Who can download? Patient, obviously, but doctor can also download. Okay, right? So both. Okay. So the interaction here is both. Okay. Who can view? This is also both. Okay. Who can, let's say, edit? Who can edit? Doctor only. Patients are not allowed. Nobody else is allowed. So doctor. Okay. Who can, what else? Print, let's say. Who can print? Print both. Doctor can also print. Okay. View, edit, prescript. Okay, fine. Let's look at this. So I want to present this, all these 5 things, this interaction, this use case. These are called use case. There is an actor, that is doctor or a patient, and there is prescription is a kind of feature, let's say, which is there in the, let's say, in your website or app or somewhere. So you want to see the interactions, right? So these are the 5 possible interaction we can think of. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to go to Star UML. Okay, I have already created one, but let me just quickly create. I mean, not the complete one, but few things. Let me create, and then we'll see. Then we'll see the complete solution. So once you open the UML, you have to go to model in the top. Okay, you have to click in here model, and you have to click add diagram. So there are a lot of options. Here you will come to a use case diagram. Okay, and you click on use case diagram, right? So then once you have got a use case diagram, you get all this kind of, the menu would have actor, frame, use cases and all that, right? So okay, so here you will see this use case. So this use case we have to click in here. Okay, if I have to, I can click in here, and then I can come here and do like this. So this is the use case. Okay, let me say write prescription, all those things so this is write prescription. Or again, you can go and use case, and then you can do in here like this. Or the other option is, so let's say what else we have written, write prescription, edit prescription. Okay, or you can also you can click and you can align it or whichever way you want. Okay, edit prescription. Then what you can also do is you can click in 2 times, then you will see a lock sign. So here now you can just click in here multiple times and you will get this use cases. Okay, clear, simple. Okay, again you click it, it's over. So I just remove this. Let's say write prescription. We say view prescription. Okay, and I want to align it. I mean, even if you don't align, that's fine. Here we say, let's say, print prescription.
or write, read, edit, view, print. What else can be there? Let me just see what else was there. View, print, delete. Okay, edit, create. Okay, delete. So yeah. Okay. So this is what the use cases would look like. Clear? Okay. Now we need two actors. So there can be multiple actors, but here there are only two actors. So we'll go and click in here actor. We'll put one actor. I mean, there is no hard and fast rule. Where you want to put it, it's up to you. So let me put it here, doctor, and here, let me put it here, patient. Now we look at association. Association means who can do. So who can print prescription? You can just go to association, click in here. Okay, I'm double clicking it so that it's logged. So I'm just putting it from mid of here to inside the box. I'll get right. Again, I from here write prescription. Automatically it will align itself. Okay. If you just, let's say, if you don't end it, you will get this kind of error. Why? Because though I started it from here, I've not taken it inside it. So this is some simple error that would come. So don't worry about that. Just redo it. You click it from inside to inside, then it automatically comes. Right? Again, from inside to inside. Right? So this is the person who is able to do. Doctor is able to do all the 5 things. Patient, print prescription, yes or no? Yes, right. Print prescription. So they can print prescription. Perfect. They can write prescription. No, so you don't need to do anything. Edit prescription. No, so no need. View. Of course, they can view. So you'll click in here, view. And from delete prescription. No. So delete is only maybe I would say that let's remove this also. Because I think doctor, once they prescribe, they are also not allowed to delete. They maybe, let's say the system is that they are not allowed to delete. They can, I mean, give a new version. Let's say, I'm just kidding. So sometimes it may happen that if there is a activity which both of them delete. Maybe today something is happening, right? Right to forget. You have heard about this. So if somebody right to forget, so your name is in Google, you have done something and you want to be forgotten and you want to lead a different life, you can request Google that all your search or data should be removed. And I mean, there is some process, some legal thing that has to be completed. But in that case, Google will remove you from all the search result, right? So that's how. So maybe if something of those sort comes in, maybe you can delete, but that's a separate process. So this can also happen, correct? So this is what it is. Now, let's say we put another thing, and I say that for doing all these things, we say that there needs to be a logging in. I mean, simple example. So I put another use cases, and I put another use cases here as login. Okay, logging in is another use cases. Let's say doctor logging in. So what would happen for logging in? To do all this activity, you need to log in, correct? Let's say from doctor point of view, doctor, she needs to log in order to do all this activity, correct? Now, what we will do is we will put a association we have chosen here. Now we will choose a dependency because printing the prescription is dependent on the logging in, correct? So what would be the association? So let me just go in here and show it to you. So from here, what we'll do is we will connect logging in here. Okay, let's do it here also. So how the login would happen? So logging in is dependent on. So first of all, let's log in and doctor, let's create a association. Clear? So let's create an association between login and doctor. But this print prescription is dependent on logging in. So we'll create a dependency of print prescription with login. So you'll get this kind of arrow. Okay, dependency. Let me double click, and this is what. So this is our use case diagram. So whenever you have a document like this, I mean, and you can be more creative. You can make it little better. When I've made it quite ugly, but I mean, hopefully you have got the gist of it, how to make a use case diagram. So there would be your use cases, then there would be actor, and then there would be interactions. So there are different types of interaction. Let's see a few other types of interaction, but this is exactly what a a use case diagram looks like. And all this notation you see, I mean, this oval is for use case. These are based on the UML language. We talked about BPMN, business process modeling notification or notation, not notification, notation. So that's a language, that is standard language, correct? So UML is also a standard language for creating this kind of diagram. You can create different type of diagram. Use case diagram is just one of them. There are other things also you can do, but you may use any other tool. There are hundreds of tools, but more or less the concept remains same, and the notation also, to a large extent, it will remain same. If they are following UML guidelines or UML notations, also if they are doing it, so it will also be there like that. Okay, clear. So let's look at. I have created few more association here. So this is one we already looked at. So there are other association like single arrow. So single arrow is, I mean, here this is not a double arrow. Okay, I mean, not a dotted line arrow. Dotted line is for dependency, which we looked at, right? So there is a directed association. Directed means, I mean, there is one central theme, let's say, and then we have got sub entities kind of thing. So in that case, you use direct case. So for example, here buyer and sellers are both are considered. Let's say there is a e-commerce portal, so both are considered as portal user. So both buyer and seller are part of portal user. They are not dependent. I cannot do dependency, and there is not a two-way diagram. I mean, there is no buyer is not interacting with portal user. Buyer itself is a portal user, correct? So in that case, you create this kind of direct association, correct? So buyer itself is a portal user, but I want to I want to depict portal user having two different actors. So that is buyer and seller. In this case, I will use this. Clear? So this is one, the question of direct association. Okay. Right. If there is a general association, then there is one notification, and let's say one more is important, but let's see it here. Okay. So there is one include and exclude. Include you already saw, right? Include is your logging in. So your create prescription includes login. So it's a dependent case. Here, let's say banking example where you want to transfer money, right? So if you want to transfer money, then of course logging in is required. And let's say let me add money. So in order to transfer money, you have to add pay, correct? Add pay as a step, and you have to log in. That's dependent. For adding a payee also you have to log in. That's why we have got this dependency line. Clear? Now just think about this. For transferring of money, do you need to add payee every time? You don't, right? If you have already added the payee, and sometimes I struggle because my examples, my thought process is based on India, and I know people are from other sides. So let me just give you a background. So I don't know how the payment mode works in other countries, especially in US and all that, because I have not worked there. But in Europe and in other cases, you need to add. So you want to send somebody a money, then you have to add the detail, and the details would be, you will be confirming those details, and once the details are confirmed, you can only send the money. Now the important thing is that once you added somebody, you don't need to add the person every time. Once it is added, once the person is there in your payee list, in case you have added once, you can transfer multiple times without redoing it. Okay, guys, please pay attention here. What I'm saying is, in order to transfer money, okay, you need to add the payee once. You need to add the payee once. Okay, it's a specific case. Okay, if you have already added, then you don't need to add. But if it is a specific case, in the sense specific case, if the customer, if the payee to whom you are transferring is new, in that case you need to add the payee. Correct? Understood? So here what is happening is, it's a extend case. So transfer of money is dependent on adding payee, but I am considering new adding payee, right? So let's make it new, add payee new. Let me do it so that it's more clear. So adding new payee is optional, in the sense, if the pay is new, then only you have to do it. If pay is already existing, then you don't need to do it. So it's a conditional statement. It's an optional thing depending on the to whom are you paying. So in that case, we do this extend. We do this extend, correct? So extend means if you look at, you put it as extend, and then what would happen that you put your condition. If the pay is new, okay, then there is an extension, then you do it. Clear? So I mean, I tell you, it's a lot of people, even after doing so many of business analysts, they, if you ask them in a UML, what is the difference between include and extend, many of them will not be able to tell you, right? So it's a good thing if you are asked. Even I have seen interviewer asking the questions and they themselves are all also not clear. Many a times, not all. So I'm just saying that these are small, minute nuances. If you can take care of all these things, I mean, your confidence and your way of presentation also improves. Your credibility as a BA also improves. So this is use case. This is your dependency. Sorry, your directed association, and then include and exclude also. I showed it to you. So depending on your case, depending on how you are designing, this is one sort of design document. Also, you can do it. Okay. Okay. So that's all right. I just wanted to show you what a real-time UML looks like. I mean, this is how a real UML looks like, very complex. So I used a very simple. So a admin, so a web admin, what are the things they are doing? So many things. So you look at all these things, their association, dependency, all these things are dependent on admin. And then you can see all those things are there. This is complete dependency and all things are there. So this is how it looks like. Okay, I just wanted to show you something more. Generally, one UML document along with a UML diagram or a use case diagram. Sorry, my bad. With a use case diagram, you may have to provide a use case document. Okay, and for some reasons, I will not be able to share this template with you in Word, but you always have the class recordings and you can refer and you can create it. Okay. So, and this is again, as I am saying, this is not the only template. You can use anything else, maybe as per your organization standard, or you can think of, or you can be creative here also. So generally, but this is the general template. So I'm showing it to you so that it gives you a real feeling how a use case document looks like. Okay. So this is what the use case generally would have a use case. Just a second, open the pointer. Use case generally would have your use case ID. Okay. Depending on your naming convention, you can put it a name, who is created, who is updated. Sometimes I've also seen versions. So here there are no versions, but you can also keep a version also. So which version is this? Okay. Then you will put an actor and what is the description. There are some preconditions. So here the system up is running and post conditions. So what happens after that? What happens before that are also at times part of precondition, post conditions. What is a trigger? How the thing should start? Frequency, high, medium, low. Nature, normal course of event. So this is normal course of event in the sense. Sometimes it happens that most of the time you will be doing one particular type of thing, but sometimes it will be very different. So for example, most of the times, let's say the admin is able to do it, but there are, let's say, one particular task where you need super admin, let's say, okay. So that's the exceptional case. So this is normal course of action and then alternative course of action. This is what it represents. Getting my point? Let's say most of the time, 95, 98% of the time, what happens, and one or two exception case that will be putting it here, alternate course and exception. Okay. Includes and extends, we talked about. And then if you have got any specific assumptions based on that, that here the assumption is that the person admin is aware about these things and he is able to navigate and all that. That is what it is. And notes and issues, anything specific to you if you want to put any specific note. Yeah. So this is all about it. Requirement and design difference we talked about. So yeah. So I'm not covering that. Process model diagram, use case diagram, which we just saw. The redesign process, improvement process are example of design. So correct. So this we have talked about. So what is what is design, and what is requirement. Now, input and output, of course, specify model requirement, modeling notation and standard. Of course, look, most of the time we use, let's say, process flow model diagram or BPMN diagram or UML diagramming notations. But if the organization is having some other notation, so you may have to use it. So for example, I mean, there is one tool called Aries process mapping. I'm just putting it. It's not available free, but it's also a wonderful process mapping tool. Okay. But the problem there is they don't use the normal flowchart or BPMN type of notation. And the reason behind there are a lot of complex processes which is very difficult to map in BPMN. So, for example, in BPMN in decision box, let's say there are or any gate, there are only 2 or 3 inputs can happen. I mean, here, look, how many input can happen? 1, okay, max 2, or maybe here max 3 you can put input, and then let's say 1 output has to happen. Or if it is a decision box, max 2 input and 2 output, because 2 output if they have different flow. But what happened if I have got 5 different inputs to one process? So there is one step which is dependent on 5 different. In UML you can do it, but if you want to present it like a flow chart, then you may have to use Aries, and Aries uses its own notations. They have got this hexagon and double layer hexagons and many other things. So it's a little different thing. It's not available freely, but I mean, you can always look at resources, internet and all that, look at, but it does not necessary unless your job is to model the process. You are one of those people who have been interested to design, I mean, map Aries process, which is a very complex process. But if you are interested to do that task, I'm sure the organization will also help you with Aries or any other process mapping tool. So don't worry on that. But I'm just saying, point I'm trying to make is this modeling notation and standards are important. Whatever tools you are using or whatever notations you are using, as per the tool or as per the organization, they can do it. So tools is all the same: requirement architecture, requirement lifecycle management tools, and solution scopes. So requirement lifecycle management tool, there are many this ERP system in if you are doing many of this project management, you have got a lot of project management tool which gives you all this lifecycle management tool in Jira. If you have already worked, it's a software which also provide, you can see the status, you can see everything, how it is going and all that. So those things you can look at. Correct? Okay. You can also use matrices and diagrams. Anyway, we have seen matrices is obviously the KPIs which we are talking about, or a visual representation how things are. For modeling requirement, you can also use different matrices. Model requirement, again, we saw model. So model do have people and roles, which you remember people and roles. Again, let me go back here. Here which we are talking about people. Patient is a people, front desk is a role. So this is what we are talking about. You can see my screen, right? The video diagram which I'm showing, you can see, right? Yeah. So this is one. So this is what it is talking about, modeling, right? Activity flow is nothing. I mean, I wanted to show you a activity flow. Let me play a video. And I mean, there is two videos are there. One is, and I'll do it a little later. So there is a lot of things that are happening in process mining, which I think I mentioned earlier. So the process part, if as a business analyst, you have to improve the process either through a software or without it. I mean, either through some development. So sometimes it's important to look at each and every activity. Now you will say that anyway we have to do it on process flow diagram, right? So, but generally the difference is process flow diagram is not to that detail. I mean, it's not saying that activity. It is not talking activity. It's talking at a larger level, a wider view, block level. Okay, they will say that open a patient. Let's say create a visiting card, which we'll saw. But maybe creation of visiting card have 15 different steps inside. I mean, possible, or 5 different steps. 15 maybe too much. So that each activity you need to mention, and it also has this level of detailing. So sometimes activity can also have different level. You may have heard about this L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5 level of documentation. L5 generally means every activity you will list down. So you will say that if let's say you're a customer support executive and you are solving a customer issue, then you will say that I'll go and click here. This window will open. I'll choose here, then I'll write this response, then I'll go to this system, I'll click here, and then I select this, and then ultimately I'll send it. So this is what the kind of, they call it L5 level of documentation. And this process modeling is somewhere around L2, L3 we call it, and then block diagram, and activity level can be L5 at times, can be L4. So level 4, L means level. Level 1 is very high level. Maybe you have got just 3 blocks, input, process, and output. Okay. Maybe L2 is little more, few more steps within the process. Maybe level 3 is obviously the process flow diagram, which you saw. L4 maybe activity level diagram, maybe click level diagram, or I mean, as I said in particular example. And the finally is each and every steps you will put it. So for example, I mean, if you're operating a machine, you'll say that first I will click the red button, then I will switch this on, then I'll again click the red button twice, and finally I'll click the blue button. So that's how I'm talking about activity level diagram. Okay, that's what it is called. Jira will provide you a lot of activity level diagram.
Level of abstraction which we saw, I mean, if you zoom in, then lot more information will come, but lot more clutter it will become, right? So what I say that don't overcomplicate. And as I said also, I'm taking you back to the diagram. If required, sometimes what happens, let's say you don't want to clutter this area, right? So what we will do is, you can do one thing. You can add a sub process here. For example, here, let's say the card checking insurance. There is a lot more activity, right? So you can use a sub process. So sub process is this one. Same box, but 2 different line. And you can also put one connector here, and maybe you can color it differently. Or you can do it a little differently just to show that it is a sub process and all. Or sometimes if it is a really complex process, what people do is people find out connectors. So these are one of the connectors. So what I will do is, so for example, this is one process. So here I will put a connector. Let's say I'll put a connector here, right? And I'll say that this is my reference. So I'll put it reference number 1. So here it is ending at 1, and I don't have space. Then what I will do is, from this connector, let's say I'm referring another page. So another page, let's say this is a different diagram. Here it's same, but let's say it's a different diagram. So what I will do is, let's say there is no start. I will start with this connector only, and it's a continuation. It's a continuation of earlier one. So getting my point. So here, this process, I mean, is ending at 1, and then there are a lot of more things. Let's say there is no space, or I mean, or at least you want to make it compact. You don't want to put a lot of things. So you add sub process and you add connector, and then another reference page, you can start it. Got my point, right? So it's clear. Okay, so that's what it is. Let's look at here. So these are guidelines and tools. We looked at it. Yeah, so let's say this is something called roles and permission matrix. Roles and responsibilities we saw. Something, there is roles and permission. So you remember that the examples which we just talked about, the doctor and patient, who can edit, who can create, who can update, right? So this is something is called CRUD, C-R-U-D, maybe abbreviation you will hear sometimes. So CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. So roles and permission. So that's what this talk about. It's similar to RACI, but it's not exactly RACI. The format is same. So you create something like this. I mean, for your reference or for in your document. So CRUD, roles and permission matrix, it is called CRUD. So you'll say that who is the actor, who is the business entity. So doctor and patient. So doctor, I mean, and patient. Yeah. So who can read and who can update, right? So that is what it is talking about. Front desk, create, update. So yeah, this is right. So what are the things that can be done? So here we are not talking about prescription. So you might get confused here. You say that how doctor is reading, but it's talking about access control need on the conceptual class. So type of access control. So it can be for anything else, right? So look at this. If you need something like this in your UML to support your UML, I'm always saying UML, I get mixed up. Your use case. So in use case diagram, you can support your document with something like this. Simple. Yeah, you just write it, who create, read, update, and who can do what. Okay, so there are a few more tools, and let's look at the tools. Decision model. So you understand what is a decision model? Anything. So model here is pictorial representation, right? Always remember, model means some sort of visual, pictorial, or some prototype, anything, but it has to be doing with something visual, right? So any decision you take, any model decision you take, which you can present in some of those forms, is decision model, right? So one of such decision model can be a comparison table. Okay, and let me show you one small example from website. Let's say you are trying to buy a car. So we are really rich and we want to choose between Audi A8, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, and BMW 7 Series. How you choose between these two? Obviously, you need to know what are the different features or what are the different attributes this models have, right? So here I've chosen all these things and I've put it into a table. I have not put it. Obviously, this website had put it. So if you go there, so look. So what are the information? So all this information will be available. So what is the brand name, road, on-road price? So this is in India, rupees. Okay, in India it is rupees. So this is how much is the price? Okay, what are the ratings? Then you have all those finance available and all that. Okay, now engine capacity, fuel performance, petrol, diesel. What is that? Petrol means gasoline. I mean, in US it is called gas. Maybe in Canada, I don't know, but more petrol we call it in this part of the country. So if you can call it gas. Right. So these are the dimension and all that. So what it is doing is, this is just a comparison table. So in this comparison table, you can look at everything. So what are the colors that are available, everything you can see, and accordingly you can choose. So this is also a type of decision table or decision model, because this is pictorially representing things. Correct. So as simple as this, or it may also be a decision tree. So this is a decision tree, and I'm not going into the detail. What it is saying is you break, I mean, not break, you go step by step. So you have a query that what is the fruit, let's say, and this is a very common, simple. So then first you will ask, first decision is, look at here. First decision is color. So whether it is green or red. Okay, you say green, right? So then you ask the second question, size, big, small, or medium. So you say big. So you say that, okay, it's a watermelon. It's medium, you say it's a green apple. Or if it is small, you say grapes. Something like that. So this is a pictorial representation of your decision, where you multiple questions you are asking and ultimately you are reaching. So it can be very complex. I mean, decision trees are widely used for in many of the instances. For example, banks or credit card use it to see whether they should be giving it to the customer or not. So maybe your income, maybe your past credit score, maybe some other would be part of those decisions, and accordingly they will come yes or no, whether you should be given or not, right? So this is what it is, a decision tree. This is also a decision model, correct? Yeah, this is again activity flow diagram, which we saw. Activity flow diagram you can also see in Jira ticket flow, and this is what Celonis we saw. Okay. Yeah, the next one is data dictionary. You may have heard about this term again, data dictionary, quite a bit. So data dictionary is nothing. It's just a description of different, not component, different headlines or headers. So the current database are becoming so big. Each column will have a lot of data, but you also have got a lot of column. Okay, I mean you also have got a lot of columns. So each column, how you know if you have got 50, 100 columns? So you are also provided with one table which will talk about what is that column, field name, what are the data type, data format, size, and any other description or anything else they would give you, right? So this is what it is. It's a data dictionary. Don't confuse. There is no dictionary as such. It is dictionary because it helps you to understand what the entire data is talking about. I mean, just visualize you are getting a data of, let's say, 50 MB or 500,000 or million entries, or at times billion of transactions, and you have got 200 fields or 200 columns. How you know what is that, right? 200 you don't, I mean, sometimes the name would be very similar. So sometimes it will say, let's say, customer account number, and sometimes it will say billing account number kind of thing. Okay, so how you know what is the difference? So this is what it will talk about. So field name is license ID. It is data type is integer. This is the data format, numerical, or number, field size, description, and example. How this can help in development? In your solution development, let's say you are creating a software or something, anything, how this can help? Can you think of how it can help? Which columns to be? Okay, one example let me give you. Okay, one example let me give you. So some of the examples are, this I talked about is mistake proofing. So let's say you are creating a design and you want that, and in India I'm using Aadhaar number, or maybe it can be social security number also. I don't know in US social security number or in other countries whether you have got alphanumeric or only numeric. But in India, we have got a similar unique identification ID, UID, we'll call it Aadhaar. So it's only a 12-digit numeric. There is no alphanumeric. There is no character in it, right? So how it can help is, let's say in India, you want somebody to put their Aadhaar number, let's say, or UID number. Then you can build a validation or build a verification, or actually validation. We use validation in that sense, but in BBOG it is a different meaning. But let's say we can build a mistake proofing that let's say that 12-digit numeric character numbers are there. If somebody puts a character, let's say instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say 1, 2, in place of 3, person put B or A. Right? It can always throw an error saying that you are putting a character which is not allowed. So this data dictionary can help in terms of size, in terms of other things. It can help. In DOB, if you're not putting in DDMM YY format, it can throw an error. It can. So the user generated inputs, it can help. Your UI UX, it can help. User experience and user interface. UI UX means, I mean, whatever you are putting as an input, I mean, how you interact with user interface. We saw now user interface diagram. We saw, so similar. This is similar interface diagram, same thing, right? So that's what I'm saying. So how you interact will also depend on that. Yeah, structure information, right? Okay, cool. Let's move. Okay, so there is something called also an entity relationship diagram. So, I mean, there are entity relationship diagram is also one part of your design document can be there. So there are 4 types of relationship. Just think about it. I mean, there can be other derivatives of primarily 4. So 1-to-1. So just example, each student will have one ID number. So this is 1-to-1. One student, one ID. One student cannot have more than one ID number, or one ID number cannot have more than one student. All right. So this is 1-to-1. 1-to-many, if you look at university and students. So one university can have multiple students, but the opposite cannot be true. One student cannot be enrolled to multiple university. I mean, let's say for the same course or same duration, right? So it's many to 1-to-many. Many-to-one, just flip. One university can have many students, so many students can be enrolled to one university. So that becomes many-to-one relationship. And many-to-many means there are many students, and let's say there are many subjects. So you can also put many subjects, many students and many subjects. Okay. At times that can be 1-to-0 or 1-to-many. So for example, a customer, if you are looking at a customer placing order, if this is your use case, then a customer can place no order. They can place one order, or it can place multiple order, right? So in this case, it is, and not 1-to-1, I would say it's 1-to-0 or 1-to-many, or whatever you can call it. So depending on the situation, it can vary. So all these things are there. Yeah, clear. All this type of relationship clear. Why it is important? I mean, sometimes you in your use case diagram, you may have to show it, or entity relationship diagram, you can show it. So this is one type of entity relationship diagram. It is showing one to one, one to many, and zero or more different type. There is entity, there is action, and there is attributes. Attributes means features. So I mean, what are the different features, or features may not be right word, characteristics we can say. So customer has name, address, and email. Okay, customer orders a item. So one customer can order one or more. That's why this symbol, just customer can put one or multiple items here. So this symbol, just remember, this is the another symbol. So this you can do it in UML also, or entity relationship diagram. You can use star UML also. I think it's there. I've not used it. I have used a different tool, but then just check it and let me know tomorrow if entity relationship diagram is available on star UML or not. But any case, so you order. So from order, you can put an item. Item can be many item. It can be there, right? So from item would contain a shipping cart. Shipping cart would create an order. Order would have an order number, attributes. Then it contains an item and all those things. Just look at. So each this is the entity relationship diagram, which shows what is the type of relationship between your different entities and how the things flows. So sometimes it can you can add this to your process flow diagram kind of thing. So if I remove all this action item and probably the only keep entity, probably it will also look like a relationship, your normal flow process flow diagram without maybe the decision boxes. Customer is item, ordering item, putting it or I mean it is in their shopping cart, then selecting an item, then shopping cart to order to it is going to e-commerce, then it is getting shipped. In the meantime, there is a payment, and then it is coming back to the customer, getting shipped and coming back to customer, right? So you can do that entity relationship. My only request is, if it is not required, then don't do it. If that is very critical in terms of how many different types of relationship it is, if it is defined, your design document is based on that, then you may have to. Otherwise, just avoid it, because it creates a lot of confusion, and I'm sure many of you might also be getting confused here, right? But just remember, this entity relationship diagram shows the relationship between entity and different actions and attributes, and then there are multiple types of relationship: one to one, one to many, and one to zero or many.
They say 9 and
okay. This is what the output is. Purpose, ensure requirements and design and specification meet quality standard. So let's take an example. So you created a document, okay, or you created a process map or a document. How you know that it is of good quality? Verification is about quality, right? So how you know that it's good quality? You created a process flow diagram or a BPMN diagram or a UML diagram, use case diagram. How you know that it is of good quality? What do you think? Let me tell you what exactly it is. Okay. First of all, you are using correct notation. So process, where is the decision box? You are not using a square, you are using a diamond kind of shape. So these are correct notification, correct symbols. Yeah, you have defined it correct relationship. You have made it clean and easy to understand. All these are your basic requirement, correct? Then what else? Explanation in your documents. What should be there? This is for diagram. In documents, it should be clear, consistent, concise, testable. It should have examples, okay, in case possible required, right? So that's what it is. So these are some document basic things, which basic hygiene, or based on your quality standard of the organization, it should be taken care of. That is what it is talking about. Verify requirement. Input and output. Obviously, when we are doing verification, input would be there. Atomic means what? It should be atomic. Atomic means each item should be able to understand of its own. You should not require other things, additional information for that to be understood. So wherever you are writing a requirement or a design, you must ensure that if somebody reads that, it should be complete, in the sense they should not need additional information. For background, fine, but for that particular requirement, it should be clear. That's it's called atomic and complete. Should be clearly understood. And this is clear, consistent, concise, feasible, and unambiguous. I mean, this is pure English. You all understand what do this mean. Yeah, testable, prioritized, and understandable. Testable means, I mean, sometimes you should not write something that we can't test. Okay. There are many assumptions that you can't test. I mean, for example, let's say somebody says that there are universes other than our universe. I mean, just a hypothesis I'm talking about. And there is another universe, but maybe two, maybe not. I don't know. Nobody knows because it is not testable. How you know that? There is no evidence, no test. So don't write requirement and design which cannot be tested. Okay, so something, whatever you are saying, and in all our cases, either it should be on prototype or more, I mean, or actual in software cases, we write those tests and all that, and we run that, and we'll see that it's happening. Correct? So testable. Yeah, verification activity, checking compliance against organization performance standard. We talked about this and other things. If there is regulatory thing also that you can also needs to be taken into account. Yeah, checklists are also important. Checklists you understand. You have got, let's say you are creating a UML diagram. So there are 5-6 things, let's say you need to do. So you say that this oval shape is for use cases, this is for association, this is for include, this is for exclude, this is for dependency. So those things you must, I mean, let's say there is one thing. So you tick it, right? So there are 5 things. Maybe UML diagram is not a right example, but let's say you are responding to a customer in an email. So they say that first you address the customer, and there are 5 steps. Then you explain the problem, then you explain the solution, then you give some examples, then you give your details so that if customer has got any queries, they can come back. So these are the 5 steps. I put it into a sheet and I say that whenever you respond to customer, just check. So you say, okay, this is tick, this is tick. 5 things. Checklist you all understand. I don't need to, I don't think I need to explain, but yeah, in work also, many a times checklists are used.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by IICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.
Starting with the first one, what is the difference between a data analyst and a business analyst? Now, starting with data analyst, the role requires more problem solving skills and data analysis skill, whereas it requires more of decision making and data visualization skills for a business analyst, as we are dealing with the real life business problems and a business analyst has to resolve it, has to find a solution for it by making a better decision. Now, it is more of an operational role in the organization for a data analyst, and for a business analyst, it is more of a strategic role in the organization. Then, data analyst profile requires knowledge of statistics, SQL, data mining, and many more, whereas the business analyst profile requires the knowledge of business intelligence. There are various tools for business intelligence, then data warehousing, analytics, and many more. Now, let us move on to the next question. List the core competencies of a business analyst. So, a business analyst should have a strong analytical thinking, and they should have proper knowledge so that they can make decisions, or rather you can say proper decisions for any business. They should have business and industry knowledge. So, they should have experience of working for a business organization, as well as they should have proper industry knowledge so that they can deal with the problems that a business faces. Then comes business process management, which includes various tasks and strategies that a business possesses for improving its strategies. Then comes technical and soft skills. So as in this digital era, most of the companies or businesses uses some or other sort of technology for implementing their day-to-day business tasks. So a business analyst should have a thorough knowledge of which technology their company is using. Also, they should have knowledge of various tools that helps them to analyze the business data for their company. Now coming to soft skills. So as the job of a business analyst is to analyze the business data and prepare reports, then make the team understand about the business insights. So they should have a good communication skills, or you can say the soft skills, so that they can communicate well with their team. And the next one is problem solving and negotiation skills. So problem solving skills always help to solve the real life business problem. Therefore, same applies for a business analyst. Now coming to negotiation skills. So good negotiation skills help build relationships, because the aim is to foster goodwill despite differences in the interest of client and the company. So good negotiation skills help in avoiding future conflicts and problems by leaving both parties equally satisfied with no barriers to communicate for the future. Now let us move on to the next question. That is, what is a feasibility study? So a feasibility study is identifying the possibility, or you can say the success rate, of the proposed idea for a business problem. So first, you should have a business problem. So how you can exactly resolve it. So then you should have an idea. Then after building or developing the product or the solution to it, you should evaluate it on the basis of success rate or the feasibility study. So a feasibility study is an analysis that takes all of a project's relevant factors into account, including the economical, then technical, legal and scheduling considerations to ascertain the likelihood of completing the project successfully. Basically, it evaluates the project's potential for success. Therefore, perceived objectivity is an essential factor in the credibility of the study for potential investors as well as the lending institutions. So the main purpose of a feasibility study is to assess the financial viability of a developed product, whether it will be a success or a failure. So this is about the feasibility study. Now let us move on to the next question, which is, what are the different tools used in business analytics? Starting with MS Office. So it is a set of computer applications that is mainly used for business or office purposes for storing the data. So MS Office helps simplify basic tasks and improve the work productivity, and each application in MS Office is designed to address specific tasks such as the word processing, the data management, making presentations, and organizing emails. So it is a collection of various applications, and each application has a unique purpose and it offers a specific service to the users. So it has Microsoft Word that is used to create documents, then Microsoft PowerPoint used to create presentations, then Microsoft Excel that is used to store the data in a structured way. So that is why we use MS Office. Then comes SQL, that is a structured query language. So it is a database language. So as we are dealing with analytics of the data for resolving a business problem or analyzing the business, so we need data for it. So where do we get it? We use SQL for fetching the data from the database. Then comes Blueprint. It is a tool that monitor the impact of your business processes. So it helps in reporting and analytics, and it is a tool for gaining clear, centralized and executive level visibility of the data. After that comes ClickView and TabView. So these are the tools that actually helps to visualize the data using various graphs and plots. So you can get the clear idea about the data using the beautiful graphs. After that comes Python and R programming language. These two programming languages serves as the major tools for the analytics of the data, and it provides various libraries and packages that helps to get the insight of the data using various graphs, plots and various parameters. So these two are the widely used programming languages used in the business analytics industry. Then comes Azure. It is a powerful design tool for creating highly interactive HTML prototypes for web mobile and desktop application projects. So the rapid prototyping in Azure is the core focus of the tool, and it allows users to quickly create wireframes and prototypes for any rough ideas that they may have. So it is a wonderful tool for business analytics. Now, explain the business analysis process flow. So these 8 are the core processes of business analysis, starting from information gathering. The very first thing is you have to gather the information or the data related to your business, to analyze it and to perform the analytics on it. Then identify the key stakeholders that are an important asset for the business and who actually affect your business. Then identify the business objective that you have. So there are a list of objective for your business that you must know about. So identify them and then determine the available options that you have for resolving the problem. Then define the scope of the project. After that, define the delivery plan, which includes how you represent the execution of your project plan. Then comes defining the requirements for a project, which includes gathering the resources that are needed for implementing a project. And finally, you have to implement your project plan and then evaluate and test for knowing how well it is built. Now, let us move on to the next question. How do you perform risk management in your project? So, a risk is defined as an uncertain event that causes threat to the existing business. So, for performing risk management in our project, here are the risk management process. So, first you have to identify the problem. After that, you have to analyze the problem by using the data that is available related to your business. So, you have to understand and analyze the problem from the data. Then you have to create a plan for the resolution of the problem. So you have to make a proper strategy to execute your strategies made for the resolution of the problem or the risk. Then you have to make actions on that, the strategy and the plan that you have made. You have to execute it, and after executing the plan, so after making the proper action for the made strategy, you have to monitor the results and you have to understand and analyze the results so that you get the knowledge about whether this risk management process is working out for a particular business problem or not. And if the process is not working out, then again you have to analyze the shortcomings, then you have to make changes to the plan and then again act or implement according to the changes you have made in your plan. Then again monitor and control. So this is actually the risk management process that every company follow. Now let's go to the next question. Differentiate between risk mitigation and risk avoidance. Starting with risk mitigation. So risk mitigation is what to do when a risk occurs, and risk avoidance is what to do to avoid the risk. Then coming to risk mitigation, it reduces the probability of risk occurrence, and the risk avoidance, it avoids the risk by eliminating the cause that is creating the risk. Then comes, it checks whether any impact occurs for the business or the project. Whereas in risk avoidance, the impact of threat occurrence is reduced to zero, as it avoids the risk by eliminating the cause. Then in risk mitigation, cost is high in case any risk occurs. Whereas in risk avoidance, cost is eliminated in risk avoidance. So this was the actual difference between risk mitigation and risk avoidance. Now let's go to the next question. What are the different phases of an IT project? So there are 5 phases of an IT project, starting from project initiation, then project planning, execution, closure, and finally monitoring and control. So initiation is the very first process of the phases of an IT project. So first you should have an idea for the project, what you have to actually build. After that, you have to plan what all things actually your project requires. So you have to jot down the requirements and how you have to make your project, along with the resources that you need for developing this project. Then comes project execution. So after getting all the requirements, resources and planning about the project, you have to execute the project. So you have to put all your resources for implementation. Then after the successful execution of the project comes the project closure step. So after the successful completion and the closure of the project, you have to monitor and control your project so that you can test it, you can evaluate its performance. So these are the phases of an IT project. Now let us move on to the next question, that is differentiate between a software development life cycle and project life cycle. So starting with SFDC, that is software development life cycle, it is used for developing particular software products, whereas project life cycle is used for developing a new product in the business. Then mostly involves, that is software development life cycle mostly involves single software across different phases, whereas project lifecycle involves multiple software in a single customer scenario. After that, SDLC phases include requirement gathering, design, coding, documentation, operations, and maintenance, whereas project lifecycle phases include idea generation, screening, research, development, testing, and analysis. So these are the basic differences between software development lifecycle and project development lifecycle. Now let us move on to the next question. What are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager? So starting with defining scope, resource planning, budget estimation, risk analysis, and quality control. So these are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager. So in defining scope, so it actually refers to the combined objectives and requirements needed to complete a project. And the term is often used in project management, and it is properly defining the scope of a project that actually allows manager to estimate costs and the time required to finish the project. So in simple words, it is all the work that needs to be done in order to achieve a project's objectives, and it actually involves the process of identifying and documenting specific project goals as well as outcomes, milestones, all the tasks, then cost and timelines, including dates specific to the project objectives. So this is actually defining scope. Then comes resource planning. So actually resource planning is a process of allocating tasks to humans as well as non-human resources so that they are maximized for efficiency. Also, it helps project managers manage resources and its utilization and track resource capacity to keep projects on budget. So in simple words, resource planning is a systematic process to achieve the optimum use of an organization's time and people. So using a confluence of project management skills and various techniques, we can maintain stability between projects, tasks, teams, time, and budget. Then comes budget estimation. So it is the process of estimating all the costs associated with completing a project within scope and according to its timeline. So it is actually forecasting the cost and other resources needed to complete a project, and it accounts for each element required for the project and calculates a total amount that determines a project budget. After that comes risk analysis. This is one of the most important factor in any project development task for a project manager. So risk analysis involves examining how project outcomes and objectives might change due to the impact of the risk event. Once the risks are identified, they are analyzed to identify the qualitative and quantitative impact of the risk on the project so that the appropriate steps for tackling the risk can be taken to mitigate them. After that comes quality control. So control quality involves activities that are used to evaluate whether the product or service meets quality requirements that are specified for the project. And this quality control is very crucial in any project for any project manager handling the task of business analytics, because it ensures that everything is within the scope of the project planning. So these are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager. Now let us move on to the next question. What do you mean by critical path analysis? So critical path is the set of activities which includes the longest path in the whole project. So it is basically a technique that requires mapping out every key task that is necessary to complete a project, and it includes identifying the amount of time necessary to finish each activity and the dependencies of each activity on any others. So basically, it is also a sequence of project network activities which can add up to the longest overall duration, regardless of the longest duration of the project. Then it actually helps to identify the most important task in a project, and this provides a higher level of insight into your project's timeline and a correlation between tasks that gives you more understanding about which task durations you can modify and which must stay the same. So this is actually critical path analysis. So you can see this diagram. So here is the project start date, and it is categorized with the labels of A, B and C, starting from A1, that is 10 days, then A2 8 days, A3 9 days, and finally the project completion date. Then comes B1. So B1 has 2 days, B2 7 days, B3 3 days. Then coming to C1, C1 has 10 days, C2 has 8 days, and C3 has 12 days. So the longest duration is of category C and the least duration is of category B. So you can analyze the timeline that is required for the completion of different tasks of a project. Now let us move on to the next question. List various components of a strategy analysis. So it starts from vision, then mission, then objective of the project, then strategy, and finally the action plan. So starting with the detail of vision. So what actually is the vision when talking about the strategy analysis for any project? So a vision is a description of the desired state or ultimate condition that should exist after the project has been completed, and then it is typically expressed in a vision statement, which is a clear and brief summary of what the project team members and their stakeholders expect to achieve. Then comes mission. So the mission statement is a summary of what the project is trying to achieve. However, if you ask many people involved in a project what is the mission statement, most of them will not know. So a team lead should remind the project members of the mission statement at regular intervals so that they can know in which direction they are heading towards. Now we'll talk about the objective. Now project objective describes the desired results of a project, which often includes a tangible item. So an objective is specific and measurable and must meet time, budget as well as quality constraints. So project may have one objective, many parallel objectives, or several objectives that must be achieved sequentially. Now coming to strategy for any project. So basically it identifies and implements the organization's long-term goals as well as the objectives of the project. So the project strategy is actually a direction in a project that contributes to the success of the project in its environment. Then comes action plan. So it is a list of tasks that you need to do to complete a simple project or objective. So to draw one up, simply list the tasks that you need to complete to deliver your project or objective in order that you need to complete them. So this is the component. So these are the list of various components of strategy analysis. Now let us move on to the next one. What is business modeling? So business modeling is identifying the value proposition for a business and then building a step-by-step approach for operating the business. So in business analytics, business process modeling is the activity of representing processes of an enterprise so that the current process may be analyzed, improved and automated. So the change in the management programs are typically involved to put any improved business processes into practice. So this is the use of business modeling. So these are the outliers, or you can say these are the outliers for business modeling, that is vision, options and plan. So vision consists of you have to map your target's ecosystem. Then in options, you have to create winning business model options so that you can stand unique in the market. Then you have to map your business model roadmap by making effective plans and strategies for your business. So this was about business modeling.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which data visualization technique is most appropriate for comparing the performance of multiple products over the time, considering their sales revenue, customer rating, and market share? And your options are scatter plot, heat map, stacked bar chart, or pie chart. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Now let us move on to the next one, that is list various software engineering processes. So it starts from gathering of requirements, where you have to gather the requirements of the user, client or customer. So what they actually need in the software, or any functionality or any specific function they need in the software. So first process and the first step is actually the gathering of the specific requirements, and that you have to collect directly from the customer or the client. Then you have to analyze the requirement to make the software or to make the proper strategy, the software. Here you have to analyze what all things can be done and what all things cannot be done. So you have to look into the estimation of the cost, the time that is required for developing the product or the software. So you have to analyze all that. After that, or after analyzing, you have to design the product. So how your product or how the product for the client will look like, or you have to design the structure of the software so that you can add the functionalities, or you create or develop or implement using various tools and techniques or programming language. Then comes the implementing, that includes the implementation part using the programming language or any tools or technology that you have to use. And after that comes the testing part, where after the development of the software you have to test it in order to evaluate it or evaluate the performance on the basis of various factors or parameters, so that you can iteratively test and improve the software for the final deployment. And finally comes the deployment in the business environment. So you have to deploy the software in the real-time business environment to see how it performs. And then again you have to collect the response, and again if there are any changes you have to do it. So these are the list of software engineering processes that companies follow. Now let us move on to the next question in the queue, that is differentiate between agile and waterfall model. So talking about agile, so it is flexible in nature, whereas waterfall model is structured software development methodology. So agile focuses on customer satisfaction majorly, and in waterfall model the internal process does not require customer participation. After that, agile is flexible to changes in the requirement. And talking about the waterfall model, so the requirements must be clearly defined and the changes are difficult to implement. So agile has an incremental approach, whereas the waterfall model has sequential design process. Finally, in agile, testing can be done in every phase, and in waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. So these are the major differences between the agile and the waterfall model. Now let us move on to the next question. What is RUP methodology? So RUP is an object-oriented approach that guarantees successful project management and top-notch software production. So the RUP development methodology provides a structured way for companies to envision, create software programs. Since it provides a specific plan for each setup of the development process, it helps prevent resources from being wasted and reduces unexpected development cost. Also, the main goal of RUP, or you can say the rational unified process, is to create high quality software with a predictable budget and time frame. So it is supported by a variety of tools supporting change and configuration management, as well as creating automated documentation with performance tracking and other tasks. So it actually helps in application improvement, software production and project management. Now let us move on to the next question, that is what is RAD methodology? So RAD stands for Rapid Application Development, and it is a form of agile software development methodology that prioritizes rapid prototype releases and iterations and user feedback over strict planning and requirement recording. So you can see the diagram. So first is the requirement planning, then comes the design where it collects or designs the prototype, then it tests the software, and after that improve over iterations by testing and finding the errors or bugs or any shortcomings in the software. After creating a successful prototype, it goes for the development, and finally it is delivered to the customer. So basically it is an iterative model, and in general RAD approach for the software development means putting lesser emphasis on planning tasks and more emphasis on the development and coming up with a prototype. So this is about the RAD methodology. Now let us move on to the next question in the queue. What are project deliverables? So project deliverables are a set of measurable goods and services that are delivered to the end customers at the completion of a project. So the term deliverables over here is a project management term that's traditionally used to describe the quantifiable goods or services that must be provided upon the completion of a project. So deliverables can be tangible or intangible in nature. So some of the examples of process deliverables can be statement of work, work breakdown structure, project scope statement, project governance plan, and there are the key deliverables of a project. There can be key deliverables of a project. So a project is only complete when the deliverable is accepted or signed off. So the key deliverables are the main goal, tangible or intangible, that has been accomplished, or the many key deliverables set in the timeline along the way. Now a question may arise, how do I find project deliverables? So there are certain steps or methods that you can follow to find the project deliverables. So here are few of the steps that I would discuss. So you should have a detailed and clear description for all team members involved in the project. Then specify the operations and functionalities that will be performed by the software. Also, you can ensure the alignment with all the requirements provided by the customers and clearly establish the client's expectations and secure the client's consent and acceptance. So these are few of the steps that you can follow to meet IT project deliverables. Now let us move on to the next question. List the components of requirements work plan. So these are the list of the components of the requirements work plan, that is project description, key issues, deliverables, goals and objectives, strategy, resources, budget and time. So in project description, you should have knowledge of what actually you are developing. So here you need to describe the details of the project, the features, the functionalities that are to be added in the project. After that comes the key issues. So you should be aware of the key issues you might face during the development or the planning of the project. So there can be various issues related to the resources or the technology that you have to use for developing the project. You need to create the prototype of your project in such a way that you may face during the development of the project. Then comes the deliverables. So you need to focus on the key deliverables. You should know about that. So we already discussed about the deliverables, what they are. So I'll move on to the next one, that is goals and objectives. So what is the goal and what is the objective of creating this project or developing this project? So you need to be clear about that. Then comes the strategy. So you have to make a proper strategy for creating the project. So proper strategy and planning is must for developing any project. Then comes resources. So you have to plan and you have to decide about the resources according to the requirement of the project or the requirement of the client or the customer. So you have to focus on the resources also, so that you have proper resources for developing the project. And then comes the budget and the time. After the proper analysis of the project, then key issues, goals and objectives, then strategy, then resources that are needed for developing the project, you can estimate about the budget and the time. So how much exact time is required for creating that project and what is the budget of the project. So these are the list of the components for the requirements work plan. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is the purpose of the requirement traceability matrix? So RTM, that is requirement traceability matrix, is used to record all the requirements given by a client. So the purpose of RTM is to ensure that all of the mentioned requirements are met. So it is actually a document that demonstrates the relationship between requirements and other artifacts. So it is used to prove that the requirements have been fulfilled, and it is typically documented that consists of the requirements, the test results and the issues. So this is the use of the requirement traceability matrix. So it is usually prepared by business analyst or the project architect depending upon the organization or the type of business or the project structure. So they actually define the goal, gather the artifacts, create a traceability matrix, and then copy and paste the requirements from the requirement document and tells about the actual project requirements and represents and present it in front of the project team. So this is the requirement traceability matrix. Now let us move on to the next question.
What is business process modeling? So it is the representation of organization's business process. So basically it is a part of business process management which is used to improve the business processes. So it is the analytical representation, or putting it simply, it is an illustration of an organization's business process which is a critical component for any effective business process management. Also, with the help of business process modeling, we can understand and describe the various processes involved in the business, and it connects and improves the communication between the current and the future state of various business processes. There are various key advantages of business process modeling, which are quality of the conversation, then mutual understanding, documentation of the processes so that everything is structured and well known. Then comes transparency, alignment of business processes with business and IT, along with business process improvement and agility, then standardization of best practices and business system requirements. So these are the key advantages of business process modeling. So here is an example or the diagram you can see for an operation team working for a company. So we are checking the status of the working group and we have to send the issue list. So what should be the process? So first we have to check the status. Then we have to check, is the working group active or not? If it is not, then we have to terminate the process. Otherwise, we have to send the current issue list to the working group. So this is a basic representation of the organization's business process related with the operations team that helps companies to systematically perform their day-to-day activities. Now let me go to the next question, which is list the benefits of business process modeling. So few of the benefits of business process modeling are: it is used to picture a clear understanding of the business processes. Then it provides consistency and control over the processes of the object. Also, it is used to identify and eliminate the errors and bottlenecks, and it gives a pathway for clear start and end for the process without hassles. Now these were the benefits. Now let us move on to the next question. What is the use of UML? So UML stands for Unified Modeling Language, and it is a general purpose developmental modeling language that provides a standard way to visualize the system. So it is a standardized modeling language that consists of an integrated set of diagrams developed to help systems and software developers for specifying, visualizing, constructing, and documenting the artifacts of software systems, as well as for business modeling and other non-software systems. So the UML represents a collection of best engineering practices that have proven successful in the modeling of large and complex systems. Also, the UML is one of the very important part of developing object-oriented software and the software development processes. It uses mostly graphical notations to express the design of the software project, and using the UML, it helps project teams to communicate, explore, create potential design, and validate the architectural design of the software. Also, it helps to reason the system's behavior, then detect and eliminate errors and propose design plans to stakeholders. So this is Unified Modeling Language. Now let me move on to the next question, that is, how do you analyze performance metrics? So there are three key points for analyzing the performance metrics. So first one is, make sure that your key deliverables are met. So this means that whatever feature or functions that you have to add for the customers are properly developed. Then comes the budget and the time for the project should not be extended. So as you have given the quotation, or as you have to give the quotation for the budget of the project and the time of completion, so it should not be extended, because it will make a negative impact on the customer's mind that the budget, the estimated budget was something else before the creation of the project, and now after the completion of the project, they are or the company is stating the extended budget. Also, the time of completion is one of the important factor that customer notices. So if you have completed your project on time, it makes a positive impact. Then quality deliverables are maintained. So you have to keep in mind or make sure that the quality of the software or the product that you have made is according to the standards of the customer, or you can say the quality should not be hampered. Now let me move on to the next question, that is, what do you think is the scope of business analyst in the agile methodology perspective? So with agile methodology, business analysts act as a bridge between the development team and the stakeholders. So they act on the key deliverables to prioritize and deliver the project in the stipulated time and budget. So in actual, a business analyst is a person who analyzes an organization's or business domain and documents its businesses and processes or systems and accessing the business model or its integration with technology. But coming to development team, so they help them improve their processes and systems, and they conduct research and analysis in order to come up with better solutions for the development team that they faces for developing a product for the customer, and they help to introduce these systems to businesses as well as their clients. So this is the scope of a business analyst in the agile methodology. Now let me go to the next question. What is meant by scope creep? So scope creep is defined as the uncontrolled or sudden changes or deviations in the project's scope without changes in other resources of the project. So it actually describes, or you can say, the scope creep as adding features and functionality in the project scope without addressing the effects on the time, cost and resources, or without the customer approval. So changes on the project is inevitable, and so the possibility of scope creep is also inevitable. Now the primary cause of scope creep is poor requirement analysis, not involving users early enough, and underestimating the complexity of the project. Also, one of the leading reasons for scope creep is client and stakeholders recommendations. Often what happens is a client disrupts your progress when they make additional requests or change orders midway through a project. Also, you can prevent this by including them in your planning process so that they can tell the actual plan, the features, functions that they want in their or the project. So how do you identify scope creep? So in its simplest forms, scope creep occurs when a project's requirements, goals or vision changes beyond what was originally agreed upon. So when this happens, the project is no longer clearly defined and the borders of the responsibility, and ultimately the completion becomes very complex. So there comes scope creep. Now let me go to the next question. List the elicitation techniques in business analytics. So elicitation is a practice of collecting requirements from end customers and stakeholders. So it includes brainstorming, document analysis, focus group, interface analysis, interview, observation, prototyping, requirements workshop, reverse engineering, and survey. So you need to perform brainstorming for solving the business problem. So you need to find the proper solution with the help of brainstorming. Then you need to analyze the document that you are having. Then you have to find the key factors of the business with the help of the analysis. Then you need to observe what all changes you need to make in your prototype, and after that you have to recheck the requirements, perform reverse engineering, and then the survey of the product, whether it is properly built or not. Now let me go to the next question. What are the initial steps involved in the product development? It includes market analysis, SWOT analysis, personas, competitor analysis, then identifying the strategic vision. So in market analysis, you need to analyze the market trends, what all products are trending in the market, and who all are the companies or the people who are developing the product, who are actually your competitors, including the cost of the product for which they provide the product to the customers. Then comes SWOT analysis. So it stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so a SWOT analysis is a technique for assessing these four aspects of your business. So you can use SWOT analysis to make the most of what you have got to your organization's best advantage. So example of this can be, it includes who is on your team, your patents and intellectual property, then your location, your assets, your resources, and the shortcomings of your business. So it is basically a planning framework that a business can use to identify a strategic endeavors, including the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So how do we actually perform SWOT analysis? So first we have to determine the objective, decide on a key project or strategy, to analyze and place it at the top of the page, then create a grid, draw a large square and then divide it into 4 smaller squares, then label each box. Then we have to add strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Then we have to draw conclusion on the basis of various parameters, factors, and the data available. And in this way, we perform SWOT analysis. A persona in user-centered design and marketing is a fictional character created to represent a user type that might use a site, brand, or product in a similar way. So it is like a dummy product. So marketers may use personas together with market segmentation, where the qualitative personas are constructed to be representative of specific segments. So the actual purpose of personas is to create a reliable and realistic representations of your key audience segment for reference. So these representations should be based on qualitative and some quantitative user research and web analytics. Then comes competitor analysis, which is one of the most important factor for any business. So you should know what your competitor is developing or their product, and this helps to understand that to which audience your competitor is targeting and what is the response for their product. Then identifying the strategic vision. So you should identify the vision for your product or for your business. So these are the initial steps involved in product development. Now let us look into the next question, that is, what is BPMN gateway and what are its elements? So BPMN gateway is used for controlling the sequence of processes and flow of interaction, which is in a way a processing modeling component. So you can see in this diagram there is a task, then there are certain conditions and there are corresponding tasks for the condition, and after that, according to the fulfillment of the condition, the output is generated. So it is actually controlling the sequence of processes and the flow of interaction. So that is why we use BPMN gateway. So it actually structures the flow of execution of various processes that we involve in our business activities. Now let us look into its elements. So here are the elements of the BPMN gateway, that is flow objects, data connection objects, swim lanes, and artifacts. Now finally we'll move on to the last question of this business analyst interview questions tutorial, that is, what is requirement prioritization in business analysis? So it is a structured process that is used to allocate the requirements based on the urgency. So there are scenarios where customer demands or requests for some other features or functions or tells you about some requirements while developing the product. So the customer is not wrong on his part, but the business analyst needs to understand the needs of the business to prioritize the requirements. So actually the prioritization means the order of importance. Now how do we actually prioritize our requirements or the requirements of the customer or the business? So first we have to understand the purpose and strategy for prioritization. Then we have to list the needs of the customer, then the list of the requirements. Then we have to facilitate the rating of the need or the requirement interrelationships, then determine the technical or the development factors, and then determine the priority rating. So after that, there are some factors that influence the requirement prioritization, and they are project phase, delivery schedule, and cost capping. So in the project phase, so we have to look into which phase the project is going on. So it may be in its end phase, so it becomes a hectic task for the developers to make the changes. Also the delivery schedule may get affected due to this, and the cost capping as well. So maybe the cost will be increased, the date on which the product has to be delivered, it can be extended. So these are the factors that influence the requirement prioritization. So this was about the requirement prioritization.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers post-graduation certificate in business analysis and project management by ICT Academy and MNIT Jaipur, which will provide an extensive training on agile methodologies, Tableau, SQL for business analytics, and etc. It will also provide industry-based projects for your hands-on experience. This course includes the module of IIBA and CBAP and CBDA certification. This course has been carefully brought together by industry experts and top faculty at MNIT. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description below and take the first steps towards a career growth in business analysis and product management.